星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart だって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を新しい朝をここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て 強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示に何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてるそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと
stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
All right, so that was a maze. We just went through the studio. This is the analyst desk area where we kind of just relax before the games.
Dude, this is so cool. It's crazy. But is that a melee set I see?
Yes, it is. I guess someone was setting up on it a little earlier.
Wow, I didn't know you guys played.
We play a little bit, you know. They call me God's gift to the stick.
Oh, do they?
I do not lose.
Up for a match?
Oh, yeah, I'm down. Okay, let's put it down. Hey, get in my stomach. Hey, wait a minute.
Step me out.
Hey,
Watch this.
hey, stop. Wait, how often do you play again?
I don't play very often.
How often is very often? Stop it!
Few months.
Months? You are lying.
Oh, come on, Raz. Step
Come
up.
on!
Oh. You really gonna
Nice
throw
try.
like that, bro?
Nice try.
It's not my
Right,
game.
Dan?
It's not my game.
It's not your game.
Yeah,
you
I'm-
called yourself God's
Whatever,
gift to
man.
the stick.
I don't
Did you
wanna
use that
hear it.
line on you? You use
Yeah,
that
he
line
always-
on everybody. We money matching?
Let's go.
All right, let me throw it down.
I'm already set up.
Get in
I
there.
got my I'm maybe just a bit.
Come on. Oh. Thought I had you there. God, you got me against the ropes, man.
Yeah.
Come on! All right, GG.
GG's.
That's fair enough.
Yes. 4 stocked. Nice try.
Nah. One more game. One more
Again?
time.
Raz. It's okay, man. GG's. I don't think anyone can beat me.
Oh, hey, Olive, what's up?
Oh, I'm just playing Melee.
Oh, sick. Looks like
Go-
there's quite a pot here.
Yeah, well, it was like money matches, you know?
All right, you want to go all or nothing?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Are you good? Wait.
No, I haven't played
Oh, okay,
since,
yeah,
like,
then sure.
college.
Yeah, let's go. I thought you said you didn't play.
No, I don't really.
What? Dude, I didn't do that. Like, that's not how it's. Oh.
Whew.
What? Best 2 out of 3?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, man. See you on the desk.
But. Man, this game sucks. I'm going back to League.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room. I got good news for you, Olive. We're only dealing with League of Legends today. No
Yeah.
Smash,
Yay.
so the rest of your money is safe, my friends. I'm feeling good. I had a productive day yesterday, personally. I'm wearing dinosaur socks today. It
those
couldn't
are
get
pretty
any
sick.
better than that in my book.
Dino
Why aren't-
socks?
Yeah, dino socks. Why aren't
Okay.
you doing well today? What's going on?
No reason.
No reason in particular?
I'm doing
Wasn't a rough
fantastic.
morning?
It didn't
You're
happen.
doing fantastic.
I get to hold this Poro. It's very fluffy,
It is an adorable part.
and I'm having a great time here.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, we got a great series ahead of us, of course. But, Ablal, before we get to what's in store for us today, we have to recognize those fallen soldiers along the way. Last weekend, we had to say goodbye to FlyQuest as they fell in our bout, but we have been eulogizing each of our fallen teams. I felt it was only right to let you, as one of our guests and fellow competitors, eulogize FlyQuest today. Let's pour one out.
Let's go.
Ooh, I'm ready for this.
Yeah.
FlyQuest, you were great competitors.
Respectful.
You always made the games very fun. I had a great time playing against you. I think that what you're doing for the environment is very positive, a great message for everyone. I just hope that the environment does better than you guys did in playoffs.
Stop it!
Pour one out. The big environment goes
FlyQuest.
down.
The trees!
But we will still keep rooting for the trees and the bees. That brings us, of course, to our remaining bracket. Thank you so much for that beautiful eulogy, Olive. As we turn our attention to what's in store for us this weekend, we have 2 big best-of-5s to determine who will be making the trip to Houston. We kick things off today with Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves, the battle of the upper bracket. And then we'll follow things up with Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses tomorrow. But it feels only right to some degree that our top 4 teams, 1, 3, 2, 4, boom, are the remaining teams. But Raz, I feel like if anything, this playoffs has definitely made us question within that top 4,
Yep.
really who is the best?
Exactly. I mean, it's the same deal coming in from last split, where it's the teams like 100 Thieves that are just going hard, much harder than they did during the regular season. I know we'll talk about that. But then you go through Evil Geniuses and Cloud9, and it's just the storyline of what got them to the losers bracket. That is interesting. I'll just pick out Evil Geniuses and say they looked much better than we expected. Their regular season was pretty tough, but then when they got into the best of 5 versus Team Liquid, that was close.
That was damn close.
That was damn
really
close,
close.
and it would have been wild to see Evil Geniuses in the semifinals up there in the winners bracket.
That's the most interesting thing to me about these matches is that you look at TL 100, I think it's really close to call because of their previous matches, right? Like TL got pushed a lot by Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves came in and absolutely dominated C9 with a really good game plan against that team. And then, so we're not really sure where C9 are at. They had one really good series and one really bad series. And then EG are kind of just in there. Like, they've shown us some good things. They've shown us some not so great things. So, like, these 2 matchups are both evenly matched within. Whoever, like, whatever people end up predicting, I can see a reason behind it.
Exactly. There's always that like level of unpredictability because of, to a certain degree, when Evil Geniuses had that series versus Team Liquid, they showed a lot of stuff you wouldn't expect, only possible in a best of 5. The level 1s was a great example. Some of the drafting thing, like the human swapping that JoJo did topside was unexpected. So like,
humans. I like how we're calling it
Yeah.
that now.
I think EG is definitely like very underrated.
Okay.
I think some pros think that EG might even be the best team.
Ooh.
So like this keeps reoccurring.
coming.
You are
It's-
another pro who's
Every
kind
pro
of
says this.
and we all have that kind of what's the opposite of rose tinted glasses? I don't know, brown tinted glasses.
gonna
for-
say
Poop emoji
something
glasses?
way worse.
something,
Yeah, I was gonna say
not,
poop
but
tinted
like,
glasses.
you know, when we're looking at their, regular season, yeah, those of us on the outside don't see that. But time and time again, pro players have been telling us, watch out for this EG squad. They're better than that fourth seed, kind of tells you. But overall, when we just look at the 4 teams that we have remaining, 3 of those 4 are kind of, in most recent history, the most dominant LCS teams we've had. We'll talk about Cloud9 another time because they play tomorrow. I want to focus on the 2 that we have today. We got 100 Thieves, we got Team Liquid, 2 of the most recently dominant teams in the LCS. Obviously, Team Liquid, a much longer standing organization over the history of the LCS, and that ridiculous period of dominance where they put 4 back-to-back-to-back. But, 100 Thieves shouldn't be looked over either as the defending champions.
1,000%. And a lot of the people who are 100 Thieves fans will look back to the last time they faced in 2018. I think it was 2018 Spring Finals. And yeah, it was kind of wild to see that they ended up losing in such a fashion. And they were always looking at Team Liquid, who was kind of the pinnacle of success in North America. You talked about the back-to-back-to-back-to-back. 100 Thieves always wanted to get back on that stage. And so you look at last split, who did they do it to? To Team Liquid in a 3-0 fashion, very similar to that in 2018. So you talk to the owners, the people who are on management side of this, of both of these organizations, and they're the ones that are kind of living through it with different players on these teams. You can still feel it, between these organizations.
And I think it's super cool because yesterday we just saw their 2 academy teams face off in the Proving Grounds final. So it's not just in LCS. They keep butting into each other
Yeah.
at like all levels of NA competition.
That series was amazing as well.
Yeah.
It was
It's
a banger
interesting.
5-game series. I hope that today's series is just as good.
I hope so as well. It is very interesting to me, the fact that these are 2 of the orgs that have very, very specifically and publicly said that they are, they want to invest in amateur talent,
Yes.
leveling that up, that not only were they the Academy finals, they are looking like the 2 teams to beat right now in the LCS playoffs as well.
Exactly. And it just showcases the level of success they have in terms of, the practice environment that they have, especially with 100 Thieves, that the academy team that they did have.
I got so weirded out looking at that because
Jat is just standing there.
myself, Jat, and Freak are in that shot. That was earlier today when we were going to get food. We ran into the TL guys and we were trying to get some insider info out of them. They didn't give us much. Unfortunately, they wanted to know what our predictions were.
Hey,
so.
all I'm saying is, like, yesterday when I was watching the Academy series, ran into Dodo from Team Liquid. I said, another 5-game banger tomorrow? He's like, please no.
Yeah, you definitely know they don't want it. I think it's also important, though, for us to talk about how each of these teams got here. Because kind of as we've talked about, for a number of these teams, postseason and regular season look completely different. So, Olive, I want to come to you on this, if only because you've gotten to match up against both of these squads throughout the split. Real quickly, like, what is your overview of the split from either of these teams? Did you feel like maybe one of them was the better team right out the gate? Did one of them, has 100 Thieves shown you some amount of massive improvement between the regular season and the postseason? Like, what is just your general assessment of these squads?
Well, I think, matching them up, I heard that TL was doing really well against them, like
Okay.
in scrims. So that's not something that you want to have happen. But that could have changed. That information could have been, old. Mm-hmm. I think from my perspective playing against them, it definitely felt like TL was harder to play against. And I think you can kind of understand why, because they have a lot more veteran players. 100 Thieves seems like a much more cohesive team, and they seem to have figured it out later in the split how to win, and they had a big win streak. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure they ended on that win streak, not 100%, but I think coming into this matchup, especially with playoffs, 100 Thieves looked extremely dominant against C9, but TL had a kind of shaky series against EG. But if EG is top 2 in the league, then,
Right, how do you read into that?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I'm asking you. No, how do you read into that? No, sorry. Well, I'll get to you in a
No, I'm
moment.
ready.
I actually want to know because you likewise were kind of talking about EG as the squad that's a lot better than their seed indicates. So is it concerning for you that TL was pushed to 5 games, or is it not concerning because you actually expected EG to put a bigger fight?
Well, it really depends on why you think EG isn't a higher seed, because they weren't top 2 for a reason. They lost a lot of games that they were against lower placed teams that they should have won. And in a series, 5 games, all of your bad habits are going to come out. You can't like hide them as well. So EG going to 5 games, it could be a technically bad omen for TL that they couldn't cleanly beat this EG team who hasn't fixed their problems. It will really depend on the first game, though, in this series. Like, I think we'll get a very good understanding of how clean TL is looking and how clean 100 will look against them.
Yeah, I'll go back to you, Rez.
And I think with 100 Thieves, you can't kind of speak higher praise of them. Like, they're doing so well right now outside of the playoff run. Like, talking to the win streak that they had coming into the very end, they almost tied, like, the largest win streak in this regular season, almost hitting that 8 game. But, of course, went up against Dignitas. We all remember that. A little bit of a banana peel. But, like, but 100 Thieves as a team right now, you're right. It feels like everything is clicking right now. Closer specifically has been going wild, and I know we'll talk about this as it goes on. But the trajectory for 100 Thieves is they understand how to play the game as a team right now. A lot of the roles that were in question, being mid, bot lane, are back to where they were in Summer Split.
Yep.
So it's scary. I think that 3rd seed, that 4th seed from EG and 100 Thieves are kind of just like, it's a myth. You're in a best of 5 now. Teams are growing at a faster pace.
Yeah. All right, let's start talking about some of those matchups. We got 17 minutes before game time. I want to start in the bot lane because I think in a lot of ways when we think about 100 Thieves and what made them successful in their championship run, we talk about a bot-focused team, okay? They've maintained their roster, but one of the big shifts that we saw out of Team Liquid this year was the acquisition of Hans Sama. And while there was all kinds of roster shuffling throughout the earlier portions of the split, Emily, we've landed on these these 2 duos in the bot lane. Give me your opinions of how these bots match up.
Yeah, so these 2 bot lanes in particular are really interesting to me. I expect both of them to contest the 2v2 like super highly, especially since previously last week we saw 100 Thieves try out that like Nami Lucian 2v2. Like what I'm most curious about is to see if 100 Thieves will try some of those like hard pushing bot lanes and play around that. Because I think it's a really interesting look from them, and I think it's something they can pull off really well. On the opposite side, you have Core, who just loves to detach himself from the lane as soon as possible. But in saying that, and I know Jat has repeated this like ad nauseum on the desk, he always makes sure the lane is like in a really good state before he leaves, right? So like we'll see a ton of him contesting like level 1 to get to level 2. Obviously, this is the Lucian Nami that I was talking about. But then he'll leave the lane, he'll go roam top, or he'll go roam mid, he'll just be everywhere.
Yeah, see, it's scary to me when you talk about TL and Core JJ obviously being a little bit more of a roaming support. And I look back at the statistics, and I still see Hans with a greater CS differential at 14.
Yep.
I see him with more kill plus assist activity as well at 14, actually being first. And the fact that FBI sits in 11th, who's that extra ADC? You know,
Arrow?
I'm like, it's as an
Arrow,
area, right? So I'm like, that's wild to me, the fact that, again, we're looking at a 100 Thieves bot lane that we used to look at as 2v2 killers, not picking up kills and assists pre-14, pre-15.
Yeah, and I think like since these are from the regular season, the bot lane of 100 Thieves admitted that they had kind of been struggling to find their footing. The pushing 2v2 lanes didn't work out as well for them early on in the season. And it's a testament to like how quietly amazing, because like, again, we talk like, oh, TL bot lane, they're good, but like they've been really, really good.
Really good.
And Core always makes sure that Hans is set before he leaves lane to roam.
I will say, from the experience playing against them, I think Hans and Core have really unimpressed me so far.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I was expecting them to just completely smash everyone and look amazing. And these stats, like second highest CSD is good, K plus A on FBI's favor is really low.
Yeah.
But I think part of that is definitely FBI and Huhi have played together for so long, they're gonna try stuff. They already know what works for them.
Okay.
They're not necessarily just gonna like do the same thing every single game, because they're not gonna build diverse strategy that way. And I think when Hans and Core are like trying, it's their first split together, they need to like figure out what works.
Right.
I was honestly unimpressed with Hans Sama. I think he's looked really good on Jinx, but I think on a lot of his other picks, he's been really hit or miss. And I actually expect FBI and Huhi to really dominate, because I think they have the Lucian Nami that they showed that was really successful in their series against C9. And I think overall, I have a lot more confidence in them.
That's super cool perspective.
Interesting.
Another thing, we were talking about the trajectories of these teams. the fact that Hansama, because these are split wide, didn't have Core JJ at the very beginning for a solid 6-7 games where you're just playing with, a different support, and that was also plaguing him during the lock-in tournament as well. But I would say Team Liquid is a lot more balanced in how they approach the game, because they can play through, every lane. They can play through top side, bot side. Whereas right now, it seems like 100 Thieves are very much set to playing through bot lane.
Yeah.
It's not really indicative of the stats because, as Emily mentioned, like during their split, they were just playing through top side of the map. Just playing straight through Someday with how he's playing. Like, no, of course that would make sense. So really interested to see what the recent 100 Thieves and Team Liquid looks like, and if it's going to be dominated from the bot side of the map.
I'm glad you brought that up, and that's exactly why I want to start on the bot side, because it felt like the avenue to victory for 100 Thieves. But you talk about kind of the consistency that TL as a team has shown, and the versatility that they have in where they play, and I think that comes as a result of the following players that we're going to look at. Let's just jump up to the mid lane, because Bjergsen has, throughout his career, I think, has been kind of that picture of stability in the mid lane. And we could have a separate debate about whether or not current Bjergsen is as good as whatever you deem his peak to be. I don't think that's as relevant in this moment. I think that point about the consistency and the stability that he lends to a team, like you said, Olive, is just full of veterans. Great. As long as our mid laner's not hard losing, this team of veterans is going to be set up for success.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing to me about Bjerg is how quickly he can improve. I think that's evident on his growth within the split in itself. I think a lot of people were not impressed with him at the beginning of the split, but I think he's shown a lot of growth and looked really good at the end, especially on Ahri. He's looked amazing on Ahri. I personally was not super fond of the Ahri pick in general, but when I played against him in scrims and he played Ahri, I was like,
Change your
wow.
mind?
Yeah, I had to change my mind. I was like, dude, this champ's really OP. So I think he's really grown a lot. I think something that TL has talked about, especially with Bwipo, is that Bwipo is much more willing to make crazy plays, whereas Bjerg is much more reserved. And I think that he's learned a lot and gotten a lot better at making the more aggressive plays. And I think overall as a team, TL, everybody is good enough that if everyone plays normal, they should beat every team. So it's just about how perfectly do they want to play. Yeah,
there is kind of that predetermined feeling when you go up against Team Liquid, that if you don't, change your own fate, they're going to overcome you. That's kind of the way I feel like most teams are walking into series against Team Liquid. We'll see if 100 Thieves has found a way to walk into today's confident. We're going to take a moment to make our way out to the stage and join the crowd to preview the rest of this matchup. We'll talk about the other side of that mid lane matchup in Abadaga in just a bit. Catch you soon.
I think TL bot lane as a whole does have some kind of leverage versus me and FBI in the current moment.
I think Huhi is really good at laning pace. Him and FBI playing one unit, which is a really good thing as a Batio.
My relationship with Core started when I first joined a team, and it was in Korea, an LCK team called Big Five Miracle. And he used to play AD carry there, and I used to play mid lane there. And we used to be pretty close, but in the end, it didn't really work out. It really feels weird that I'm playing versus Core right now in the playoff and around the finals, especially in the same role now. Because he used to be AD carry and I used to be mid laner, and we used to be on the same team. And 6 years later, we're playing against each other in semifinals, finals, as support versus support.
It's actually interesting. We're both playing support, and then both are playing quite well. I need to show him I'm better.
Hopefully, the better player can win. We always want to prove people wrong. We were the defending champion and people were hyping us in the beginning. And when we were doing Pro League, everyone was doubting us again.
Feels like they're not playing quite as well as they should.
They're ping-ponging around right now, man. One win, one loss.
That doesn't mean that we're just out of the equation of being the finalists. There is a lot of trash talk going on Twitter as well. And we just send them the message in the Rift.
Here, Abadaga goes over the wall. He's got the sweep. Scoop 1 and 2. Abadaga.
I think 100 Thieves is playing better than they did in the regular season. It feels like they found the pick that they really want to accomplish something. Me and Core think we are very strong to take up the deal.
Really nice, and Core JJ's coming in to make a play. EG is shredded.
Versus Team Liquid, I don't think they can really pull off our early game style, but we can pull off their late game style and match them.
100 Thieves stormed C9 last time they played. It looked pretty good, but still not enough to win against us.
Yo, yo, welcome back to the LCS.
I like this crowd.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm never gonna take that for granted ever again.
Damn right.
Ever
I know, right?
again. I see you brought Nar out on stage with us.
Hey, we got to bring the whole crew.
Do you need like a comfort buddy or what's going on?
Well, the Baron plush is gone. I don't know what happened, Emily.
Are you that concerned
I
for
didn't
your
bring him out,
prediction
yeah.
that you needed a little bit of a
Look,
plush
I know
support?
we'll have the predictions coming out by the end.
We will.
I just hope the plushie was asked.
I didn't know we could bring
We did. I
Yeah,
don't know if we
thanks.
asked. No.
I hope.
For his prediction. We'll find out soon enough. All right, we promised you that we would keep breaking down this matchup when we came out onto the stage, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And I know that we did talk on the Bjergsen side of the mid lane matchup. We'll get to Abbedagge in a moment. First, I wanted to show people this graphic because taking to the stage today, we have 9 out of 10 of the players who have made it onto all-pro teams in some fashion. Most notably, Abbedagge is absent, and we'll talk about why that is. But these are regular season awards, and that is something to be noted. Someday, Blippo, though, we're going to the top lane. There's been so much discussion throughout the year about top lane when it came to MVP and people looking at Summit, him stumbling near the end, with Fudge moving out of the top lane. Blaze Olive, like, talk to me about the top lane landscape, or maybe even like your perspective of how Licorice had to kind of wade through it throughout the year.
Yeah, I think top lane is looking pretty strong, especially with Someday. I've been very impressed. I think he was definitely a weak point. Everyone pointed to him as a weak point, but I think he's demonstrated that they've built a team that can play through top lane much better. And honestly, I'm not sure how much of that is the threat of getting replaced or like the 6 men with tenacity, because he was brought in and people were maybe expecting him to be playing, but Someday's been playing the entire split. So I think that's like a very positive thing for him, and I think it's shown well that he's doing well.
Another thing too is that, remember, this is the team that went to Worlds, came back. It was a top lane centric meta at Worlds. And the fact that they were able to bring this team back as a solid 5, you learn lessons from experiences like that. And one of the lessons you learn is you have to be a flexible team if you're bound for internationals. And so this team, bot lane focused all kind of year long, found the reason of like, okay, we have to play through topside. So they started playing Jace, they started playing Tryndamere.
You got to be a flexible team to compete internationally, but as well, Emily, you got to be a flexible team and a flexible top laner to go up against Whippo.
Yes.
Of all people.
Yeah, I mean, so initially TL was like always categorized as like, okay, we have 4 like really strong standard players, and then there's Whippo in the top lane, and he can throw like anything at you. And I think that really works well for this team, right? Because I feel like he's someone who always seems to have something up his sleeve. And then on the Someday point, I wanted to add that like his own teammates have credited him for helping them stay stable, even while they were working out like some of their issues in games that they looked shakier. They're like, well, we can always rely on Someday to perform super well, pick Tryndamere, and we'll be all set.
I was going to say, Tryndamere's solo carry performances is all that
exactly.
rings true in my brain. From there, we're going back to the mid lane, though, to finish our conversation. And so we're going to hyper-focus on Abbedagge in his matchup against Bjergsen. Emily, we showed that graphic if only to remind people that, yes, during the regular season, it felt like, you know, the Abbedagge that helped them to a Summer Split championship was absent. But in the postseason, we see something very different.
Look at those damage % numbers. And then additionally, like CSD at 14. I don't even think these numbers necessarily tell the story, but like I did want to return to that all-pro graphic, right? Because if there's one player who is like, in his own words, like peaking at the right time, like improving significantly just in time for playoffs, like it's Abbedagge, who suddenly becomes such a massive point around which they can play.
Yeah, I think it seems like he wants it. The difference, I would say, between the regular season, where he was losing lanes at times in good matchups, to this point, where he's on fire. And it wasn't even like during playoffs too. It was week 8, the final week, in which I remember vividly the Vex game that he had, where he found that flank. And you're like, he is back to that beast, because he was a top 2 mid laner last split. Him and Jizuke were fighting it out. And then that dip was shocking. So the fact that we are back to seeing Abbedagge at peak form is really nice for 100 Thieves here tonight.
Yeah, I fully agree. I was really surprised at his performance earlier in the split. He's honestly a player that's hard for me to read. I don't have a good understanding of his playstyle and what his strengths are. And I think part of that is he wasn't playing as well, but...
Sorry, he was waving to everybody in the crowd, and I felt left out.
Oh, here we are. No worries. I think Abadage has been... I lost my train of thought.
Oh, no.
There it is.
Oh, no, I feel so bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
See what we have to deal with here?
We brought you on to lend. Okay. Oh, no.
There it is.
No.
It's Freak again.
Yeah,
It's just
you know.
Freak doing me.
Freak has trolled you twice now on stage.
He's very good at it. You know what that tells me is that his voice is indistinguishable and that it just has no real,
Of course.
flair to it.
Yes.
That's what that says to me. Okay, junglers, the only position we haven't talked about. This is a big one for me because at least on one side of the equation, when we talk about Santorin and just what chasing another trophy means to him, this is a guy who has never been shy about letting people know that he cares so deeply about eclipsing a couple of those more recent second place finishes and hoisting this trophy. And to be able to go through closer on your way there would make it feel that much sweeter.
I remember Mark saying, especially last split, that Santorin is a neutralizer for junglers because he is such a stable jungler, and anyone that goes up against him that is on fire, he can temper them, put them out. I look at that stats graphic we had prior, 7 solo kills for closer throughout the split. And that's just a regular season point because he's very consistent. But then he lit Cloud9 on fire in the last series. I don't not think that Santorin can deal with them.
I also think, given how strong this TL team is across the board, where 100 Thieves win would start would be from closer and early game actions because, according to TL themselves, even after facing EG, they're like, we have a lot of early game holes, and that's a really good point for closer to be able to exploit.
He's also looked excellent in every playoff series. Like, every single playoff series, like the last 4, he's looked amazing. I'm not sure what's going on, but if he keeps playing the way that he's been playing, 100 Thieves is going to have a very good chance at taking the title.
Yeah, we talk about Abadaga peaking as mid laner. I'd say Closer's doing exactly the same, and that's what makes this 100 Thieves team a real threat. As this felt like one of the closest playoff series that we had in terms of coming into it and expectation, we felt it was only right that we pull every single person on the broadcast team as well as some influencers from around the space for their predictions. So let's get that up on the screen.
Throw it up.
I'm really
16
curious.
different predictions all listed out here, so we'll take a moment to ingest it all. But at first glance, while we do have people on both sides of the coin, there is still favoritism towards Team Liquid from the masses. I do see, Raz, though, that you are in the 100 Thieves camp and the only one that's up here on the stage in that 100 Thieves camp.
Yeah.
So break it down for me.
For me, 100 Thieves during the playoffs run just looks so different, especially the way they treated Cloud9, I think was something to look at because a lot of people will say, okay, well, they're exploiting Cloud9 weaknesses. Well, still, their bot lane's been performing incredibly well. Their mid lane in Abadaga has been working really well with Closer. So I just think this team has been peaking at the right time.
All right, and real quickly, Blazov, I want to give you the TL side of the prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I think TL just has such a strong roster. They're going in through first place, and I think 100 Thieves looked really dominant against C9, but we don't know how strong C9 is compared to these top teams. So I think TL is definitely the safe choice. I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah.
It was very hard for me to choose between TL and 100, but I think it's going to be 5 games, and I think TL will be able to clutch it out. So.
All right, the arena's filled up, so real quick, if you think Team Liquid's going to win, give me a cheer. Ready? Go! Not bad.
That's pretty nice.
Not bad, not bad. Not
That's
bad.
nice.
They brought their support out. All
Look,
right.
I'm a little scared now.
And
I'm a little scared.
100 Thieves. Okay. I think I heard an extra decibel, I think, for Team Liquid, but it's not about what any of us think. It's about what the teams put out onto the stage. And with that, we are ready to get this day underway. So we're going to get ourselves off of this stage, and we're going to get the teams on. Let's do it.
welcome to week 3 of the LCS playoffs. Makes me so happy to bring you all into the studio once again. Last week, we bid farewell to Golden Guardians and FlyQuest, and Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses earned their right to fight in tomorrow's series. But today, we re-welcome the victors of week 1. It's time to meet our contenders, shall we? Everyone in the audience, rocking that black and red, bring your voices together for 100 Thieves! Their opponents hope to snuff their streak and their fire. Grab the reins and get loud for Team Liquid! Who will earn a spot straight into the championship finals? Who will drop a playoff series for the very first time? As we send things on over to our casters, Freak, Azael, and Jat. Everybody get loud one more time!
Thank you, Gabby, and thank you everyone here with us in Los Angeles. This is going to be a banger, a barn burner, a slobber knocker. Quick, what you got?
A real humdinger.
Or slaughter. Like one
Yes.
of them. Like it could be any of the above.
You're just like disappointment. Alternatively.
It depends who you're a fan of. I mean, when we're talking about this series, we've seen a lot of 3-0s in NA and even in the LEC playoffs when G2 had like 4 3-0s in a row. And a question will be like when when the first team wins a game, what are the adaptations? Because a lot of teams haven't made significant adaptations when they're pushed. So I just can't wait to see what happens in the series.
Yeah.
It'll be really interesting. I mean, I think everyone is very excited for the draft because it has been critical across all of LCS playoffs, I think worldwide as well. We're seeing a lot of teams stick with the same bands, stick with the same picks, win or lose throughout a lot of these series.
And what's interesting about these two teams in particular is we haven't seen them on stage in 2 weeks, but they're also playing on exactly the same patch they were 2.5 weeks ago. So they're haven't had time to test things on stage, but they may have had time to change a lot of things behind the scenes. And for a team, for actually both of these teams, they found the majority of their success on red side. At one point, 100 Thieves had 12 or 13 consecutive red side games. They were able to get red side against Cloud9 because Cloud9 was a blue side team. But here, TL, with choice, took red side and have a very good record there as well.
90% win rate on red side throughout this season. Absolutely dominant from the red side. It'll be curious to see, are they going to prioritize last picking a solo lane? Are they actually going to pick for this 2v2? Because a lot of people, I think, have their eyes on the bottom lane here. Core JJ and Hansama, so many expectations for these guys as a bot lane, when Hans came over this year.
And speaking back towards draft of what we saw in the previous series, there were a lot of target bans that 100 Thieves threw out towards Cloud9. They were banning Jace and Gnar in every single game. And likewise, TL was banning LeBlanc and Zeri in every single game. So you can see actually they're highly specialized towards the team they're playing against. And because there's different opponents, their bans have changed substantially.
It's also interesting because TL, they were getting Volibear banned against them constantly by EG, which is open. Zeri also 100% pick ban, throughout playoffs alongside Lee Sin. That is available. So 2 pretty high priority picks potentially up for grabs here.
And the analyst test talked about it as well. Just yesterday, we saw 100 Thieves versus TL play all 5 games. Of course, there was an academy team, like a letter A next to their logo, but that went all 5 games with TLA winning all 5 games with Zeri. Not every academy team is super integrated with the LCS team, but there is a level of information sharing of strategies, which you might be able to pull a little bit from the games that were yesterday.
And one thing I think we won't see drop off the ban table is the Lee Sin, though. It is closest most played champion all year long. We got a big fat goose egg for Santorin, not a Lee Sin player. So as far as adaptations, we're going to see change. Hey, we got a TF coming in through. That's going to be spicy.
Oh, okay. TF had kind of fallen out of favor for a while. So this feels like now you're probably fifth picking for Bwipo on red side. You're going to try to get a winning matchup for top lane, very likely play through that. You already have Core with Nautilus, highest priority support here, can move around the map. You can look to try to get aggressive with that. But these two teams have a tremendous amount of history. They've been playing each other not only in Academy, but in the winners bracket finals last year, in the finals last year, now in the winners bracket finals here. Potentially could have another rematch in the finals as well.
Ooh, good.
So they've been going back and forth. And while Lee Sin has been such high priority for closer, even you think back to playoffs in their championship run, when Lee Sin finally got taken away, it's Viego. You know, Viego, Lee Sin, these two kind of go hand in hand for him. He's been dominant on both. Zeri will get grabbed up here for FBI. So now they kind of have to decide, do they want to actually have parity in the roles? Do they want to match here? Do they want to go for jungle? Try to grab that up.
Yeah, either way, TL wasn't going to get parity in all roles because 100 Thieves did not go with the support pick. But I think Jinx is the standard play here into Zeri. The Jinx-Zeri handshake is something we actually saw 5 times when the Academy teams played yesterday.
And Zeri is actually winless in the LCS playoffs. So even though it is 100% pick ban, has been played 5 times, has lost all 5 games. We'll see if that remains to be true. But even more so with the Jinx coming through, I do think this is going to be a game where TL wants to play through topside. Very much expecting Bwipo to try to get a counter here. I just wonder, do they ban out something like the Ornn? Because Someday played 3 straight games of Ornn against Cloud9, was very effective on it, and it's hard to punish. So if you want to play towards topside, I do think banning the Ornn away here for TL with their 5th ban would make a lot of sense.
I think on the flip side, they're also throwing bans at Huhi's support pick. When you're looking at the way 100 Thieves traditionally drafts, they get counterpick support and counterpick top lane. So even if they did play 3 Ornn games, sometimes that was on the side of the counterpick, and they've decided here they have the main tank support in Nautilus. It's the one kind of blind pickable support that both Huhi and Core JJ are willing to do, and then they're just banning out 2 other support options.
Feels like almost you have to go J4 here for TL. Like a lot of the main champions that Santorin does go to are already banned out. I'll be curious to see if he goes for kind of a different route. But Viego taken away, Trundle plus Volley banned out. Yep. I think J4 is the obvious pick here for him. It pairs very well, with the TF. Point and click CC, follow up with the flag and drag. It's a very powerful gank and roaming squad again with the Nautilus, but a lot of pressure here now to find that big pick for topside, and Ornn not banned out is gonna get grabbed, and it'll be set support, a Huhi special, so really interesting draft thus far, and I'm just so curious. And TL have had to expect the Ornn because it seemed obvious to me, so I'm sure it is to them. And the question is, what does Bwipo have in store here to really make this draft worthwhile?
Right, there's no way your draft prep for 2 weeks is like, well, they played 3 straight games of Ornn 14 days ago. Got nothing, leave it up. I just hope he doesn't pick it this time around. Aatrox the hover, Aatrox the lock-in. Bwipo in on this one. That's gonna be a second Aatrox game of the year, by the way. He's already played it once across the 19 champs he's played so far.
And for what it's worth, this is a winning matchup. You saw a lot more of this, say, a year or 2 ago when Aatrox was a little bit stronger. But you need to actually have by the 20 or 30 minute mark, like a full item up on Ornn and able to make any progress in the side lane. That could be assisted by having the Twisted Fate, but it is definitely a little bit of a feast or famine pick when you're thinking about playing against Ornn. Bwipo has to win this lane by a lot.
It's really interesting. To me, it almost feels more like, you're focusing more mid-early game, with topside, utilize the pressure that the Aatrox has, try to take the objectives, with that power, pull him down towards the dragon fights, and then have Hansama as that late game insurance, less about playing through sides with the Aatrox and more about playing maybe 1-4 and fighting around these objectives, having Hansama try to do the heavy lifting in the late game. But they are going to have to get a lot done because there is a lot of scaling, I think, here on this 100 Thieves side between Sylas, Ornn, as well as Viego in the jungle, and Zeri is no slouch herself.
Alrighty, well, it's time to get ready for this game. 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, best of 5 for a spot in the finals. Let's go. Well, the question is, how wide is Team Liquid's top laner? Because they did the prep. They did the research. Sunday's on his 4th straight Ornn pick, and they're like, Whippo, we trust in the Aatrox.
Team Liquid brings out the cheer squad. 100 Thieves going to try and match that in game 2. I don't know if they have what it takes, though. TL brought a lot of people.
They're rolling deep. It's going to be an interesting level 1. You know, there was kind of a little bit of a stack towards mid lane from 100 Thieves, which is interesting. I think 100 Thieves, even though nothing happened there, you saw that they showed 1 mid and they had 2 on either side of mid lane. So I think what they were actually expecting was the level 1 where TL with Nautilus runs straight down mid and look for a 5-man fight. And they were actually looking to try to set up a bait for that. So I really appreciate these level 1s and the prep that goes into them. Even when nothing comes from it, there's been so much emphasis on level 1 throughout the last weeks of the LCS split and the playoffs.
I think it's also something the Team Liquid had been doing the entire year. So even though if you're not paying attention, you watch the game right now at 1:30 and think, oh yeah, it's just another game. But I think we're going to be in for some fireworks at some point in this series.
Anything spicy in the bottom lane. Now that's one of the powers of Zera. You can freely check Grudge with a skill shot. Nothing goes on, not going to be a problem down there. Gonna wait to see what actually comes through with, keep in mind this is Glacial Ignite set, so definitely putting damage out there, exactly the same runes, even the same spots for the summoner spells. Wow, very similar supports down there.
Yeah, Huhi and CoreJJ also really love pushing limits early on in lane phase. More so in scrims than on stage, but I mean, you could see level 1 and level 1, they're just willing to trade very early on. So expect some fireworks here.
And you saw Huhi actually juke up towards the anchor. They're gonna trade back and forth. Huhi, of course, plenty of regen. Keep in mind that set gets some free health regen when he gets low, or he eats his first potion there as well. But you know, wanted to tank the hook, make sure it doesn't go onto his AD carry. Try again. There's gonna be enough damage. He's just gonna die. Huhi just does not respect the anchor and sleep with the fishes. In the mid lane, it won't be lethal damage to Bjergsen, but decent poke.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they wanted to try to fight for level 2 there, and it felt like they just weren't on really the same page. Huhi was fully committing to it. FBI was kind of backing off there. And TL, they had to push faster. They get 2. Huhi dies for free on the bottom side there, and it goes to Hans, which makes it so much worse. A free first blood here. You know, it's these 3 minions. It's who's going to kill the 3 melees first. And Jinx with rockets is just going to be a lot faster.
It didn't actually look very close, but let's just track the minions right there. As you mentioned, it's the 3 melee minions up front.
There's 2. And he has attacked
so
the
they
third.
Just need 1 more.
But it's aggroed so weird.
That was very close.
They killed. So he killed the range minions actually to get it.
Yeah,
the
you can't
melee.
get it.
Yep.
Like the way level 2 works in a bot lane, you can kill all 3 range. It doesn't matter. You must kill the 3rd melee. So like, and that thing got stuck on a random minion, and so it was like nowhere near in range. And like that's knowable. Like that, I'm freaking diamond, and I know that. So that's a weird mistake from Huhi. He couldn't cheat that far up to get the minion, but oh well.
Yeah, definitely a punishing one for sure. TL already ahead. You know, they do have the strongest early game throughout the entire regular season. They were the team with the biggest average gold lead at 15. This is one of their strengths. And 100 Thieves, one of the criticisms of them is that they really kind of need to 5v5. They're excellent at 5v5, but that is their bread and butter. That is where they succeed as a team. So, falling behind early, not great. But Closer here, down towards this bottom side. Going to see if he can cover the push at the very least. But may try to look for a bit of action.
Yeah, he has a timing there, but it would almost require Team Liquid to get very aggressive.
Yeah.
When they don't need to. The wave is in a very safe, farmable spot for them right now.
Bjergsen in a similar spot as well, where Abadag has to walk pretty far up to make it happen, puts the control ward down, spots 7 movement available. And in fact, actually, with that control ward killing the trinket, there's always a chance Closer can sneak in somehow, something that's really weird, but ultimately he kind of needs his wave in. It's been a card poke, but gets to kill the cannon.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the waves like states across the map, TL has all 3 waves kind of frozen on their side, but it's also a jungle matchup where they're not in a huge danger of being invaded. Like normally having 3 lanes pushed in would be a really bad situation for a jungler to be in, but right now I don't think TL actually thinks that way, and they're comfortable just getting the CS.
I mean, Centauron's up a camp right now. Okay, Closer, yes, he's in. He's going to take Raptors. That's going to be gold lost, most likely. We'll see what this looks like. Of course, as the mid laners are scrapping, Smite's going to come in. He'll take the big chicken. How about the rest, though? His move speed buff is down, so is it going to matter? And ultimately, the answer is no. He's going to go ahead and lose almost the entire camp.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty dangerous scrap to take, though, because of the pushed mid lane and the fact that you're level 5 Sylas and level 5 TF that can both join. I think he was hoping the Closer would burn like 2 critical cooldowns, then he would have gone in. But since Closer didn't do that, it's just walk away.
Be able to get the Raptors and should be able to pull slightly ahead in farm off of that, with his Raptors respawning. Interested to see what Santorin can get done here, though, in the early stages. Jarvan, not one of the champions that you're really just going to want to sit back and chill on, so they are going to use the bot push that they had early, start up a dragon, a very quick first dragon here. And I think this is kind of the game plan. Utilize the pressure that you have from the Aatrox to be able to come down and fight for more of these dragons later on to try to use that early stacking. You expect to have the push in Jinx versus Zeri. You don't necessarily expect to have a first blood this early on, but they can utilize the pressure to really get this going here early.
Yeah, nice job right there, really early on, and we're of course on plenty of pace to get a well under 30-minute Dragon Soul if it happens. Hextech Dragon spawning the second. We'll see which Rift it's going to be. Which, just from high elo solo queue data, these are actually the lowest win rate Dragon Souls. So, if you're gonna Dragon stack, you're happy that Infernal and Hextech are out of the way. Mountain is the dream, by the way. Mountain is by far, it's like 5% over every other Dragon and Masters Plus.
You know roughly what those win rates are, though.
Yeah. It's like 93% if you get a Mountain Soul.
But still, like 88 is still pretty good.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm just saying, going from 88 to 93 is like a really big deal.
It is.
It's like you cut half your losses off.
Soul win rates are always interesting, too.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, if you have access to get 4 dragons, then you're largely winning the game already.
Of course.
Yeah. But, definitely if you can get any Soul, it's going to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And Azale, you were mentioning earlier how, thinking about the way these two teams match up against each other, 100 Thieves has gotten a lot of their win streak from scaling up.
Oh, he is Ignite from Spellbook.
This is big, though.
Good flash, actually forced it away someday. Forcing respect and getting a big summoner out of it.
Gets the summoner for the ult, so temporarily he's going to have an advantage because Bwipo actually had to ult as well. And they have a pushing mid lane, so I wonder if they're going to try and dive this. But speaking about the teams more generally, 100 Thieves has been a very good late game team during their win streak. But I'd say Team Liquid has also been that good of a late game team. Like when Team Liquid went to 5 games against Evil Geniuses, the games they lost are the games where they got steamrolled by an early game composition from EG. So I really wonder in this game, or as the series progresses, how much scaling is really going to matter. Because on one side, you have really good scaling from Jinx, but they're taking less scaling with an Aatrox into the Ornn. So depending on whether or not TL can snowball this early game advantage, I think could really track the draft in different directions later on in the series.
One thing I'm concerned about actually is as people talk about Jinx's late game power, it's often in the follow-up. Her entire steroid is getting the first reset, right? Because she has no innate attack speed buffs with range, minigun form is really risky. TF doesn't do much damage. Aatrox can do some. Jarvan's gonna go pretty tanky. Where's that first kill coming from? Are you burning through an Ornn with TF Jinx without Get Excited? You may never get that, Jinx streak.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I do think that early on, they do have a significant amount of burst. When you talk about lower damage, I still think that TF can be pretty threatening in the earlier stages, right? And I do think that they're going to try to play heavily for objectives and utilize the Aatrox's power early to do that. Ornn on one item is not immune by any means. If we get to that 6-item game, I think it becomes more relevant, but it looks like they should be able to secure this.
Gonna be a claim. TL, Santorin gets it. Here comes the rest of everyone else.
They can
TF
walk out. Just walk out.
Up. Yeah, walk to the top left. Should be no problem. Bwipo, of course, can always jump the wall. So kind of plays. Yeah, threatening a flank angle, basically, if they kind of dive into our 4 JJ. There's the jump, and TL gets the objective and gets out scot-free.
And this is where I think 100 Thieves, you should just realize that they're going to be able to get away, go back towards mid, push that wave in a little bit faster, try to trade a plate or something from it. Because in this case, the wave was just in parity in mid, so they won't even be able to get any advantage. TL will walk away with the first 2 objectives. They're already up 1.3k gold. They have first blood on the Jinx. You have that Herald to potentially crack a tower, and maybe even utilize that right around this next dragon spawn to kind of guarantee that second dragon for yourself.
And I think a lot of those advantages have come from that level 2 skirmish in the bottom lane. They got lane control off of that.
Wow.
That gave them first dragon. They were first to move up into the top lane towards the Rift Herald, partially because they had that bottom lane advantage. And now, this is something Hans Sama is extremely good at, is taking that one small advantage and finding the right timings to buy items. Right after the roam to Rift Herald, perfect gold to get Kraken. He doesn't even have boots yet, but no one is going to be able to duel him while he has this item. He's so far ahead of the curve for first Mythic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very difficult to actually get onto him. They do have quite a bit of peel as well. 3 frontliners in front of them, gold cards to kind of pick. It'll be interesting to see if 100 Thieves is going to try to contest for this next dragon at all, or if TL is just going to allow them to go for it and try to use Herald across map, because they could just prioritize the gold. But I do think with their early lead on bot side, continuing to stack dragons just makes so much sense from the position TL's in.
Pretty good. 45 seconds to go. And as you mentioned, the bot lane spike really uncontestable here. TPs are going to be, well, it is down for Bwipo. I'm not sure if somebody has it available underneath the Ignite. I assume not. I assume they traded TPs earlier on, around minute 4, so, or minute 8 or whatever, so going to be a bit.
It'll be interesting to see if Closer wants to go up towards topside, because if they want to cross map, you can actually look for a kill on Bwipo. You know, Someday held on to his Spellbook Ignite this whole time. Now, that is why that got flashed earlier. He's actually going to use it now. So he wants the TP, so that means his TP is ready. If you're just going to drop the Ignite like that, you're trying to be ready for a Dragon fight. So to me, that's actually signifying that 100 Thieves are considering contesting this Dragon.
This is really interesting because Bwipo needs to play this aggressively right now because he doesn't want to give Someday a window to ult in, but he's actually taking a ton of damage in doing so, and it's also meaning that Team Liquid's not making a move up towards the Dragon right now.
All right. Taking the time. TP still going to be down for 30 seconds for Bwipo. They've got the timing window right now to pull in Someday. 100 Thieves. Time will tick against them as it's going to be Bwipo staying in top lane. They're going to lock up. There's the first zap. Damage on a Huhi right now. CoreJJ comes in. Joe! Wow, it's just death already. Huhi's going to drop 2-0 TL. FBI firing in. Flash away for Santor and a triple slow. And that's the ulti in for Abadaga, stealing away not all the ulti, but a gold card going to slow it down.
Here now.
CoreJJ in danger. Not going to get out. Someday Sharks the kill. Thanks very much. Bwipo gets to take some turret placing this side of the map, but a 1-for-1 team fight and a Dragon goes to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really interesting how that played out. Someday uses the leash teleport to go to the turret, so he's a little bit slow, where 100 Thieves knew they would eventually have the numbers advantage for that fight. That's why they're able to trade 1-for-1. Nice sidestep. Bwipo ends up getting a couple plates, but I think the important thing is stopping the early Dragon stack, which 100 Thieves is able to pull.
Again, the man's got the mechanics. That might have been through fog as well.
Bjergsen, I see you.
From the
side steps there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you do get the Dragon, but it costs a teleport. Now, TL are going to have TP advantage. They do get a couple plates on top side. This is just one of those ults just to stop recalls. Hans loves to do this, and we've been seeing this more this year, I think, than ever before on Jinxes, where they're using their ults to scout, they're using their ults to delay recalls and ruin tempo. This initial play, very good from TL. They knew they had a small window to go and get a kill before the Ornn could arrive.
And I think we're going to see a lot more of this, where Nautilus picks a target, TF will think about going to that target. They didn't even need TF at that time, but like the upfront burst to get the first kill you were talking about earlier, Freak, whether that's going to be the Ornn or not, I think it's actually going to be set more often than not. They're going to try and take Huhi out of the game and snowball the fights from there.
Yeah, it worked so well so far. You can see, obviously, the TP doesn't end up mattering, except for the fact that obviously it was 5v4. And yeah, as the Herald charge comes in, you're going to share the plate because it always happens in the charge, and then looks like it's the share in the third one as well, but a lot of money in there onto Bwipo's hands. 120 CS, among the highest in the game, and just so much money.
And look at the gold lead, just like that, right? We're not even 13 minutes in. They're 3.5K up. That is a very significant gold lead here already for TL. Yes, 100 Thieves did slow the Dragon stacking. It is going to be Mountain Soul on the table, though. And you look at the gold graph, top 4 earners are all TL.
I mean, how frequent is it that you don't even see 100 Thieves get a plate?
Yeah.
All 3 of TL's turrets are sitting on 5 plates, so that obviously adds to the gold lead, and it is a slightly different look. We were talking earlier about 100 Thieves and TL both being strong late-game teams, but when you're able to amass a 4,000 gold lead pre-14 minutes, that gives them a lot of levers to try and snowball this game home.
The fact that Hansama was actually up gold compared to Bwipo, with obviously the first blood mattering, but he's also mined 3 turret plates at a bot lane. Like, that is such an accelerated Jinx that, yeah, you're going to get through those champions. You mentioned Huhi being a prime target. That seems very likely. Now Abadaga, in time, realizes, all right, this is dangerous. TF going to be in range, and that's going to be a lot going on. Just chains the crowd go together. They're going to knock him down. 100 Thieves get, or sorry, 100 Thieves drop. TL gets kill number 3.
Really nicely done. The Spellbook Ignite there. He has no stopwatch. They have that read. They realize there's no way he can survive on that. And his flash was down. CoreJJ in trouble on the bot side, though.
Good dunk. Nice jump
TV
into the wall now as well. It's going to be enough now with the air showing up. Who's going to flash away, knocked into the air, but now FBI trying to kite away, taking decent damage. Firing back in. Closer already down. Hit a bit more. Should be able to jump the wall soon. Is able to get out. 1-0 again.
And Bjergsen is everywhere. He gets the kill mid lane with the help of Santorin. Then 9 seconds after his teleport becomes unleashed, he finds a way to teleport in behind 100 Thieves to also help him in bot lane.
Bwipo still pushing the most in the top side, right? We got the charge on second turret. That's really beneficial because it means you've got a reasonable way. Ooh, this is going to be nice. Abadaga had already stolen the TF ulti. Is it going to be enough to find the target?
He's bot lane with that.
He's bot lane, so it's just a scrap up there, and it was going to time out, I assume. So he's like, well, okay, I'll go somewhere. And okay, I'm scared. Okay, we see him.
Yep, goes bot to catch the wave. Bounties already turning on. That is one thing, you know, in the favor of 100 Thieves. If they can win a fight, if they can get access to those towers, they can get a big injection of gold potentially from those bounties. But TL are cruising over a 5,000 gold lead here, 15 minutes in. Jinx is on, 1.5 items. By the next Dragon, potentially, he could have a PD. And if Jinx is on 2 items with both summons available, like, that feels so hard to fight.
And also, with the amount of single target lockdown TL has, gotta watch out for Core JJ here, though.
So again, the front line is battling. Who he gonna put in the punch, but now pulled right back in. I don't know if you're gonna get out of this one anymore. 100 HP left, and Bjergsen lands the last card. Knocks him down. FBI gonna drop as well. And FBI open up, mid lane open up. This one's going away fast. TL pushing in for more.
Turning into a stomp, and it's actually 100 Thieves who was pushed up a little bit there, but TL just kind of hit him with the wallet when that fight happened. Look at mythic items completed for everyone on their team. You see Silas still sitting there on a chapter and a Kindle gem. And one other thing to track actually is the duration of time TL can keep someone locked up in order to get the first kill for Jinx. You have cooldown boots on Silas. You have no Mercury treads anywhere else on the entire team. So a gold card, Jarvan knockup, Nautilus CC, that's a lot of time where they're going to be able to set up those first kills to get Jinx on the run.
I mean, they have an incredible amount of lockdown. If any of that hits, you even have the chompers to be able to follow up. There's so much to keep them locked in place and get that first kill. And, it's like you were talking about later in the game, Freak, I do agree, it's very hard to kill off the Ornn, but in the early and mid-game stages, when you're on 1-2 items, like rapid-fire gold card, all your burst into one target, that person just dies, and that's what we've been seeing so far. Now a 7,000 gold lead, absurd. This early. TL are just stomping 100 Thieves in game number 1. 100 Thieves are going to go topside, not contest the Dragon, because they say, all right, let's get a bounty top. Let's take down this tower, stack 4-man top. If one person comes to answer, you get a kill, you get the tower, you try to get some sort of gold back in your pockets, because they need to slow the bleeding here and fast.
Yeah, the Ornn's the only one unkilled. Everyone else is definitely a squishy target, and they're just getting caught out constantly. And it turns out that, you've got a great pressing bottom lane. You've got a lot of early pressure, and that early pressure is pushing through. So 100 Thieves getting picked off so often.
I think TL is just going to try and stop them from even getting this objective bounty. 100 Thieves, it's a chance to come back, but there's the TF. They see them all.
Full vision. What's going to happen now, TP? Yes, indeed. And it's going to retreat so far, but Naga trying to get away from Bjergsen. Happen to isolate that. They find the stun. Santorin's going to flash in for the rest of it. There's the dunk, a flash to safety. She will kill him. Oh, it's not in range. I think he was out of range. It wasn't a sidestep. Now has an ulti available. Going to find one stun. Heals up for a bit, but he's still going to drop. And is there anything else going on here? Sunday looks like he's not going to be the target. A 1-for-0 again. TL just keep getting kill after kill after kill.
They're just unwilling to even give up that bounty up on top side. They defend it with TP advantage. Zeri was showing mid. Wimpo is on bot side, but he can TP up there, so they get the kill. Bjergsen's pushing out top. He has TP to join if they need him. And they can grab this Dragon here easy peasy with Abadaga down with TP up for Bjergsen. TL are going to get side lane pressure and the Dragon and the kill. They're just taking everything at once on the map.
And I really love that call by TL to delay the Dragon a minute. Huhi is just locked down as well. It's a 2v3 though.
Big shield, gets down to 300 HP. Yeah, thankfully it doesn't instantly die.
And the reason I love the move top lane so much is that TL just kind of sensed that 100 Thieves was going for a trade. And TL is so far ahead, they're of the mindset that they're not going to trade anything.
He's spotted.
He could be in a lot of trouble.
He's over the wall, move speed, a slow, look pretty good. Bjergsen does have flash, there's a way out, not gonna happen. It took a long time, but 100 Thieves are finally back on the board. Gold goes to FBI.
That was a little bit of a cocky play. I mean, they're making a push on bot side with Herald, so maybe he thought 100 Thieves will be responding to that and allow him to get that blue buff for free, so wanted to try to make that read. He does get the push and actually almost took out the tier 2 top as well. They do get tier 2 bot. But at least he just kind of accepted his fate and didn't waste any summoners, right? Because that's the worst case scenario. If you try to flash, you waste your stopwatch and all that. Because he was dead to rights there. There was vision everywhere from 100 Thieves.
7.5 though, still the difference. And there wasn't much of a kill bounty. Of course, only 2 kills in the TF, but gonna try for the objective. Getting it done decently, spamming objectives for some attack speed. It's a little bit more, and at this point, I think you die for it. You get a lot, right? Extra gold picked up, but now what's gonna happen? Bjergsen's there for the stun. They're gonna find that kill. But hey, long form, it was still
Gold
beneficial.
Gold card, Everfrost, Aatrox W.
Yeah.
You just can't move.
Yeah, this is brutal. Bjergsen's having an incredible game, and this is kind of Bjergsen. It's something he's done for a lot of his career. Even when he has a quiet regular season, playoff Bjergsen is just a different beast. And even with the year off last year, coaching, he's back and he's in form. He has been really strong, I think, through both their series, the last couple weeks of the regular season as well, bringing out picks like the Ahri, becoming much less of that passenger and much more of the carrying force, the driving force for the team. I think he has been the standout in this first game as well.
I also think if Team Liquid's able to close this game cleanly, which it is looking like they're able to do, I don't know if we'll see more TF this series. It was actually a pick that was banned 100% of the time by Cloud9 against 100 Thieves. That's one of the reasons I think it was an early takeaway by TL here. That was with the, quote, counter pick up. It's more of an answer in Silas, and it's just not working at all.
Looking pretty strong right now in the mid lane as we got a lot of damage going across. Pretty good CC, stop out of the burn, but now the re-engage is here. And Hans gets the reset. He's going to kill everybody now. Huhi, again, the first to drop. Stopwatch means absolutely nothing. Abanaga going to fall. Looks for the TF, but Bjergsen already got away. That's the map control. That's 3 for nothing. That's TL getting even more.
21 minutes into the game. If this were a scrim, we'd be going into game 2 right now.
Yeah, that's an effect for sure. Hans untouched throughout that whole fight. The health bars are looking like it's going back and forth, but you look at Hans, he's untouched, he's free-firing the whole time, never even forced to use a summoner there, and he is just putting out way too much damage way too early for 100 Thieves to be able to deal with. You can't blame them for looking for any sort of a picks because the game has completely got away from them. The only way you come back is through a number of picks in a row. So as they walk through, it's a nice 2-man knockup, but they just can't capitalize on it well enough. They don't have the damage to burst through these tanky targets. Bjergsen even having the stopwatch and a spellbook barrier to help survive.
Yeah, and I think another thing we're seeing in these fights, the Silas arrives just now, after already the set is down and all the main cooldowns of 100 Thieves have been going down. So one of the reasons TL has had so many advantageous fights is their wave control has been really solid. And then TF also, with having the teleport and the global up whenever he wants, is just more mobile than what Silas has been able to do this game.
Look at Zeri's damage. Like, FP actually put out a ton of damage there. The amount of healing that Popo did in that fight, like, he did, I want to say at least 2,000-3,000 in healing. Like, it was absurd throughout that fight. He filled up his health bar multiple times there. And was such a tanky, champion, like acting as that front line for the team just with this drain tanking. Because I think their only healing debuff is actually the Thornmail.
There's a Bramble on Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday, but he's not hitting him, so he's just full healing off everyone.
Pretty good. Ult's gonna land. They're gonna get Hansama for a CC, but notice the range for anything. The dunk comes in for Jarvan. Maybe it's gonna be enough though. Horn comes across, and it doesn't mean anything. It's gonna be Abadaga dead again. Flashed up, doesn't matter. Dunk comes through for who he is gonna try. FBI still firing, but down goes 1, down goes 2, down goes 3, and 4, and 5. Everyone's gone. A quadra kill for Hansama. They started winning through bot. They're ending winning through bot. Team Liquid, an absolute slaughter. A 23-minute Nexus kill. 100 Thieves took 0 chance in this game. They had no way into it. TL crushed game 1.
Annihilation from TL. A statement game to start off the winners bracket finals here. Hansama 7-0-7. The beneficiary of a lot of those plays. And TL made the most of the misstep from Huhi early. They get the early first blood on Jinx. They took control from that. Bjergsen was everywhere on the map. They took all of the neutral objectives early. Got the first Herald, got the first Dragon, got the first Tower, got the first blood. And TL just never relinquished that. They just kept extending their advantage more and more and more.
A near perfect game from Team Liquid there. One thing, the TF takeaway I think was huge. I've seen a lot of TF games go that way. It's one of the reasons the teams that play TF, it just gets banned. Because if you're able to get an advantage somewhere other than mid, TF makes it so that advantage never goes away. I think it'll be really interesting to see how 100 Thieves bounce back from that. They are a very seasoned team. It's not like they haven't even lost to Team Liquid in series before, right? We've talked about how they played in the winners bracket final last year, the grand final last year, the winners bracket final again. A lot of history coalescing between these two teams, and I mean, TL looked amazing that game, but I think we got a lot of series left.
I think a lot of that game did come down to the 2-minute, 30-second bot lane scuffle, right? Where it's like, well, now we lost infinite control, where both these AD carries should have rights to play through early game. Like, Zeri feels great at one item, but you had a 9-minute Kraken Slayer. It's like, well, never mind. We feel good never in this matchup. And that snowballed the rest of the map. It really felt like they got to do everything they wanted from the bottom lane. So well done there. Team Liquid are that much closer to the grand final stage in Houston. But if you're in Texas and can't join us at Energy, don't worry. Buffalo Wild Wings and Green Park are holding a spring finals watch party in Dallas on April 24th. Get together with League fans, eat some wings, watch some games. What could be better? I mean, maybe being in person, do that one too, but absolutely outstanding, right? Please, either one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Either one is good.
Either one is good. Both are great.
But one is better.
Both are great. One is better. That's it for us. Let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I'm sure that's what they wanted from me.
Yes.
It's exactly what I wanted, Freak. I always get what I want from you, my friend. And Team Liquid, they got what they wanted here in game number 1. A dominant opening victory in this best of 5 against the defending champions in 100 Thieves. We are going to start, as we always do, in the draft. We heard the casters themselves putting a lot of focus onto the TF mid, and Ablal, that was something that you had pointed out pretty early on. Hey, these are two teams that like to focus and like to play around that pick specifically.
Yeah, TF is a champion that has had a lot of prio in different regions. Not every region is high prioing TF, but 100 Thieves and TL were the two teams in NA that were still like prioing TF very, very highly. So I'm not surprised that they picked TF really early, and it's one of those champions where if you don't get a win on it, then the other team won't respect it for the entire series. Look at the Fnatic series where Humanoid picked it 3 times and lost every game.
Yeah.
But because TL got this win, even if it might not have been the TF that won the game, it's going to put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves.
100%. It's just game morphing because now you're always thinking about
What game are we playing
TF
now?
port. Huh?
What game are we playing now?
Not Smash.
We are not playing Smash, I tell you that much.
Thank God.
Thank
I'm
God.
done with that one.
I appreciate that. But like in this game where you're early picking it, and I know that the Tom Kench was banned actually by 100 Thieves, but you're dealing with set bot lane or in top lane. Theoretically, it's really difficult to set up for dives if they're playing respectfully. So you can either have, you know, the Twisted Fate that's always moving with the jungle and you're always finding plays, or it's just useless. But in this game, that wasn't the case. Even though the lanes, I guess that's the point, right? The lanes around the TF were just winning. It reminds me of literally this play, the 2v2 kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is where they got ahead, right? Because you do look at 100 Thieves comp and you're like, okay, they have a bunch of answers for this Twisted Fate pick. And this, we talked about bot lane 2v2s and the fact that they were going to be fighting to get that level 2, and TL and Core win it right here. And this actually changes the entire dynamic of their early game.
Yeah, this set into Nautilus is like a very lane-focused counter pick, and if you don't get the lane off on a good start, it's gonna feel useless the whole game. Kuki has often felt really strong in the set. He's looked really good, but this game definitely was not a highlight.
Yeah, in so many ways, a signature pick of his, right? And he takes a quick gut punch out the gate on it and losing that 2v2. That, in a number of ways, as we said, opened the floodgates for Team Liquid, and they started to mount just an absolutely nutty gold lead, right?
Yeah, it wasn't the safe, slow buildup of just resources that you're used to with Team Liquid. They just started to slap 100 Thieves. And so like the team fights like that, and you look at the goal graph where the moment Team Liquid understood that they had a pretty large advantage and they were playing through Bwipo, it did not feel like 100 Thieves had any window to take fights.
In so many ways, though, this gold graph is what you expect out of, as we are calling them in a number of ways, like the most consistent, solid team in the LCS, where it just kind of continues to grow and build. Only a couple spikes within all of that, and one of those spikes is something that I know Olive and Raz want to go over in our version of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. I'm sending you both over to the telestrator. We're breaking down the second Drake of the game and how Team Liquid comes out ahead.
Actually, Marco's just a little bit behind here.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna snag it.
Go for it.
Thank God we're breaking this one down and not the Smash game we were playing earlier.
That'd be a quick breakdown, right?
Yeah, that was fast.
Let's relax. Let's start. Let's move on. Why don't we? All right, into the State Farm Neighborhood Tactic. Because the focus that we're going to be having here, Olive, is actually just the Drake setup. Second Drake is coming back up. If you look towards, kind of pause right here and circle, boom, boom, between both top laners. Someday has TP. Meanwhile, not the case for the Aatrox. What's your mentality here, generally speaking, about this Drake fight? Like, Team Liquid's the one setting up for it. Do you like that?
I think TL's starting the Drake snowball is something that they do often. I think it's definitely a stylistic choice. Not every team prioritizes Drake really highly, but looking at the top lane matchups, Aatrox into Ornn, the Aatrox is already winning lane now.
Yeah.
He's up like 10, 15 CS, so if the Ornn goes behind any farther, it's going to be a disaster situation. So in my head, you can't expect this top TP to really swing the game unless you will guaranteed win the game off this dragon fight, which is very unlikely to happen with the way the setup happens because TL has first setup.
Exactly. So we just play it through. You see from the top side of the map, Ornn is basing. He's pretty low on mana, and he wants to be able to TP. Remember, this is before 14 minutes, so if we just look right in here, he's just going to be TPing early into this one. So he just wants to be on the map as soon as possible. But kind of that thing what we were talking about, All Team Liquid needs to do here is back away. And sure, they lose this Drake. It's not like them stacking Drakes anyways. They have the first Drake. 100 Thieves would be taking theirs. And so at first, this seems like a big win for 100 Thieves. They're the one taking a kill. They're the one that had TP advances that are pressuring, but this happens.
Yeah, and this is like very, very bad for the game state. It might not seem like it's so bad, but earlier in the game, Team Liquid already secured the Herald. So when you opt into making this TP down to bot lane, you're essentially giving the whole tower to the Aatrox. And when you have a Zeri AD carry, Zeri's not known for being able to shred tanks this early into the game.
Yeah.
So it's very risky play for 100 Thieves and ends up really biting them later.
So just kind of wrapping it up throughout all of this, even though it seemed like a positive play for 100 Thieves being able to take the kill on towards Nautilus, with Herald, as you had mentioned, being picked up by J4, just go straight top because that's one plate being picked up from Aatrox. That's also like 2 waves basically that he was able to deny from Ornn, and he just full clears the turret. And so that turns into a 2.2 gold swing in Team Liquid's favor. So that was just a really interesting part of the game that we wanted to break down. And I loved it from Team Liquid. I mean, they lost the kill. Oh, and Nar's back.
Yeah, look
There he
at
is.
that.
I don't know who did it, but I appreciate you.
We had our best people on it, Raz.
Yes,
Nice.
there we go.
Absolutely. Emily, what do you make of all that?
Yeah, I'm really glad you pointed this play out specifically because I feel like a lot of times when someone takes an objective, you just automatically think like, oh, that must be good, right? And it depends on how the other team reacts and the overall map state. I think TL overall did a really great job. Like we talked about that early, level 2 kill from TL when they managed to get that in the bot lane.
Yeah.
They actually were able to snowball that into complete bot side pressure, into that first Drake. During this second Drake fight, they actually are able to take advantage of it with a set play on the other side. I'm really glad you guys pointed that.
It is so easy to hyper-focus on the kill feed. And see that one kill go over, then see the dragon secured and be like, all right, 100 Thieves making moves.
Injection.
You have to consider everything that they're sacrificing and investing in order to make those bits of gains. Now, as we kind of refocus towards game number 2, I do want to highlight one more individual on the side of Team Liquid, and that is Santorin. While, yes, the 2v2 kill went the way of Team Liquid early, yes, the TF pick, I'm sure, will be contested throughout the game. All of you made the point that it wasn't necessarily the determining factor in the game. And Emily, we have put a hyper focus on Closer and Santorin as a matchup. And what a performance out of this TL jungler in game number 1.
He was really able to affect the map. And I talked about, okay, how are 100T going to be able to go up against Santorin, who's kind of someone that we identify as like a neutralizer of other junglers just based on his experience and the way he plays to kind of always make the, like, as objectively best play as possible running through all these different scenarios. And I do think if 100 Thieves are looking at this game, they're like, we need to get Closer involved way earlier so he doesn't get shut down and so Santorin doesn't have as much of an impact.
Well, we know this much. We've already got one change going into game number 2, and that's with side selection. 100 Thieves is going for red side. So let's talk about some of the changes we might expect them to make, Olive, in game number 2, either around that jungle or the mid lane matchup, now getting second choice and counter pick opportunities. Should they be utilized? Should they look at the TF? Should they look at the jungle matchup? Where would you like to see them focus in the draft?
Well, started off in the bans actually, because TL banned Ahri, which is something that they have had banned against them a lot.
Okay.
So I expect 100 Thieves has to ban that because clearly TL thinks it's first pick worthy.
Yeah.
I also think that the last pick for top lane is going to be very important. TL has picked red side like very often. I think 100 Thieves has as well. And last pick top lane is like very important, especially against Whippo. He has so many unique picks that he can play that it's very valuable to force him to blind something. I think that red side is definitely going to help 100 Thieves.
And it will be the battle for red side then today in this series between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. If yesterday's Academy series is any indication, that means this second game we're in for a close battle with 100 Thieves victory on the other side to keep pushing us forward. The pressure is definitely on for the 100 Thieves squad, though, as they look to tie things up in the series. Game 2 coming up right after this.
Again, the front line is battling. Who he gonna put in the punch, but now pulled right back in. I don't know if he's gonna get out of this one anymore. 100 HP left, and Bjergsen lands the last card. Knocks him down. FBI gonna drop as well. And FBI open up, mid lane open up. This one's going away fast. Dunk comes through for who he's gonna try. FBI still firing, but down goes 1, down goes 2, down goes 3, and 4, and 5. Everyone's gone. A quadra kill for Hansama. They started winning through bot. They're ending winning through bot. Team Liquid, an absolute slaughter.
Oh.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
I think FBI is playing well recently. It feels like he's trying to do a lot of pressure for his team. I'll be aware of it and try to have as much pressure as he has. I think it's going to be a nice battle against him.
Well, we had a fun battle, but it was short-lived in game one. They gave us 23 minutes on the Rift. I mean, we said it was going to be maybe a barn burner. You said maybe it'd be a slaughter. So
never
far,
know.
the slaughterhouse is on fire. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was definitely a fun matchup for like half of the ball.
Yeah.
Right? Every match at League of Legends is a very fun game, but sometimes only fun for half the players. That's what I've learned.
That's true, and yeah, I mean, it tilted over really, really fast. I got to shout out, by the way, Whippo and Centurion both waved to me. I really appreciate that. It is one of the nice things
You're
about.
just gonna bribe the players to wave to you more often? Is that what this
Well,
is?
I mean, I like being in pregame chat and chatting. I will always remember Smithy would always like troll in chat and like shift enter then type as someone else.
Yeah.
and I liked that. It was fun. It was like a fun thing you would see.
That's not Bjergsen.
That is in fact
Or is
not. Who knows?
If you're wondering why we're not in Champ Select yet, this is your answer.
Yeah.
They're doing a little bit of a swap, you know?
Yeah.
Bjergsen is late swapping to coach, you know?
I mean,
Gilito's swapping in. I mean, it worked out for Bjergsen, so why wouldn't it work out for Gilito?
True.
Coaches are pretty good at mid lane, apparently, with
Yeah.
that sample size of Bjergsen.
Yeah, typical egotistical TL coaches, am I right? Just, you can't get rid of them. They show up more than they should. They're just always here. It's really, really
I'll have
strange.
no part of this.
Yeah, of course. No, don't worry about it. Contact lens issue. Yeah. It's actually just kind of accurate. But yeah, I'm always just a fan of being here in the studio with the teams, obviously with the fans here as well, because you get that interaction. You get to like wave at each other. I remember I need to see that sign again. I hope both teams have a good time, because that's a 10 out of 10
That's
sign,
very
and I
wholesome.
appreciate that. Because we had it on camera. I've actually just like tried to doing it like in the pregame chat. Like, I hope both teams have fun. I'm like, thanks, man. Hope you did too. And it's just kind of fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of the players are also friends, so the banter and stuff in pregame lobbies is actually a lot of fun to see. But very interested to see what 100 Thieves is actually going to bring out here in game number 2. I'm gonna be honest, seeing Reaper's face after that first game, he looked distraught. He looked like very unhappy after that, and I was not expecting to see a team look that down after just the first game. It can maybe give a little bit of insight into maybe something else has been going on with the team. Maybe they've been having some struggles, or hey, maybe you thought that this is going to be your best draft. You won that draft hard, and you get slapped, and it's hard to know where to go from there.
That's what's so interesting about these types of games, especially with we've only had this particular playoff format for about a year. So when you win that first round matchup, and then there's no patch change, and you don't play a stage game from 2 weeks, so much can happen in between. One, you're never going to be scrimming against 100 Thieves. But then two, about 4 of the teams aren't even in LCS anymore, so they're not scrimming. And then after the last weekend's games, there's only 4 teams in LCS, so like the pockets of information that you can scrim with just keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. It's one reason it's really important to have an academy team that you can scrim well against later into these long playoff formats. But then, the second thing is you really just don't know what's been happening to this team in the last 2 weeks, and a lot can actually change. So we're reading into the Reaper thing a little bit. Like, on one hand,
we definitely are, but he looked very unhappy.
Yeah. On one thing, the Reaper face that we saw, this was before break if you want to like scrub back in the YouTube VOD or something, but he just looked very distraught, and it could be, wow, we've lost all our scrims and we just got slammed. There's nothing we have left. Or, one of our players was doing this all couple weeks in scrims and it's just happening on stage and I'm so tilted. Or he has a headache.
Yeah, it could be nothing.
It could actually be nothing, but it is always interesting to watch these teams after such a long break.
And I do find, maybe in this case is not, and we're obviously kind of going down a rabbit hole because we are on a little bit of a delay here. But I do find player faces are very indicative of their chances remaining in a series. Very oftentimes, if you're looking at
with
cameras,
glasses.
And you see a team looking really, really down in the player cams. It's often very hard for them to actually bounce back, and that's why I think it is so important to have players on your team and coaches on your team who can be that positive influence when things are going bad, can crack a joke, can make people laugh, can kind of have the mental reset a little bit, because it can be really, really tough when you're working all year long towards something and you have it kind of feeling like it's crumbling down around you.
How many more times you got to adjust the glasses though? I'm counting 8 so far. I just want to know, like how much does it take to be comfortable?
A lot.
9. All right.
I will say, as someone who wears glasses, wearing glasses with tight headphones can be very uncomfortable. And so that's I'm feeling like those headphones are probably very tight, and those glasses are probably squished into the side of his head. It's probably uncomfortable.
I believe it. Yeah.
Where he wears contacts.
Yeah, I tried wearing like blue light blocking glasses for a little while on my computer, and I'm like, but I wear headphones all the time, and I'm like, this is really uncomfortable. And I stopped really quickly.
It is.
Comparing game 1 draft to game 2 draft. They swap sides. The loser of the game
TF
in a
and
series
Jinx
always
both
gets choice.
gone.
They chose red. Exactly. TF and Jinx, 2 champions they lost to, no longer there. The bans that they have dropped for 100 Thieves specifically, they banned Tahm Kench, Gangplank, and Veigar. We were talking about why they might be doing these things. Tahm Kench will be bot lane dominance. The Gangplank ban might have been to set up a blind pick Ornn, and the Veigar might have been to set up the ability to blind pick a scaling mid laner like Azir, Corki, or Victor. So a totally different approach here from 100 Thieves as they swap sides.
And this is interesting, so the Ahri going to get banned out. Zeri is up again here. Will the priority be on Zeri now that Jinx is banned out for TL? That is something I'm really curious about. Not willing to first pick the Nautilus, but obviously not willing to give that away. So they aren't wanting to first pick support. And I do think Zeri feels like the most obvious go-to here as a result, but it's going to be LeBlanc. So blind LeBlanc for Bjergsen, kind of throwing down the gauntlet a little bit to Abidaga, because when you blind solo on first pick like this, you get double counter pick on red side, right? You can counter pick in your first round for Abidaga, and then you can counter pick last pick here for Someday as well. So Bjergsen looking to get aggressive.
I absolutely agree. I also think this could be a little bit of a meta read thing from TL where they just think LeBlanc is OP.
Yeah.
Because in their series against Evil Geniuses, they banned LeBlanc all 5 games. So if it's up, they're not going to let the other team have it, and they take it first.
Also, and again, I mean, it's his clear second priority. Lee Sin has been first banned every single time for TL. He's like, okay, first chance I get, I'm grabbing Viego.
I wonder if TL are going to go, really kind of early game skewed and go towards the Volibear, which has been getting banned out against them constantly, because Volley plus LeBlanc, there's not a lot of 2v2s that can actually go up against that. And that's something they're going to have to be, careful about. Closer here is going to be back on the Viego. Lee Sin banned away again. And it will be the Aphelios priority here for FBI, so still going that scaling route. Hans has been also really happy to go the more supportive route, and actually one of the guys who's playing Ashe a lot, which can be very effective. So if you want to play, higher damage and higher priority towards mid and play around the LeBlanc, you can go that supportive route and just forgo the Zeri, let that fall through, and go something that doesn't need as much help, like a Jhin or an Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, you can see 100 Thieves.
Zeri anyway.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Zeri 0-6 in the LCS playoffs so far. So will the curse be broken, or
100% pick ban?
Is TL going to? Yeah, exactly. It's clearly highly prized. People consider it good, and with a sample of 6 games, it's not that hard to coin flip into 6 losses if she is, just slightly better than the average champion.
Yeah.
Either way, Albus hasn't looked good so far, but we'll see what comes out of this one. TL definitely have the better early game champion. I would say in LeBlanc in general. Zeri definitely. Aphelios does outscale that. J4, so
this is full
TL
ganking early.
are trying to take you down quick.
I find this really interesting, actually, because I was thinking of what Santorin would play into Viego in particular. Trundle, Volibear, Jarvan. So he had 3.
Yep.
They could have gone to 4-5 and maybe power pick something like a Leona here. But I think what they saw is
Vex
specifically wanting Jarvan against Aphelios for the team fight phase is what they went for. Because I think any of those 3 junglers, well, specifically more Volibear and Jarvan, would have been a very good pairing with LeBlanc, but Jarvan is more for team fight.
Yep, absolutely. Volley, I think, is such a strong early game skirmisher, but it does fall off a lot more in the later stages. Jarvan's still bringing that utility. Vex here, though, obviously the Gloom passive being really powerful against champions with dashes. J4, LeBlanc, Zeri, all have dashes, pretty valuable there. Also, some safety can be grabbed by...
is that Kobe?
Yeah, that's Kobe behind that, for sure. Kobe's been pushing the Alawi. It's not going to happen, man. I've told Kobe, I'm telling you, I'm sorry.
If anyone does it,
whip up. No one's going to pick Alawi.
Yeah. He's banned.
That's terrible. Yeah, no cat.
Yeah, Rengar maybe. Of all the champions, Whippo, by the way, was on 18 champions coming into last game, not 19. And I was off by 1 as a pure guess. I counted, was off by 1. Yeah, Price is right. I was over, right? So just completely dead. But yeah, Rengar is a good split pusher right now. And yeah, if he's going to play Alawi.
I don't think he's blinding Rengar.
No,
put that
that seems really unlikely. But you never know. 100 Thieves could pick Ornn on 4 here if they're really concerned about it.
Don't think he's picking Rengar into the Ornn either, though.
Who knows?
So we'll see.
I have no idea what that matchup looks like. But Team Liquid are like, hey, if you want to go keep playing Ornn, go ahead. Didn't work last time, buddy.
Yeah.
They clearly could ban top lane. They're like, nah, your fighters are better.
They could blind Ornn again if they want to get 2v2 advantage. But I think blinding your support makes sense. Leona's a high prio engaged champion here. They banned away some of these champions that they were a little bit worried about. Yuumi, Renata, they have a dive that they're setting up. So I think banning out Renata was really smart. Such powerful counter engage from Renata. Now it's going to have to be Whippo who is blinding. Will he go something a little bit more passive, or will he be the one that's kind of tasked with engaging?
It depends on the support pick in some ways.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're actually going to lock this. I mean, if they do, it feels like that you have a little bit more pressure on them, but no, it's not going to be. So, wow, they're just going to blind Aatrox. I feel like this is basically saying, you're just going to play Ornn every game. And like, I just want this matchup. Prove me wrong. So this is interesting, just blinding it. Because it's been 4 straight Ornn games. If he just picks Ornn into it, then TL kind of have the read. But Gnar would be a tougher matchup, certainly, for the Aatrox. But it is one where you can find all-in pressure.
Nice.
Okay.
Remember, Tryndamere did receive a little bit of a nerf coming into this patch, so it's not the same power as it was during the regular split. It is definitely a wildly different looking draft than we saw in game 1. Aside from the Aatrox and the Jarvan.
On 100 Thieves, this is 4 divers, right? You have Aphelios, but 4 people that want to dive in here. It's going to be really, really interesting. Ssumday has had some really strong Tryndamere games. He's also had some ones where he's created individual leads, but hasn't been able to close it out. It is a strong scaling pick here. You know, I do think you can outscale the Aatrox in the 1v1, but if Aatrox gets ahead of you, it can be very punishing because he has so much sustain. You can never threaten the all-in, and then you lose access to the wave, and when you lose access to the wave as Tryndamere, you become useless.
I do wonder a little bit about like the way fights can set up. I can see TL, it's all flanking, it's all kind of engaged, but for 100 Thieves, having that Aphelios with a bunch of divers does seem like it's going to be a hard game for FBI to pilot.
All right, 100 Thieves got to bounce back. Ssumday is 12-0, 12 KDA and 3-1 on his Tryndamere. Will they come back? Let's find out.
Already, this top lane is going to be spicy. Whippo going Ignite here. Wants to be able to threaten the all-ins early. Again, so much of beating Tryndamere in matchups is denying him the wave, because if he can't auto-attack consistently, get that rage, he can't threaten all-ins, he has much less sustain. With the Ignite here, you can threaten a pre-6 kill. It's going to be very difficult for Ssumday, but at the same time, it kind of draws the attention of both junglers up there, because if you can force bad backs for an Ignite top laner, you lose so much.
Gonna be a lot of fun though. They see, okay, no one's in that brush. Woo! Yeah, vision. I mean, that's a sport play right there. We saw a brush and he's like, yes! No one's in there, we're safe. I mean, what else can you be excited for as a sport player, you know?
I'm just thinking about this Aatrox pick more. It's like, how do you actually prep for Whippo? Because the answer is you can. And it's not like picking Aatrox is this wild thing. It was a meta pick for years, especially going back to like 2018 Worlds. But he's played like 18 different champions. There's all these other picks for the meta. And then he just rolls up and blind picks Aatrox twice. Whippo is unlike anyone else.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about this guy is that, you know, he has such extreme confidence in his own play, and he doesn't feel the need to emulate what other players are doing, right? One of my memories of Whippo is always thinking back to the All-Stars events where he's playing 1v1, and he was playing such different picks than other people and winning this 1v1 tournament with these really different picks and different builds on the picks. Because of the way he just thinks through his kind of logic about the game is very different from a lot of other top pros.
Yeah, it's really cool. The only thing wider than Whippo's champ pool is Whippo himself. You know, it's really incredible.
Had to get that.
I was waiting. Like, you're sitting there.
This little smile on your face. You're like, oh, I got something cooking. I was like, what is it for you?
Yeah, I've got a little easy bake oven there. It's not gourmet, but
it's definitely not gourmet.
No, nothing I've done has ever been gourmet. They wanted the microwave for 5 minutes.
Food porn of jokes.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, 3 AM Jokes its own subreddit, by the way. You know, I'm practically a moderator there. Anyway, yeah, good start right now. 100 Thieves got level 2 first.
Wow.
They did not get first blood, though. So, you know, clearly different results going to this one. But yes, Aphelios and Leona.
95 gold lead.
Wow, huge. And some of that's just in the 3 minutes.
Is it comebackable, Jet?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm willing to say that there's a high probability.
Oh, it's 25 now. Yeah, I think it's a big, they made it. Wow.
Swing.
They're back.
I can't believe they just got the entire gold lead reverted just off of that CS. That's really good mechanics. Wave clear, going back and forth the mid side. Bjergsen wanted to get in range for the W, cannot find it. Not gonna have much more going on there. Does have the chain, didn't go for the attempt on it. And now we get to see the oversized sword top lane battle. Ultimately, they're just going for the minions instead.
Yeah, both junglers I think are going to want to be paying attention towards topside. Santorin did skip one camp, same path here as Closer, getting a bit of a deep ward. And both guys are going to be at scuttle on spawn. The question is there any sort of early game play? Like, is the wave stacking top? I can't really see with the minimap. And if that wave's stacking, is he going to path up? He's just going to go for a quick recall here. Someday paying respect, not trading too heavily, allowing him to push in that wave. But without Santorin up there, there's no threat of actually getting any sort of dive off. So it's going to be a play towards mid or nothing.
Oh, gotta watch out here.
Got the engage. Is going to be enough for the stun. Yes, they'll land that as well. No good way out. First blood comes through. It's FBI's turn to earn 400 gold.
Oh, that's exactly the start 100 Thieves wants. And now Closer's trying to cut off the retreat path of Hans Sama. But it would be very difficult to dive, especially once they see Santorin.
Yeah, that's so big. Getting it on FBI, it's the exact reverse situation there now. FBI, with the early lead here on the scaling pick. Trading here in mid lane. As you can see, when you snap back, the Gloom Auto is going to come out. Hans?
Decent damage.
Nice dash.
Yeah. Not an easy way to get the rest of the damage coming through. They know Ignite is down, so okay, just dash when the stun comes through and it'll be mostly fine. Stays alive, 700 gold lead right now. Thieves looking pretty good. Santorin seeing what you push the wave in, because Bjergsen's freezing.
Yeah, but that ward over by Raptors should have spotted him actually walking through. So they had eyes on him. It's a good deep ward that does spot him. Even though Abidaga doesn't see him in the brush, you know that he's going to be there. And Bjergsen is trying to pull this wave into an awkward spot. It's the same thing he did last game on the TF. He likes to aggro the wave, walk to the side, try to set up this little mini freeze, try to bait his opponent into staying around longer to try to fully crash. In this case, Abidaga is able to get that crash in, even though he's on no mana, will be able to get the reset.
Yeah, I think it's something that Bjergsen has actually been very good at for his entire career. Doesn't end up doing anything in this instance, but it's definitely the type of thing you need to do if you're trying to set up ganks with LeBlanc.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's one of those things where if you didn't have that ward on Raptors that saw Santorin, maybe you don't push it in. Maybe you're too scared to actually walk up and do that, and that can get you an incremental advantage. These little advantages can help to chip away, as this lane ward is going to be critical. This lane ward here is going to spot Closer as he walks through. Bwipo has the read that it would be a lane gank, and that's just smart play from him.
Good engage, yeah, stuns interrupt Rakan W, so knocks him out of it pretty quickly there. Able to dash back the second time through with E, and he's going to be all right. Ultimately, a little bit of stop. Now they're going to trade back and forth yet again. Misses the sweet spot from Bwipo. It's going to be 1 CS difference, but more for Bwipo to farm.
I think what Bwipo has done in this lane is actually doing more for TL's overall map state than it initially looks like. Closer spends so much time up here just to allow Someday the safety of crashing the wave. Remember, if Closer isn't up here, then the threat of the Bwipo Santorin gank before Someday was 6 would have been much higher. And since they got the first blood down in the bot side, that's 100 Thieves, like the first dragon could have been taken if they didn't have to come up here.
And Someday still hasn't even gotten a first base off now. He's in trouble here.
Oh, pretty big damage here. It's flashed into the Q. Decent damage. Ghost is on, though. And wow, okay. Doesn't want to ignite for ult. The cooldown's longer.
Exactly. Bwipo was trying to force out the ult there on the flash Q3. Was hoping he was going to ult and then use the ignite afterwards for a kill, but now Santorin, it looks like he's in trouble.
Both supports here as well. 4v4 shortly, and it's going to be Abidaga getting away with some life. A nice engage comes across the fear. Santorin will not yet die. Someday gets one. He'll have to ult, times it against it. Okay, just barely at the end. 1-for-1 though, right jungler from mid. Abidaga did lose his life on that play.
Yeah, the exhaust was critical there from Core onto the Vex when he dove in. I think Someday's ult was actually late there. I think the tower hit him first. He lived with about a couple HP, then ulted.
Calculated. The man's galaxy brain.
That was close. As Core's going to stay around and actually hold this wave. So again, it's this manipulation of the mid wave. He'll pull it to the side. It's not going to be a full hard freeze, but he will deny most of, if not that entire wave. And so back here to the top side, again, Bwipo is trying to stop the recall. He got the early push. Remember, Somebody's not playing TP either, so Somebody has never based. When he's spinning slashes in, he pops it, he goes in for the Q3, gets the auto. He was hoping Someday would ult there so that when he came back without ult, he could use the ignite to get a kill.
Oh, hello. Going back in yet again, but a re-engage looking pretty good. Abidaga, days are numbered, trying to walk away. 100 HP left onto him. Need one more shot. They're going to get it. Core JJ just takes him down.
This is literally off of the freeze that Core just set up. Because you have that freeze, so you have to call your support mid as Abidaga to say, hey, I need help. We've got to crash this wave. But TL just show up as well. They bring their jungler, they bring their support, knowing that's the play the 100 Thieves have to do, and they're one step ahead.
They're running the play over and over again. The first time it didn't work because there was a ward on Raptors, but then the next 2 times that they've ran the play, it's been able to work. So Abidaga definitely not having a good time. He had a really rough regular season, really bounced back in a big way 2 weeks ago, but this, in both games, has been a heavily Bjergsen-favored mid lane.
It's really well done because now you've got TL up in gold right now. First blood, of course, is still that free extra 150, but this is TL doing so well in the late laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the solos. That's what TL is playing for, right? The solos are actually very far ahead in farm in both of these lanes and in early stages of the game. If they can continue to extend that advantage, it will mean a lot. The Tabby's rush here, very effective. It's Tryndamere and Viego. It's 2 auto attackers. It's pretty much a no-brainer there to be able to go for that. And Closer, will get spotted, so they have the idea that he's in the area. TL are moving up. We'll see if they want to try to contest.
Very late time, though.
Yeah, Zeri's moving though. They're not actually trying to trade plates. They're going back.
Yeah, Santorin knows the controller in that brush above him because his sweeper spots the sort of wireframe of it. Abbedagge in a good enough spot where Santorin's not going to have an easy way in. Says, is there going to be a sloppy play? Looks like there's not going to be one. Easy Smite takes it. And he tries, right? Like, is there something that's going to happen for us? They're actually going to go for the knock up here because Aatrox on the way down. And it's going to force the ult. Closer may have not needed it, but ultimately he says, we'll burn the cooldown, make sure I'm safe, and going to claim that.
Little plays like that do make it much harder to pull off Rift Herald, but they're here again!
The chain, the double knock at the done! Just everything lands! World domination! Bwipo gets wider and wider!
That looked very cool.
That was sick.
The visuals of everything, but that's the time the TL saved not contesting the Rift Herald. They basically looked like they were going back down bottom lane, but Core ends up sticking around. I think 100 Thieves loses track of it, and they're able to pull off a massive combo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this initial play forces out the ulti. Santorin had a lot of patience here, didn't over-contest. But again, it's the frozen wave. Bjergsen has done this constantly with the help of his team. He comes to help push this out. They spot Core, but in he goes. R flash W, the dunk over top, the multi-man knockup over top, everything layered.
But I'm so glad you pointed out the wave here. That wave has been there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's been the thing that generates every single positive play for TL this game.
It's beautiful. Like, that is the power of wave manipulation. When you're down in a matchup, when you're losing the 1v1 and the wave is frozen on you, you need help. It's just the way it is at the pro level. And every single time, TL is saying, you're going to come, we're going to come too, and we're going to use the additional power that we already have. I mean, this is a 30 CS advantage at 10 minutes in mid lane. Like, this sort of a mid lane gap just doesn't really happen in pro play anymore.
Yeah, and it's also more because whenever 100 Thieves is trying to send resources to help out Abbedagge, TL is just sending the same number, and then the advantage of the wave and the LeBlanc is enough to turn the tide.
It's going to freeze again. It's the same situation. He needs to reset it, but he's max ranging these Qs with Closer behind him because he knows he cannot walk up himself. And Bjergsen, again, can just kind of slowly trim the wave and then pull the range minions to the side if he wants to keep this freeze. So he's going to tank it. You pull it to the side. It's the same play. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
They have to bring Tryndamere to break this freeze.
Oh my god. This is actually a disaster. Mid lane is going so bad for them.
Gonna lose plates top. Like, there's already one plate down in the top lane. They're gonna lose the second one here if he gets to keep autoing it here on the Aatrox's side. Finally, the wave is in, but keep in mind as well, like, Krugs were up for the last 40 seconds. Closer lost at Krug camp. That's like 130 gold and like half a level in XP. Bjergsen has earned that for his jungler.
And the other thing we're going to have to track as LeBlanc gets more and more gold in this game is how difficult can LeBlanc make Aphelios' game.
Yeah.
LeBlanc is one of the best champions against Aphelios who needs to stand and hit with the high mobility and the high burst that she's able to provide. So even though FBI did get that first blood that completely turned game one when there was a 2v2 kill, I don't know if it's going to have the same impact here in game two.
He's going to be in range of the teammate. There's the E. Yep, going to be fine. Again, stuns interrupt Rakan W. You can kick him out of that. That's why a lot of these stun champions actually work really well into him because you can interrupt that spell and you either blow the distance away or you prevent the knockup. That's all really positive. But yeah, ultimately, has a teammate. Going to get out. Core JJ not going to be taken down here. Someday gets away from the pullbacks, but still, the sweet spot comes in for Bwipo. It is a pretty large CS lead, looking around 20. There's a few to kill, so maybe call it 15.
Yep.
And now Bjergsen finally going to push a wave in. We'll see if he's going to get a recall or a roam off because of it.
Yeah, I mean, he was creating an early advantage by himself. They had that pressure. He got both of the kills off that mid lane play, which is so good for him because not only does he get the gold advantage from that, but then Someday had to drop a wave to bail out his mid laner on the push, which just puts him even further behind. So now it's at the point where he's having to get zoned off because Aatrox is really tough to actually farm these range minions against. Aatrox from ahead will harass you on every range minion, just set up the Qs, poke you time and time and time again.
Looking to Hansa, maybe now a fight down here. Who's going to be stunned up? Will he be the casualty? They're going to find an ulti and good damage out of Inferno, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have the follow through to who he is going to drop. and TL just keeps winning. First blood or not, it doesn't matter. Everyone else is better. Nice start on the tower dive here. Bwippo drops aggro, pulls it back in, and just gets taken down. The Q was backwards.
And it was also the Ignite tick when Bwippo went back into turret range that re-aggroed the turret, so had a huge advantage, but fumbles it at the last moment there. In terms of the bot lane fight, FBI just wasn't in range to join there, so TL was able to get a nice hit, and the Rift Herald goes completely to waste. So even with the bit of a misplay by Bwippo in the top lane, TL, I think, back in control of this game.
Yeah, I do think that's huge for top lane, though. He's going to get 2 plates plus the kill. Like, that should have been a solo kill. He actually could stay for 3 if he wants. Bjergsen's roaming up to try to prevent that, but Bwippo had that solo kill, but he got too close to the tower. If he doesn't take that additional tower shot, the ultimate's about to expire, and you get 1 auto in after that. You kill this guy, and his game is over. It's so punishing to die without TP.
Actually, much more than just a kill. Bwippo was about 700 gold ahead of Someday before that play. Now he's 450 gold behind. So an over 1K head-to-head gold swing in this play.
Plus 3 plates. And Bwippo, I think, did set this up very well. You harass on the range minions. Every time they try to step up, you go for this. You know, Bwippo's initial setup of it was very nice here, chunking him down when the last one hits both parts of that. Ignite goes in, hits the W, and now you just have to stand out of tower range. But he's standing too close to the tower. He took, I would say 2 to 3 of those tower shots were not needed. He knows he absolutely bungled that, and that's his lead gone.
And I gotta say, I think I don't think you're allowed to ignite early against Tryndamere. Like, you don't really want to ult like ignite pre-ult because he wants to use the Q heal when the ult ends to get his health back up. Grievous Winds ends by that point if you're igniting pre-ult. So, like, not only do you lose all your Ignite damage because he ults during it, you don't even get the Grievous Wounds during it because he won't press Q until it's done. And that just felt so early on so many levels to me.
Yeah, I think his thought process is basically, I'm going to Ignite so he can't delay his ult with his Q because he has the kill guaranteed after. I definitely see what you're saying. I think he would have had the kill either way, you know, had he just not been in tower range, but that's a really costly one because when it's all combat sums versus all combat sums, any mistake in top lane can snowball it in the other direction. And now full tower is gone.
Yeah, last thing I'll say in that though, Vex was on the way up towards the top lane, so maybe he was feeling rushed because Vex was on the way, but a lot of map trading happening here. TL takes the Dragon, 100 Thieves moves up for second Herald, and first turrets get traded. So Tryndamere completely in the clear now, 1,000 gold up against Aatrox, which was not the case 3 minutes ago.
Oh, 12 KDA coming into this match, 3-1 on the Tryndamere, and now looking at another good look. He's caught up in CS. It was the 20th episode, I think, or so before. Obviously, bot lane, yes, the turret fell. The gold went to Han. Somehow it's going to feel good. It was first turret gold as well, so a bonus 150. But we've got a pretty close game here, under 1K. Comebackable, certainly.
Yep, and now, I mean, for TL, you don't win side anymore, right? You look at the itemization. It's Gale Force, plus he already has the Executioners. He is going to outscale you in that 1v1 on the Tryndamere. So now it's much more about playing for objectives. You know, thankfully for TL, they did get the first 2 dragons, you know, due to that mid lane pressure that they had. They're controlling that bottom side. And so Aatrox is going to be, you know, more about just answering waves and then moving to the fight, dropping waves and dropping tower pressure to try to move for the 5v5 because you don't dominate in that side.
Well, Bjergsen going to be on the side, though, for now, and obviously not an easy answer to him unless we see how the Tryndamere can stack up. Obviously, Bjergsen could probably get away any given time. Chain and Dash going to do a lot for him, and no one's answering this wave. He's getting a lot of time just sitting there, autoing, and you know, no one's going to stop him at all. Everyone's on, a lot of people are on Fog, but he might just kill this entire tower.
Yeah, they're just trading for bot.
Yeah, it's a bit of a two-way trade here where both teams have kind of lost control of the side of the jungle where their split pusher is on. The question will be here is whether or not 100 Thieves sticks around for that second turret. I don't think they can because TL can match, but there's definitely some room for an explosive game here.
Here's going to TP, but I'm going to start walking down, it looks like. See if they want to fight for this one. I mean, the charge should happen if they keep Bwippo busy. He can't auto the Herald, so we knew that's going to happen. Ignite comes down. Yeah, puts the heal down. Will not need to do anything else. So
continue.
Survives that one. And he's healthy enough. Burns the Ghost. Still has ulti. Not an easy re-engage. They get the charge at the very least. If Jin could stay down there, he'll get something done. But since the wave's getting caught up, no one's still holding top. So it is 100 Thieves losing gold from the Bjergsen split push.
Yeah, going to be able to deny at least a bit there. You know, the big person kind of missing out on the 100 Thieves side is still the Vex. You know, Vex is not going to be a big part of the game unless you can kind of find more your CC is more what you're going for rather than your burst when you're this far behind. But Aphelios obviously doing very well, has a lot of farm, got the first blood, and Someday is going to be in a great position now here too. And you look at the junglers, well, Viego is much more of a scaling jungler than the Jarvan. So I think off of that mistake from Whipple on top side, 100 Thieves I think are in a pretty good spot to be able to potentially contest this next dragon. And I think a lot of this game for TL will come down to the third dragon. If they can utilize Aatrox to power, get that third dragon, threaten Soul Point here, Ocean Soul on Aatrox makes this champion just like a whole nother level.
And now we get to see what happens, because 100 Thieves gonna try to find their way back into this one, right? Down 2,000 gold and down the dragons. Love to see what they can do with Tryndamere team fighting to get the next objective. And as they put some wards down, they are kind of setting up the ability to split push. You can see Someday really here early to see, okay, who's gonna pick up the top wave. But yeah, TL aren't there yet, so no pick to be found. Got to see Bjergsen on ward, actually. Recall just comes through. Bjergsen would have just about right there face check Tryndamere.
I do think it's going to be pretty hard for 100 Thieves to make fights happen. Throughout their rise, they've been such a good front-to-back team fighting team, right? Huhi and FBI set up fights in a great way, and even in their win against Cloud9, they had triple Orns for some days, so their front-to-back setup was really strong. I'm just trying to think, like, when they're posturing for this dragon, how they realistically get in and lock down Zeri, for instance, Hansama, who's a flash cleanse Zeri. I think it's going to be really difficult.
I think realistically, you have to have, Tryndamere and Vex coming from the sides. You get a Vex ult into the back line, and Leona goes forward, and you kind of have to have a multi-man pincer. Because I agree, playing front to back, you can't just go through everyone to the Zeri. You're going to get locked up. And CoreJJ is playing Exhaust, right? He is playing this to actually shut down the Tryndamere in this case. It could have been the Vex if Vex was having a better game, but I think in this case, if Tryndamere goes in the back line, you're getting exhausted and CC'd up instantly by Core, and it's going to make it very difficult to take down the Zeri.
Bit of a fear, but Santorin easily able to jump back into the Krug pit, stay alive. CoreJJ almost in danger, but of course can just W into the Baron pit and be fine now as well. As Abidaga goes for some of the CS. It's going to drop 2 of the melees, so a bit of gold lost by slightly over-clearing. We're on a Void Staff second very early on for Bjergsen as the only real AP threat in his team. No one's really building much MR, but if it's ever built, he'll pen it.
100 Thieves does have first access to River, though, because they were able to clear the mid wave. However, Bwipo was the one who was able to push in the bot lane, so now TL is actually going to gain their access through the bot lane. And 100 Thieves is kind of trapped in here. Yeah,
they're getting surrounded a little bit. This does get somewhat awkward, but TL don't have eyes on where everyone is, board. So it's hard for them to actually start anything.
Core's going to put the ulti on, going to find the knockup, and there's the dunk already. FBI is gone, and they'll find the next one too, but first they're going to leave him. They're going to go for the rest of the team right now. Abidaga about to be rooted up. His flash is already gone from earlier, and they find kill number 2 and 3. Someday on the way out, but what an engage by CoreJJ.
We said third dragon setup was going to be big for Team Liquid, and that was a pretty definitive answer that they're okay, and you got to see how hard this game is going to be for FBI's Aphelios to survive. They had the mid-wave push initially to gain access to Dragon, but then, like, who's the front line? Who's stopping the engage? Core gets a flank, Bjergsen comes from the other side, and they take full control of this game.
And Abidaga's reset was really late. The 4-man squad for 100 Thieves were there very, very early, but they didn't have eyes on where everyone was from TL. And Abidaga's walking down mid lane. As soon as TL see him, you'll see it on the mini-map. CoreJJ actually spots the Vex up on the top side, and as soon as he sees the Vex, he just engages away from him towards his squad. And Vex is not really a part of this fight whatsoever. Aphelios dies instantaneously there.
And coordination has been there for TL this series, but twice in this game. That's like the same combo we've seen. It's the Rakan flies in as the Aatrox arrives, and multiple people die in that burst.
Yeah, Jat, you talked to me about Dragon setups on JLXP. Shout out JLXP, by the way. But the setup around Dragon, as you would coach TL, and their clue is still doing well, so good job, teaching them.
Not quite, but
anyway. The whole point about Dragon setups, though, is like, you need a point where you're like, now we fight. Right?
Yes.
This is the brush where we kill you. They had mid control. They took the river, and they're like, oh, no, we just let them all in the whole time.
So specifically what happened to 100 Thieves there when we're talking about Dragon setups is if you are to go into the Dragon pit, you need a clear spot with which you can fight. If you're just going to be there to start the Dragon, you are almost always going to lose because the other team is going to have free shots to engage on you. I think 100 Thieves actually recognized they're in the wrong spot, which is why they were backing away. They didn't even start that Dragon, but at the time, it was too late.
Picked off.
It's been tough. I mean, Abidaga has just been kind of trapped under a tower trying to answer waves. He's been down 2 levels for a long time now. And with this pressure on the side, he just got so far behind early, he can't really contest the LeBlanc. He's not really a threat in the team fights. The rotations are going to be late because he's trying to answer the towers, and Bjergsen just distorts in there, finishes off that tier 2. And just like that, 7,000 gold lead plus soul point. TL have taken what was starting to feel like a very close game that 100 Thieves kind of battled back into and made it not close at all. And they're just starting Baron now.
And 3,200 of that gold is on the mid diff.
That's insane.
70 CS.
This is like
and
season
kills.
5, season 6 mid lane just like taking over.
It's definitely been a bit of a throwback game in terms of how mid lane is played, but we got to focus in on this Baron because we got to see if 100 Thieves can get it in time.
Alrighty, well, when will you get vision? Whippo gonna find and engage with his jungler. They're gonna go for Bjergsen, and Bjergsen's down, the shutdown. FBI is alive, red, white, he just barely gets away. Looking for the next engage though, as Santorin walks out, and now Aatrox maybe left out to drive. Whippo, will he fall? 2 picked up, 100 Thieves, and it's gonna be Hans Sama running away, but the chase is in for the Vex. Babadaga, he's getting kited. Oh, Hans Sama, you gotta believe it. Takes him down, the only man standing, but you have to believe Baron will still be claimed.
Yeah, this should be Baron for 100 Thieves. That is massive. The 100 Thieves team fight coming up clutch. 4 for 1 for 100 Thieves. We can see it again in the Rocket flip the switch replay here. Bjergsen going over the wall. He was spotted with the sweeper. They're ready for him. And the instant CC there going down onto him. He gets rooted. They dash in with the Vex. They kill him off right away. And FBI here had red, white, has the ulti to try to kite back and survive.
Huhi and FBI, with the positioning of FBI and the instant CC of Huhi, were able to counter that play. I mean, if TL isn't even looking to turn and they just go to burst that Baron, they probably get it. This is such a massive turning point in the game to keep 100 Thieves alive.
Whew.
Oh, that was close.
That's why you like bruiser builds. You survive the assassination damage. Unfortunately, Vex them, but his Zhonya's not a lot of IP on that one. Couldn't get the one completed.
But I mean, Vex now got a big injection of gold. Like, that got him to the Zhonyas. I don't even think he had that last fight. You know, he got a 700 gold shutdown onto Bjergsen, and just like that, he's relevant.
Finds the engage. There's a knocker, but he's going to be pretty tanky in that one. There's a shutdown. Core JJ has gone. FBI gets one. Bjergsen's here, but FBI is safe. Stopwatch is burned. Good knockups there from the top laner. Hans Sama takes down the Vex. In for a bit more. Close it down his GA. A double kill for Hans. The third one now coming for the jungler, and they're going to get number 4 as well. You may have killed one, but everyone else is here for revenge.
The coordination really does come in strong from TL once again. Bjergsen, Everfrost with the LeBlanc to set up the rest of the combo onto FBI. They can get Soul, likely, but they're going to have to set up this mid lane first.
I mean, 100 Thieves, they were the ones forcing that, though, it felt like. And now someday he's in trouble here trying to make something happen, but they can chase him down.
He's got Flash and Ghost.
Gale Force, Q heal, gets out. Stopwatch out of Whippo. So Flash for Stopwatch, turret still falls, playing to the edge of Someday.
I mean, Someday is not with the team. He did not have TP. They did not have eyes on the Aatrox. And 100 Thieves were very confident with the Baron buff, with that gold that they had just gotten. But they take that fight, they lose it. And let's watch this again, because I think they are the ones who are really engaging it here. Yeah, it's Abadaga going in onto core. They're looking for the play, but Whippo is already here coming from the Wolf Pit, and the TP arrives from Bjergsen.
It was a 4v3, but it has to be fast because Tryndamere can't arrive, and there are 2 TPs on the side of TL. So once Santorin makes that re-engage, it buys so much time, especially with the GA, for everyone on TL to arrive. And then look at this Bjergsen play. Getting the root, timed with the Zeri hopping over the wall, and just total annihilation by TL.
And it's one of those things that I think because it's that 4v3, it works if you kill a carry, right?
Yeah.
But you're committing all your spells to killing off Core JJ, and you kill him off, everything is still available for the TL carries. So yes, now you've cut it down to potentially a 4v4, but everything is up for TL. They are free firing, and you get punished so heavily for this. This game, though, very close, but TL now, the gold is lying to you because they have the Ocean Soul, and that for Aatrox is just so ridiculously strong.
Yep.
And he is closing in on his GA as well. This is going to be a tough guy to deal with.
Yeah. All his healing amped up by his kit. Obviously, you get a mortal reminder if you're targeting him, but otherwise, he's regenning fast.
Exactly. Tryndamere can mount him in a side lane, but when a team fight happens, there's like Abadaga is so far behind the mid lane curve, 100 CS down now.
Yep.
FBI really doesn't want to make a stop for healing reduction, so it's very tough for them to fit it in with the deficit they're facing.
Yeah, I mean, someday, you know, he has so much of your gold, like he has to be going for the Zeri or LeBlanc or someone. You can't just sit there and auto attack Whippo, I don't feel, in most team fights. So, you know, likely it's just up to Huhi to put the Ignite down on him for that healing debuff. But someone's going to have to start picking up some more healing debuffs because against Ocean Soul, I just think whether you want to do it or not, you don't have an option.
You got to make a stop.
Yeah.
I think Aphelios is sitting on 530 gold. and Abadage had 1300. He just built the Neon Seal Large Rod. I think that should have been a Morello's, but he really wants the burst from the Death Cap, and they're not going to buy it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can support it in the fact that, like, a 100 Thieves teamfight win is where they burst the enemy champions in one shot, right? Ocean Soul is going to heal you for maybe 50 health in the first, 1 second or so.
Yeah.
And so, like, the only win is where you one-shot LeBlanc. Like, no one's got summoning heal for her, right? Like,
I just think Aatrox wins the whole fight if you ignore him. That's kind of the problem with this champion, is, like, at least in my opinion, right? And that's the interesting thing about League, is that you can look at it so many different ways, but I do think with this guy in the mix, it's like, it's very difficult to deal with an Aatrox, Conqueror stacked, level 16. You have that Ocean Soul in there. The amount of healing you can do is incredible.
Sure. The only thing I'll add is if you are ending at the point where now you got to kill the Aatrox, well, Trin's probably still alive for that then, right? Like, if Trin got one shot, then he lost anyway. So I think having one Grievous is enough.
And we'll see.
We'll see how it plays, right? We'll see how it plays, and that's going to be the important part. They're kind of betting on how the fight's going to play out here. Someday and Vex, as Abadaga come back to join the team. Obviously, a huge gold lead, 5,000. Plus, you can generally ballpark 4K for a soul. It's a big lead.
Yeah. So we're a minute away from Baron.
Yeah.
The last time a Baron was about to happen, I was going to talk about how this was a throwback mid lane game. At the time, it was a TL curse. I don't think it's going to be a curse twice in a row. I'm also not superstitious at all. Anyway, we had actually years of League of Legends where so much of it was about pushing mid lane to go dive side lanes. But before that, especially when Bjergsen was winning MVPs, he mastered the hold mid lane to kill mid lane and get mid lane ahead. And this was very much a throwback game to that, and it's why we're seeing this 105 CS advantage over Abadage. People don't actually play like that often anymore, but TL has done it so well this game.
And that's why I've been so amazed to kind of see that bit of a throwback. So much focus back to those early TSM days. How they used to play. Creating priority through mid, calling people over, utilizing your advantage to snowball the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Bjergsen can make good on that. He's already surpassed the Flame Horizon. Not something I was expecting coming into this. This was a blind LeBlanc, powerful champion, clearly TL willing to first pick it, but Abadaga has had his answer, and 2 games in a row, Bjergsen has been more than his match, despite the fact that Abadaga has had an incredible last number of weeks. TL.
Or spotted.
Oh, what's it gonna be? Trinket's down for some vision. Bjergsen spotted here as well. Who he going in, but of course doesn't have a good way out. Flash is a safety, but they're gonna find the rest of CC. Gonna land his stun. Vex gets a bit down there as well, and who he gonna go ahead and drop. And there shouldn't be much more of a fight. We already got a couple people walking back in, so 5v4. Will it even be a battle? FBI forced to flash now away as well. Hansama wants in. Gonna find the zap and the execution. 2-0 so far. GA down now for closer. At this point, it's too late. The fight someday walks in and says, well, at least I'll pad the stats. But he'll drop as well. Hansama just not stoppable. Another Quadra. Hansama huge in this match. 18-8. A 30-minute victory. 100 Thieves lasted a bit longer, but they've been walked over all the same.
Man, we have seen this story before. Back-to-back games, ending with Hansama quadra kills. Deathless across 2 games. 16 kills across 2 games. Wow. This guy in team fights is looking unstoppable, and TL push 100 Thieves to match point.
Teamwork and coordination on full display by Team Liquid here. The game plan was very much isolate mid, pull everything towards mid, but in the side, Hansama was just getting stronger and stronger. He team fights perfectly and ends up picking up that quadra kill to kill the Nexus.
Really, really well done. So we've seen in the series, both teams have been given these huge side lane opportunities. Game 1, bam, first blood level 2, and they walked over it from the bottom lane, dragon control, they spilled forward, everything looked good. This game had an early first blood in bottom lane. We had 1,000 gold lead on Someday in the top lane, but 100 Thieves cannot use that. For whatever reason, they cannot use that leverage as well as TL has done in their strong points. Bjergsen got ahead, he walked over the game. When Someday got ahead, when FBI got ahead, nothing happened. TL by far the better team right now.
I mean, I just think they've looked much more on the same page. When they go for a play, it feels like everyone is going for the same play.
Yeah.
You look at the straw that kind of broke the camel's back in this one, where 100 Thieves have that Baron and they go for the play. Someday's not there. All of TL were ready for that fight. You look back to the early mid lane play, that coordination on multi-man collapsing, all the CC getting layered. Like, they are just so on the same page.
Yeah, I will say the compositions did make more sense for Team Liquid in this game. They had a huge dive comp with everyone being mobile. Zeri and Rakan could fly in as well. well. Whereas 100 Thieves definitely had some divers with this like stick in Aphelios who's just going to get killed by the Blanc over and over again. So even though he got a lead, TL could just crush him.
Yeah, well done. Good job. Now, come join us in Houston next week, and you could win free stuff. Each day, all ticket holders are automatically entered for a chance to win a jersey signed by one of the teams competing at Spring Finals. Check out lolesports.com for terms and conditions. And while you check out all those details, we are heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Take it away.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It took just a little bit longer this time around, but TL still find the dub to push the series to 2-0. And we're already prepping for the new LCS merch line.
Of course.
Of the top performers here in the postseason. I like these new coffee mugs that we got working. But they do it with a very different looking draft. And that's, of course, what we got to start with here. Flipping over to the blue side for Team Liquid, it's a LeBlanc first pick. We got the TF bans, so we do know that there's going to be priority around that champion throughout the series, as well as an Ahri ban, which I can't even remember if you said it on air, Olive, or if you just said it to us off camera. But that was another one that you called out as being hyper important and expecting 100 Thieves to look at throughout the series.
Yeah, I think the mid lane matchup was very interesting. I did expect the TF and Ahri bans, or I was anticipating that might happen. But the blue side Rise ban kind of sets up LeBlanc first pick. It might not be something that 100 Thieves was expecting, but TL clearly has been prepared for like TF and Ahri being banned against them. And they had this whole strategy set up to counter whatever mid laner Abbedagge picks into the LeBlanc, which was the Vex in this case, and they focused it hard.
Yeah, and just the combo that we're starting to see now from Team Liquid is the J4 Rakan. And it is just winning them fights, and it's really difficult for 100 Thieves to be able to deal with them because, hey, if you lose, if you're able to escape it the first time around with Flash or anything, you're just doomed the next fight around because they're collapsing so frequently with Aatrox. Oftentimes, of course, like the Zeri's going to be on her own, but it just feels like 100 Thieves are getting collapsed on repeatedly, and Santorin's doing an amazing job with this draft.
Oh, he continues to perform. Olive mentioned the focus around the mid lane and how they were able to keep the Vex down, Emily, but really there was action kind of across the map in this one early.
Yeah, I mean, so we had a bunch of team fights. Out of this, though, I believe this is the one where the most interesting thing that happens, they covered this on Cast, is how Core is actually able to freeze and hold the wave for Bjerg so they can re-dive it over and over again, while Bwipo is actually able to shove an entire wave topside and get significantly far ahead in that matchup. So after that, it's all TL in most of these fights until a very specific point down the road.
Yeah, we'll see if we get to that one. A couple of little throw opportunities for Team Liquid, but they're still able to lock it up again. Yeah, it was very much the story of them pushing the pace early on. Bwipo gonna hand a little back in the top lane. And then, of course, this fight here where it looked like it might all go bad before a couple of heroics out of Hansama on a sliver of health. What is that champion?
Disgusting. I mean, like, he almost got him. He almost got him. Even walked right back in to get the last auto attack, but no. Hansama was able to, zip out of there. But Team Liquid recovers. I think they play off of Fog of War so damn well. A lot of the times, I think in this case, Aatrox was leaning towards topside a little bit more whenever they were setting up for a fight around mid lane. And so it just took a lot of space away from 100 Thieves. They always had to take the wave shallow. And so it felt like a lot of the map was just being taken over by Team Liquid. Nice.
No, we're getting a little massage here.
Exactly.
Yeah, keeping them loose.
Getting loose. They're already playing loose though, so that's don't over massage.
True.
You don't want your muscles being like mush out there on the stage.
You don't want another loose play like that topside.
That topside 1v1.
Where you're just like, I don't know about that.
That is like one of the scariest things that can happen because I'm pretty sure Bwipo was only making that dive 1v1 happen because his team already made a big play.
Yep.
And if you get an advantage top lane, the game's just over.
Yeah.
And he was probably going into it thinking, oh, I can't die here, it's not possible. But once you do die, it's so bad because the game went from completely over to wait, we actually could lose.
Yeah.
There's a top win condition.
He gave them a win con, exactly. Bwipo, I think you also called this out as we saw it, because we watch plays like that, and then every single one of us goes, where's the face cam? Where's the reaction cam? Where's the reaction cam? We wait for it. And in that one specifically, he didn't laugh it off like we're normally used to him doing. It felt like very visibly clear that he knew he had messed up in that moment and given 100 Thieves their one shot to get back in it.
I have a question for Olive now that, we're looking ahead at like, okay, what can 100 Thieves do? If you're faced in a mid lane situation where the support is coming up, freezing the wave on you so you can just be dove over and over again, what happens? How do you deal with it?
Well, basically, you just hope that your jungle and support also get there, and like you just win the 3v3. It kind of happens a lot more in side lanes because the lanes are longer, so the freeze is a lot easier to set up and a lot harder to break because you can chase down a lot easier. In mid lane, people don't usually just like perma gank, re-gank on freezes often, but when you have champions like LeBlanc, Jarvan, Rakan, they're so mobile. Any two of those champions can kill a no flash Vex. I was actually surprised by the Vex pick. I think playing Vex into Jarvan is actually really hard. Most Everfrost champs into Jarvan don't care too much, but because like Vex is so squishy, she really only has her fear to save her. It's, in my opinion, a pretty hard jungle matchup to play against, and I'm not surprised that the early game went so poorly for her.
I'm going to follow up with an even more specific question. Going into game 3,
Here we
I'm
go.
gonna just put you in Abadaga's shoes. What would you be talking about in this huddle right now in terms of how you'd want to see the team adjust in the play itself? Would you want to specifically craft a strategy, set plays going into the game to counter the pressure that might come mid? Or would you, again, drafting for yourself, not for Abadaga, choose to go more the direction of ignore my lane, give me the safest thing possible, let me just go into survival mode? Like, what would be your preference up against this TL squad?
Well, from experience playing against Bjergsen, I think if you try to do the just everybody leave, just let me 1v1, he's gonna like force you in situations where you're gonna just go down CS, and if you're not willing to bring your whole team there to fight, then you're just gonna get really behind. And I think it's kind of like a posturing thing where you're not always gonna have everyone there. And if you're going into the game saying like, yeah, just pick me like a late game scaling champion, I just want to farm and be useful later in the game, Bjergsen will like have the people there sometimes, but not every time. And that will make it very hard for Abadaga to feel like he can do anything because it will always feel like his whole team is there.
Yeah.
And since he's not allocated resources to defend that, it would be very difficult for him. So I would want, if I was playing, to have my team defend me, but.
Okay, all right. So
answer.
Above
I like
wants to be defended in the mid lane, Raz. 100 Thieves has elected to go to Blue's side. So, back to the side they were on in game number 1. With that piece of info in mind, I'm now putting you in charge of drafting for the squad. What do we get for Ablaliv, and how do we build a team around him that can properly defend him in the mid lane?
I think 100 Thieves go back to something that was comfortable from them even last year, which is playing through mid jungle. And I think, mid lane bans are becoming a little bit prevalent in this series. LeBlanc might be the takeaway first pick, or Ahri. If Lee Sin is available, they'll just default to that and try and counterpick.
Yeah.
But in the end of the day, they will want a stronger 2v2 mid. This game was actually dictated by early constant skirmishes through mid.
Yep.
So that if this is how it's going to go, they just want to be the stronger team. They're more comfortable in that position.
Small final point?
Yeah, you say that, but TF was left open last time from TL's perspective. So if TF is open again, they might have to first pick it, and that kind of forces a not strong jungle.
I was going to say, I would almost expect to see Ahri, TL, or Ahri, TF, and the Lee Sin bans coming out of TL in this one, but we'll have to see. While Team Liquid are bringing us to match point, we're going to step away. And as we go, our very own La Tigers shared a meal with Lux in this edition of Grubhub Dine Together. We'll see you soon.
All right, so it's a normal Saturday. You wake up. What time are you putting in your order? What are you getting?
I like something healthy and light before I stream just so I don't feel like too heavy.
I vibe with that. Get the protein, get that fuel in, a bit of coffee to go with it. I think is always a good choice.
We're on the same level with the coffee. You
Yes.
gotta get the coffee going. Food is here.
I got you your own, by the way, so feel free to feast on the glory.
I got you your own too.
Oh, let's go! So you haven't had any that has turmeric in it then, huh?
No, I'm really interested in how this tastes. This reminds me of a holiday drink.
Yeah.
I'm fueled up, I'm ready to go, ready to stream. Are you ready for LCS?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. This playoffs, I needed some of that extra oomph, so you got me covered with your meal today.
Yes, I got you.
Should I go with my main?
Why not try something new? Something cheesy?
No, something spicy.
Just hurry up and pick your Grubhub order.
Done.
Champs like starting.
Here we go.
Let's go! Guys, we are in this.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee.
We're teleporting in to this assist of the week, presented by State Farm. In a tight game, Golden Guardians gained the advantage by taking down Isles. In that exact moment of engagement, Summit teleported mid, demanding attention and ultimately turning the tide of the team fight.
Finally called on, but as soon as it goes through, Pride Stalker blasted by one, Berserker killing off Olay. Cloud9 are still in this, having taken 3 down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Hey, did your spring finals tickets are on sale? No way, seriously? For real. Really cracked out.
The tickets are here! The tickets are here! The tickets are here!
The tickets are here!
The tickets are here! Did you get your tickets yet? The tickets are here! The tickets are here, Asel!
No, you already to
The
die.
tickets are here,
By
chat.
the way, if you notice, Kobe's frightened face was not acting, was actually terrified. Because when we did this, Freak ran in and hit him with the mic, grabbing it, and Kobe's like, ah!
Even though he knew it was coming, because that was the second take.
It's
actually,
just how frightening.
yeah,
you can be.
I'm good. You can know it's
You're
coming.
really
I'm
hyped for the tickets.
Yeah.
I am hyped for the tickets.
Do you have tickets?
I do. Yeah, I booked. I mean, I booked my plane flights. I don't have my LCS tickets. I just feel like it's handled. To be honest, because they just give me a pass. You know, I just land, and then like in the morning, we're all shuttling to the venue.
Yeah, you invented
and we all get our all get our
just go
badges.
in.
Yeah. I mean, so you know, I'm allowed everywhere. Really, is what it comes down to. That's what it. You know.
Yep.
If I want to bully my way in, I'll do it.
Okay. Well, sure.
Yeah, I just want to point out as we continue the trend of pregame chat, because I think it's interesting.
Okay.
I thank Team Liquid, because they were in the lobby and 100 Thieves weren't yet. I think they're making Game 2 closer. And so Santorin was like, yeah, quick throw for you, no big deal. So I appreciate that, you know?
The like random mid-game throw has been a bit of a staple of TL this split.
Yeah.
We actually got to see it last game. They were 8,000 gold up and then got aced and gave away Baron. Of course, they then killed everyone on 100 Thieves a minute later and are up 2-0. But that's always a little bit on the cards. I do find it interesting. Like 100 Thieves was definitely, to me, like they were late to stage. I don't know the official things. I'm not in communication with the rest at all, but everyone on TL has been sitting down for like 4 minutes and 100 Thieves just filtered in.
Yeah.
So they definitely had some type of long conversation about what they're going to do next. It's super interesting to us that the loser of the game gets to pick sides, and 100 Thieves actually selected blue side, even though Team Liquid, as we now know,
Over
is like
90% win rate.
20-2 on, or 21-2 on blue side at this point in the split right now. So 100 Thieves is having to throw out, I think, what they've done for a lot of the split in a desperation to pick up a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly not working. You know, my big question is, like, what is the answer? Do you ban out LeBlanc? Do you just ban out 3 champions that have really been problematic for you? Because they obviously banned TF Jinx from game 1. Yeah, that just makes sense. I mean, they just couldn't deal with it. Last game was the biggest mid gap I've seen in a long time, and it wasn't just the 1v1, it was the team play. Bjergsen created the opportunities for that team play to really hammer home the advantage, but that was an enormous lead. And 100 Thieves are just like, well, throw it all out from game 1. They're holding none of their bans. They have got to change everything. And Closer is not going to go to one of his bread and butter champions. He's going to take the J4 away. The prep is out the window, trying something new.
It's maybe even more just like how many things can we take away from Team Liquid? One thing about blue side is if you're willing to play anything, you do get a 4th ban, so to speak. It's the 4th champion that they really don't want Team Liquid to have. Santorin has played a ton of Jarvan so far in the playoffs, been very good at it. So I can understand that first pick by 100 Thieves.
I feel like you just go Nautilus here as TL. Like that being available, it's such a good champion for core. It's a good pairing. I think it's by far the highest prio support. If you go Viego makes sense as a jungler, but like you're not taking anything away because the other team already has that. So if they don't go Nautilus, to me that says that they have an answer that they're happy to play into it.
Yeah, I think they're and it's interesting because Viego, Trundle, Volibear were all options for jungle. You can always, as you kind of talked about in the previous draft, you can get one of the 3. Okay. I think this is they want an answer on this. They wanted something reactive on pick 3 instead of like pigeonholing themselves in. They want to make sure like, okay, we see the bot lane matchup or we see a mid lane spicy pick.
Bot lane 2v2. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's what it feels like. I like this. It's cool. It's very early game focus, right? Jarvan, early game jungler. Lucian Nami is incredibly lane abusive.
And 100 Thieves did actually, bring this out in their previous series, and it was very effective in that one. Expecting it to be, PTA, electrocute, super aggressive. So they're actually saving their support pick here. They're going for mid lane, so blinding the Ryze, they can ban to protect it, gonna be able to play through sides. The movement on the map from Ryze Volibear as well is so threatening because you can realm warp to a side lane, ult in as Volibear, turn off the tower. It's one of the strongest mid jungles to actually move to a side lane and dive a tower, whether it's top or bot. So very interesting picks here from TL. It's a really different draft.
Yeah, it's kind of completely different if we're thinking about the kind of 2016 style mid lane with the block and freezing to set up ganks, whereas this is more of let's push and move and just demolish people in skirmishes. They're also just getting rid of the control mages for Abadage, which is what he had found success in with the Cloud9 series. And the one thing that I do like about what 100 Thieves is doing at least is by picking for early game, they are at least trying to have the same style as what beat Team Liquid in the previous round. Right? Team Liquid got pushed to 5 games by Evil Geniuses, and part of Evil Geniuses doing those early game picks And there's a support counter pick if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Soraka's actually really a strong laner, but it's basically completely dependent on, do you hit your Qs? Great, you're doing really well in lane. You don't? Well, it's going to look pretty rough. Nami can win it on those trades very heavily, so you have to make sure you're on point with those Qs. That's almost the entire laning phase is about how many of those can you hit. You scale really well into helping for side lane. So if you go to another Aatrox, I mean, it's just going to be Aatrox, right? That's his answer into Ornn. He's blinding Ornn. 100 Thieves, it feels like, are kind of out of picks in some ways. So it's going to be Aatrox 3 times in a row. Aatrox also, the ulti amps the healing from Soraka. So healing is going to be really kind of double dipping here. Maybe for some reason they will move away from that. Feeling like they're a little bit low on damage, perhaps. With the Rise, they're going to bring in the Graves instead. This is much less of like, I would say like a lane counter. Like you get push, but I don't really see Graves doing that much to the Ornn past the early levels.
I kind of wonder if this is not so much a lane pick as it is he thinks Graves is going to be better against Lucian Nami than Aatrox would. Like it's just going to be stronger in 5v5 and they're expecting so much. Like they do in a sense have 2 tanks already with Rise and Volibear with the way the Rise built nowadays. I'm glad we're not seeing 3 Aatroxes in a row from
I am surprised though.
I am surprised as well.
I wonder it's also potentially something like you're over-indexing on healing when you have Soraka and Aatrox, and maybe thinks they're gonna have too many healing debuffs and maybe kind of hurt that. But anytime Soraka's on a team, you're gonna have to build healing debuffs. It's so critical, especially ever since they made it so that the Wish, the ultimate, actually removes healing debuffs. You can't just rely on an ignite because you ignite, you ult to remove it, and then you just spam W. So you have to have like a Morello or something to actually be able to constantly reapply those healing debuffs, or Soraka's gonna send her team to full HP over and over and over.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Here we go. Game 3, is it enough? 100 Thieves in TL. Make or break. Welcome back for Game 3. Is it the TL 3-0 sweep? Or is it going to be 100 Thieves fighting back and making it a reverse? We saw this bot lane in Game 3 of 100 Thieves was Cloud9, 12-1-6 for FBI. Yeah, I hit him with the reach bit on that one.
That's a live evil right there.
Yeah.
They will be playing tomorrow for the final slot in finals weekend. Of course, the loser of this game will then play on the Saturday match next week, and the winner will be placed straight into the finals on Sunday. So that's what we're playing for. And will we see the level 1 fireworks that we thought we might see in Game 1?
Cheated up a bit much. Ward comes down. Yeah, gonna be fine.
Still tried something. This does leave them exposed, though, because FBI just scouted 5 people. So Closer, as you can see, was invading into Raptors, and I believe they placed a ward to give them a little bit of jungle information.
Yep, get that ward down there. But this is going to be interesting. Guardian, Spell Thieves, this is the setup that I prefer on Soraka. Unless it's like super hardcore all-in, like you're talking Draving, that type of thing, then maybe you go Relic Shield. But I do think you need the mana regen from Spell Thieves. But Guardian does help you to survive against these all-ins, and they're very concerned about it. You're playing Heal, which is going to get amped by some of Soraka's kit and the items, and you put Barrier on Hansama, so very defensive summoner spells here, and I think you actually do need it because all the procs overlapping from Nami, you put the E onto Lucian procs PTA, that also procs the Electrocute. The burst damage is incredible, especially post once you have that first item.
Well, they're going to scrap initially. Huhi going to have pretty good scrapping, of course, as well. They get the bounce, they get the first barrier down, and that means, or the first guardian down, I should say. Interesting, like, look at the bottom, summoner spell, Microcosm. Because ultimately, Soraka generally is meant to be your target, right? And Core's going to play pretty far up. Until FBI's 2, there's not really any threat on him, but like, you actually want to go for the Soraka. She doesn't have Cleanse, you have Ignite, she doesn't have Barrier, the heal's going to cut by half as well, and she can't self-heal with W. So like, you want to go for the Soraka anyway. I'm a little surprised there was a Barrier on Hans. And because Nami can heal, like, I don't think you can trade back on Lucian that easily.
I think the idea is just like, he's the one that has to step up to actually farm. So if you're going to play more defensively when J4 is on that side of the map, you play behind and you kind of protect yourself through the positioning. But nice early trading, they do get the push. And I'm going to be interested to see the skill order as well from Core, because a lot of Sorakas will actually just skip heal until fairly late in the game. So it is QE, but I'm just curious, like, if he actually gets healed at 3 or if he waits till 4. I actually think it's more valuable to get multiple ranks in the queue early on and just forgo the heal, unless you're really getting poked down and need it. Because the laning, it's just something that I think a lot of people overlook with Soraka, but if you're hitting those queues, like, you are really oppressive.
Yeah, if you land Q, the health delta is like 115 or something. If you W a teammate, the health delta is like 4, because you had to cost your own health to get it in the first place. So, yeah, in terms of actually what you gain per skill point and per ability cast, Q is definitely far better. You have to land it, of course, but that's what's strong.
I also want to point out Santorin is pathing to a different side of the jungle this game. He's actually going towards bot lane because they knew it was going to be such a contested lane. Actually runs straight over Scuttlecrab just to get to this bot lane first. I don't know if he saw Jarvan, though. He's going to see him now.
He's him on the ward at the very least, so this is going to be a good 3-on-3. Santorin is going to be an easy target. Going to flash for the stun, and who he's going to die? First blood again. They trade him back, though, and that means they might find more. There's a red buff, but it's not going to find the next shot.
But look where the kills went. Nami on one side, Zeri on the other, and that was actually such good movement from Santorin. He pops his Q, he starts moving backwards, so who he steps forward saying, all right, chase him down, instant turn and flash onto the Nami.
And premeditated, too, because of the delay on the E, he had already casted the E as he was running away to catch him completely off guard. It's going to really hurt his jungle pathing. He's going to get double crabbed. He gave the, he lost his buffs. Closer now has a blue buff advantage, but it's just so huge for the Zeri Lucian matchup.
Well, and Bjergsen actually with mid lane push is defending the top crab, so it looks like he will be able to get that. You should see Bwipo continue to push top side. Yeah, Bjergsen is here, so he at least defends it. So that's very nicely done. From TL, just utilizing this top side to kind of be the push. It looks like they want to focus more towards bot. Call for Bwipo here early on. Just push in, farm it up, be relevant later on.
Yeah, we're going to watch this one more time. So definitely altering his path from previous games so that he can be in the bot lane. Closer actually path bot to top and then back here. But then look at this. He cast the E.
Silence.
Boom. Straight into the stun lock. And Huhi doesn't have a chance. He sacrifices his life for it because Closer and FBI can actually return a lot of fire. But you have to say it's worth it.
And it wouldn't be that bad, 400 Thieves, if FBI got the kill, right? But that's the problem, is that the kill gold went to Nami, where it's just not really very relevant. An early mandate is nice, don't get me wrong. That is powerful, especially when you're going this electrocute kind of aggressive build. But it's just so much more valuable on Tansama, to be able to grab that early Sheen, get the boots on top. Going to be feeling really good about his position.
And of course, the buffs go nowhere because the posthumous ignite just gives him nothing because your corpse can't hold the buffs. So yeah, really unlucky there, but just the way it went.
Something else to check in, though, is the fact that this is a very AD-heavy kind of composition from TL. As far as the damage, yes, there is Rise, yes, there is some magic damage from Volley, and it's split with Zeri, but really, Orange just needs the MR from his mythic item, and he just stacks armor, and he is going to be very difficult to deal with. Tank Rise is not that adept at actually knocking down frontliners, so that is something that they are going to have to worry about later on, especially, J4 plus the Ori, that's great engage. You have consistent damage on the Thunder Thieves side, so their 5v5, which is kind of their bread and butter, is really good.
Yeah, and zooming out to what we saw in the series as Ornn goes for the kill.
Has no ignite.
But he's one hit away from death. However, with flash up, he knows doesn't have grasp, right? He went spellbook, so the actual damage output available not as high. Can't get it over the line.
This is the type of team comp that Hunter
he's so close to dead.
With, but TL is just pushing limits in lanes here.
Yeah, level 5 on everyone right now.
Here again.
Sheen versus Noon Quiver. Closer knows. I don't believe Closer got spotted, so can maybe get a bait going here. And then land that slow again. Corjay landing a lot of this damage. Han's gonna go in for a bit more. Doesn't land the W. See if we can see him.
And now they spot Closer, so they have the edge here. Now they're gonna go towards Dragon, I think, and just start this Dragon up. They win 3v3s, I think, pretty hard. It's very difficult for Closer to engage into the Volibear here. And if you do step too far forward and you get stunned into a silence route, from the Soraka, it's so tough. And you can see that TL is just kind of defending this choke here, trying to keep them back, now turning onto the Dragon.
Bjergsen has just been defending that river entrance as well for so long. We could still see a
fight. Oh, it was close. Closer not able to get it, though. Realmore coming in from behind. They got the flank. They're going for the execution. The dive over. Hansama gets right back out, and who he's going to fall. 1-0. Team Liquid just better.
The fights are so close here, but it really does look like TL just has more of a plan. Right? It's not that Hunter Thieves doesn't have a plan. They clearly wanted to contest the Drake and got to flip the smite. That part was success, but as soon as that happened, TL pounces on them with the Realm War.
And every single time, it just feels like how big of a difference has Bjergsen been making? Game 1, the TF, he's everywhere. Game 2, the whole game felt like it was about mid lane control. Game 3, defending the top scuttle to be able to keep Volibear at parity, then having the early Realm War flank there is not a play that a lot of people would have gone for, gets them the kill. He has just been so impactful for TL. 3 straight games. And again now, early objectives. They have a gold advantage. They are looking really, really strong.
Beers wants to kill the wave right now, so he's a control word to kill and says, sure, okay. I'll add that 30 gold as well to my pocket to keep the CS close.
Yeah, but going back to the team comps once again, Hunter Thieves, won the series against Cloud9 largely through team comps very similar to this. So game 3, yes, was with the Nami. Other games are with engaged supports, but the bigger thing is strong front line, good front-to-back team fighting. You have to say they're going to have a very strong 5v5 in this game against TL, whereas in the other games, the comps were kind of all over the place, right? Are we diving? Are we fighting? You weren't quite sure. This is definitely more cohesive for 100 Thieves, and I do appreciate them going back to what had worked previously with their backs against the wall.
Exactly. I mean, they know exactly what they want to do with this composition. It's very straightforward. You have 2 forms of engage here.
The knockup. He's got a flash to the heal needed. Shockwave gonna land, and he's just not gonna take enough damage. Flash in for the root. He just waits for the setup, and it's not a flash safety in time, so both mid laners will die. However, Closer running low on health, smited for a slow. Doesn't have any way out. The shield buys a second. Is it gonna be enough? Santorin can't get in range. He's getting out. But there's the Ignite, the follow-through. Does Sunday have it? Ignite's still burning him. The flash W. Sunday puts on the lane kingdom.
Or solo kill. Someday trying to bring them back here. It was a 1-for-1 trade. Very aggressive mid lane, but that kill in the top lane turns the overall trade in the favor of 100 Thieves.
Absolutely, and that's so big for the mental aspect of this game. You're down 2 games. You need a boost. These plays going bad. Bjergsen had a good read on the damage here. You know, not even flashing the Shockwave. Feels like he can just sit through it here without a ton of early AP. He just early heals. Santorin arrives. He flashes into the root, into the stun, everything there. Abadaga gets burst down. They do trade the kill back. And Closer barely survives as he just got out of range of the E, I would assume was off camera. Just barely able to get out there. Oh.
Yeah, he's
same one as before. But yeah, Ignite available. You know, was able to put on that much pressure previously without the Spellbook Ignite. This time around has it. And Someday just playing this very well. That sidestep on the Q, flashes back in with the W. Really well played.
And now we get to see the kind of payment as that comes in. Whip on the way down. Bjergsen here. Volibear's still walking over, though. If they burn this down fast, he'll take it with the red smite. And it's down to 2,400. Santorin's still not in range just yet, but reinforcements are coming. Down to 2K. You can still try to burn this one in time. The I+ might will get it, and he gets it. But how about the rest? Because they got to run away. Lippo gets knocked up. The man's got no flash, got no ult, he's got no life, he's got no chance. And that should be the Herald I picked up as well. TL get a bit sloppy and lose 2 kills in a row plus the Herald.
Yeah, this is actually really good for 100 Thieves. You know, I do like their position in this game. I think that TL is going to have to play, you know, with an advantage. They have a harder to execute comp. They are much more early mid-game focused. You can play through sides later with that Rise to try to, you know, kind of open up the map a little bit here. But things looking a little bit tough for them after these last couple of kills going the way and the gold evening out a lot.
And it's kind of lining up. You don't say this that often, but the Ornn carry angle, because it's Graves, Volibear, Zeri. Zeri does a little bit of magic damage, so does Volibear, but it's a heavily AD team comp, and then a tank Rise, who while has good sustain damage, isn't enough to cut through an Ornn. And the Frozen Heart Rush, I think, is absolutely correct. He's already solo killed Whippo. He's given them enough top priority to take over that Rift Herald. The gold is close, and the Ornn is the thing that's going to be winning or losing them the front-to-back team fights. So I think Someday stepping up in a huge way here in Game 3.
Yeah, as long as they can have the damage kind of to back it up. Of course, Orianna doing fine in the 100 CS. Obviously, FBI a bit behind. Clo's going tank as well. And it's interesting because, yeah, certainly Hans Sama's ahead, right? Hans Sama's going to do more damage in most team fights than FBI. But will Hans Sama kill Jarvan or Ornn before a slightly behind FBI kills a Volibear? And that's probably FBI kills a Volibear faster.
Yeah, especially with the Orianna being added in. Orianna should be higher DPS, you know, in most of these fights than the Rise. Of course, it does depend if you can get a lot of splash off, but it's going to be interesting. I think for TL now, it just makes the Dragon that much more important, right? You want to be able to continue having this as a win condition, because I do think you have to be concerned about scaling in this game. So we'll see if they want to continue playing for this. TP is available for Bjergsen, and he's going to TP mid, try to get mid prow here with Flippo, and they're going to start up this Dragon. Somebody has his TP though, so if they actually want to answer,
So going down. Big security.
They're not going to. They're going to try to look for a steal, I think, maybe, but no, they're just going to give it over. They're going to fight at third Dragon, I guess.
Yeah, 17 minutes and 22 minutes is going to be third and fourth Dragons, and I think Team Liquid really wants to accelerate these. Hextech Soul, incredibly powerful. It does look like they'll getting a little bit outscaled, so I think the fact that they got these 2 early Dragons is what they really have to heavily prioritize now if they want to win.
And I think when you're playing this comp, that they're going to have to kind of kite back and forth with their composition, right?
Yeah.
You can't just like hard engage. You're going to have to utilize the marksman, kite back, use the Soraka for the slows. Having the slow from the Hextech Soul is actually really nice for double marksman to be able to disrupt them, trying to threaten the dive here, but Bufo had the read, and he was very back up.
Boulder and Rise. Rise is close. He can run up in.
Blast Cone. Vision not seen nowadays. So TP is going to come out to make it a little bit safer. Tidal Wave not going to land at the primary target, but the bubble's going to. That means Bjergsen can't get any damage across. Now Santorin on the way out could always ult if he needs to, and does so. You cannot shockwave through that. He's unstoppable during it, so always able to get out. Abalaga holds the cooldown.
Not bad, a little bit of pressure there. It's basically the trade of the TP for the Realm Warp and the Volibear ult. I think worthwhile for TL because they're going to be the first ones back towards mid lane again, but maybe a kill here.
Whippo gets exhausted. Spellbook onto that one. Going to get a bit more damage across. Q's going to land, but no more damage just yet. And Flash was down, so couldn't follow to get the brittle, but Whippo is not respecting the knockup pillar.
I mean, with the current item landscape, Cull, a Dirk and a Vamp Scepter versus Frozen Heart Bombies, the Ornn is actually just stronger 1v1.
Yeah.
Yes, he's playing the lane well, but Whippo, I actually liked what TL did before that last Dragon setup when Bjergsen's Rise was top lane, because Graves could not stand up to Someday at all right now.
Yeah, it's really tough, and he's not building for the 1v1, right? He's going lethality. It's more this kind of build that he did very early on in the year, and it's about him flashing on carries, being able to threaten that 100-0. He plays it hyper aggressive and had a ton of success with it. You should know because you see the Frozen Heart debuff on you. That's one of the things that it does actually give away if you're beside him in that brush. So if you are paying attention and someone has Frozen Heart, you can always know if they're in a brush just by actually checking that aura.
Yeah, ultimately safe enough. Those able to clear the wave and walk away. As Herald is going to be summoned for a bit of damage bottom lane. We did have a chance seeing it top to crash 2 plates. I think that might have been the better option, but I'm going to get to share in the turret getting low. Of course, won't earn any gold for this one. So small missed opportunity there, but damage to Hansama. Always able to dash out of range, though FBI not going all in. No ulti available. Might have changed the calculus there.
I want to see what TL thinks about doing next because they can't get side lane push with Graves against Dorn. I think that's something they were really banking on going into this game because if they could push multiple side lanes, then the Rise and the Volibear can go around and get numbers advantage fights. But if Team Liquid's not able to get the right wave situation so that they can have fights with numbers advantages, it's such an incredibly difficult game for them. So I actually think they're going to bleed a decent amount of gold here in between Dragons and have to actually win team fights against 100 Thieves because 100 Thieves is in a pretty comfortable position, all things considered, in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to make the setup for these fights, very, very important. Can they actually get towards the back line? You can't fight through the Ornn. You have to be able to come from different angles, have the Graves come from behind, Realm Warp in, the Volibear, these types of plays if you are going to try to dive in. Or you have to straight up forget diving backline and just try to kind back, keep those frontliners slowed, everyone focus fire on this frontliner that is hopefully too far away from his team and try to play it out that way. So it'll be really interesting to see what kind of approach they are going to take.
And Hansama could also just have a massive game, right? He hasn't died this series. He's had a couple of quadra kills. He was 907 in the last game. He is 20 CS up on FBI right here, so there's always that possibility because thinking about the 100 Thieves team composition, even if he doesn't have the damage right now, it's also kind of difficult for 100 Thieves to lock the Zeri down.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of outplay potential for Hansama.
It's pretty much got to be, Jarvan ult in, Shockwave over top, Nami ult over top, everything getting layered in there. And if you catch him with the start, you can maybe catch him with the rest of it. 100 Thieves going to play towards the top side, though. They have Prio there. So it should be set up on the bottom side for TL for this Dragon, kind of traded for this. But you can use Herald to be able to crack one of these towers that you've gotten down a little bit low, or just drop it on Dragon Spawn to kind of give that little distraction.
It's going to be Herald dropping, so let's see what 100 Thieves can get out of this one because they do need to keep the gold close, it feels like. Third Dragon coming up soon. X Soul, not the most snowbally. It did get nerfed several packs ago. It used to be the most OP Soul. It got nerfed, back in like 12.4 or something, or 3, and that dropped its stock quite a bit. But ultimately, TL still kind of keeping the pressure going. Bjergsen doing well in the side lane. He's down farm, sure, but he's getting stuff done, so that it's 650 gold earned for a solo turret plus first turret gold.
Bjergsen continues to have a very strong series. Just doesn't have the CS advantage this game, in part because of so much roaming, but using the teleport now to get back in mid lane, but TL doesn't have that good of a wave position, and the Herald is summoned mid, so 100 Thieves can definitely fight this Drake.
They find the engage, FBI gets out though, Cleanse pretty crucial there. How about the re-engage? Whippo spotted a mid, so they go for the dive, and they just one-shot Zeri. Dunk comes in, they both get out, Tidal Wave gonna mostly miss, Ornn gonna do the same. So nothing to be grabbed except that one kill, but now it means Dragon's going in.
That is so big for 100 Thieves, though, stopping the snowball towards Soul, getting that kill on Hansama. He just got instantly deleted there through the barrier, through Core JJ's ultimate as well. They're going to grab this Dragon here, and now that buys them so much time for the scaling to kick in, for Orianna to keep farming up, for those Ornn items to come online.
Absolutely. That was what we were just talking about. How are they going to lock down Zeri? Well,
Very
that's
easily.
how. Yeah, just Jarvan, Orianna, one hit him, and it, as you mentioned, it's just so massive. Not only do they stop the dragon stacking, they keep Hansama out of the game. They get the bottom turret. They're in a great position right now.
Looks really, really good. Well done. 100 Thieves turn to the corner here. Would be fun to see a reverse sweep at least to game 5. I don't really care who wins in game 5, but I want to see game 5. That's the real thing.
I wasn't going to say it. I was like, reverse sweep? It's like, we're so ready to say
We're up 30 gold in game 3. Reverse sweep on the board. See, you pander to the fans, chat. That's how it works.
Well, they've been like way more frequent than you think they would be.
Yeah.
Like, whether that's because we just remember the reverse sweep so often, but when momentum changes in a League of Legends series, sometimes it is very hard to change it back. So, like, if 100 Thieves is able to come back in this game, which is still an if, they're up 200 gold and down a Drake, but we think they have good scaling, and to me, they reconnected with their strengths. Rather than trying to match more of a skirmish-heavy team comp and game that TL was forcing on them, which maybe in theory would have been good because you think TL's also the front-to-back team, but this has been what worked for 100 Thieves when they won 2021 Summer and when they beat Cloud9. So if they have successfully replicated that this game, they would have a chance to do it in 2 others.
Yeah, it's absolutely a mental swing, you know, to be able to kind of get that confidence back. Interesting to see that Jarvan is also going Zhonya's. You know, Volibear Zhonya's second is very common. For J4, much less so.
Yeah.
But if you are kind of just making that one-way trip, if your job is always to get back on that carry, lock them down to set up, I think Zhonya's actually makes a lot of sense because you don't have as much flexibility when you're trying to dive in on the Zeri to play defensively.
They find the dunk. Double shockwave gonna land. It's gonna be the 2 kills picked up. No problem. Great dive. Great setup. Closer makes it happen.
That looked so much like a TL play from game 2, right? They initiate with the Jarvan, and then someone else comes in to catch 2, and they just get a massive advantage. The Cataclysm just barely catching Hansama Zeri, quite huge there, but regardless, it was going to be a kill and an objective. So great play by 100 Thieves.
Well, nicely done. 20 gold gonna crest right now as we're 2.5 minutes away from the 4th dragon of the game. 100 Thieves have stopped the stack. We'll see if they grab their own. Baron's now an available play, and the ornaments are coming across. As Someday's going to upgrade his Iceborne Gauntlet, and probably next up's going to be the Gale Force FBI. That'll be really nice. The stat's going to keep growing. So yeah, through that lens, I mean, 100 Thieves going to keep scaling.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Bwipo can get anything done here in side lane. Just wants to keep the push going. You know, a lot of it is going to be up to Bwipo and Bjergsen, I think, to kind of split 100 Thieves up, to pull them apart, to push in these side lanes, make some more respond. But 100 Thieves, if they can keep finding these picks, you know, on TL, they don't need to necessarily respond to all that. They can dictate the pace of the game by finding a pick, by starting up an objective, making TL come and respond to them.
So we just knocked down the waves yet again. 100 Thieves kind of chilling. TP gonna be down for Abadaga. Someday will have his, so I'm curious if he's gonna send himself to top side to make the Baron play eventually. Of course, plenty of time till it's time to reset. Probably 40 seconds to you really consider hitting B and really playing for wards down there.
Yeah, I think Team
setting a
Liquid,
trap.
they're just looking for any type of pick they can get. And they're also just trying to make sure they can get at least one wave pushing.
Yeah.
Because if they're unable to do that, then they'll never have an opportunity to make a play. Part of the reason the 100 Thieves play mid lane worked a couple minutes ago is because they originally had side push that could then go mid. And here comes Closer. He's feeling so strong.
Sidestep by Core. Flash is down, so no way out from Shockwave and a tidal wave into FBI waving goodbye. TP for Bwipo. That one sucked. 0-3-0. Bwipo has never found a good fight this game.
I think they just started up. Yep, they're just going to do it here straight up. TL have fully lost control of this game. They don't have a lot of comeback tools because they don't have a lot of pick. They have no engage. 100 Thieves are cruising here and going to bait them in.
Look where the fight on Bjergsen now instead. Ornhorn comes across. What's going to find? Sidestep, but still going to land. Now, Baron still hit, remains at 8K. They'll try for round 2.
Does have Smite, so it's something to keep in mind. He's spellbooked over to Smite, and he has Realm Morph to try to go in for a hero play. I think you flip it. I think this game is lost if you just give Baron.
Flash and a knockup and a knockup and a shockwave. Wish is all they're gonna have. It's not gonna be enough. Re-engage for Santor, wants to find the damage as Hansama shows up. Course here. Huhi on the way out, but trying to walk back over. Closer, pretty tanky. Double knockup, dunk and a stopwatch, and Orianna finds a double kill. Bwipo now back in action. Hansama trying to stack up, but just cannot deal enough damage.
Beautiful use of the Zhonyas from Jarvan right there. That's exactly why you bring the item. And now, eventually, they're going to be able to take down the Baron after adding 3 more kills on the top.
Yeah, really nicely done here. just turning, not gonna flip it there. Of course, it would have been an incredibly low chance. Bjergsen would have had to reveal with the Realm Warp and then go in and find the timing. But it's a really low percentage play. But with that, 100 Thieves fully in the driver's seat here, looking good to take game number 3. We'll see if they can close it out cleanly. But TL are running out of options. They just don't have pick off. They don't have engage. They don't have a way to choose when you fight. And despite a nice little sidestep there's no way out for CoreJJ, who had no flash.
Yeah, no flash, no Nautilus hook, no Leona extra armor and MR, right? He's just this very squishy enchanter who is positioned in front of the rest of his team. So when they don't have first move, the game becomes very, very difficult to play. And then a solid defense by 100 Thieves, not even thinking about flipping the Baron. Everyone hopping over the wall and just picking up every kill they can.
I mean, Hansama is free firing for like 30 seconds here, but you just don't get through the front line very quickly. There's Nami heals, there's the Orianna shielding, and there's a very, very tanky front line. It's full tank Jarvan there, going towards what looks like a Randuin's potentially, Frozen Heart, plus the Rhymeforged Grasp is already completed, lots more armor on top for someday. It's just gonna take him way too long to get through in any realistic situation.
Yeah, he's another 2,500 gold away from getting Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Which is what you'd want to have a chance. I mean, it would, in theory, be pretty good when they have a Lord Dominik's on Graves and a Black Cleaver on Zeri, but the game has just kind of passed them by. It's 7,000 gold deficit. They're so far behind.
Well done, 100 Thieves, bouncing back because game 1 looked tragic. Game 2 felt like they didn't have the tools to make it happen anyway, but now game 3's been looking nice, and it was close for a while, right? They had actually dipped down in gold, but they kept it going, and I mean, big shout out to Someday. His landing phase has been really outstanding, honestly, all series long. And there's a team kind of keeping up with him now as they try the siege down through the bottom lane, 24.5 into the game. Baron still on for 118, only 2,500 on the Red Bull Baron power play. They've earned a bit, about 1 tower. Now looking to get a little bit more done, though, as Hansama might find himself attacked, but as the Guardian pops, he's going to be okay.
Someday taking a bit of damage there as he tried to go in, but still just pushing in these 2 waves. They want to play between 2 waves. They don't really have someone who wants the full split push. They're just controlling vision in this area, pushing in, and now is where they're going to get the tower damage down. TL, no way to engage on this. The tower will fall. That means bot lane inhibitor is gone. They will be able to clear out that mid wave, so it may just be this. But still, the walls are kind of closing in here for TL. They need to find some sort of a play, but there's just not a lot of tools to do it. It looks like Bjergsen is going very defensive here with his build. Maybe going to try to roll more of himself in, find some sort of an aggressive play.
Yeah, maybe thinking about going stone plate. Again, definitely a team composition from Team Liquid that will be a lot better playing from ahead. A lot better, because they don't have that home run potential with it in terms of finding some miracle engage or one-shotting someone really important on 100 Thieves.
And this is something we were actually talking about with Ablaze Olive at the start of the day. How much more difficult, like ease of execution is so important with compositions at the pro level. This composition that TL drafted can absolutely win. Similarly to when they played some of their double marksman things, and when you play low engage, you just have to play such a mistake-free game because you don't have the opportunity to choose the fights, to pick off your opponents if they miss position when you don't have that hard engage that they very frequently have CoreJJ playing. It's all about positioning, it's all about setup, and when you fall behind, you lose access to kind of getting that setup and then finding those ways to play out the game. So TL, in a really tough spot here.
Yeah, and I feel like you also lose so many other random opportunities where, like, how many times we've seen, like, oh, there was Fog and a double kill showed up, right? Closer had a nice dunk in the mid lane. CoreJJ had one last game in the same boat. Like, you just don't have, oh, here's 1,000 gold. It fell into my pockets because we had a go button. Like, that's in almost every game of League of Legends. Like, wow, now we played Soraka. It means you just, like, lose that 1,000 gold sometimes.
And, I mean, to me, it's less about the Soraka and more about the Graves, where they fifth pick Graves. The Graves, ends up getting solo killed. Someday has actually gotten solo kills on Bwipo back-to-back games, has been playing incredibly well in the lane. But when you're playing against an Ornn, you've got to do more than hope to neutralize here. And the Graves has not gotten anything done inside, has not gotten anything done in 5v5.
Nice shockwave, big damage. Bwipo gonna stay alive. The heals come through for CoreJJ, but they withstand the burst. And now we move forward. It was basically a burn of cooldowns because, hey, they're going to be back in time for Dragon number 5 of the game. As they walk back, it's going to be 20 seconds off from Baron, so safe enough to grab the Drake, then play the map. Yeah. And we'll see when they reset.
I think we're going to have about 5 or 10 more minutes of this game where 100 Thieves has to kind of connect the dots. The third Drake for them will be up in a minute. The Baron will be up in a minute 30. They'll have to make a push with that before maybe getting the Dragon Soul. But overall, I do want to talk about, like, the ability to swing momentum and the experience that requires. We
speculated about Reaper's stress level after game 1.
Looks very stressed.
Right?
After game 1 and 2.
Yeah,
looked
and
very
2, actually.
stressed.
They're definitely having some very hard conversations. Also, how Team Liquid was on stage about 3 or 4 minutes before 100 Thieves for this third game, right? Team Liquid was in such control of this series. A lot of people would have been thinking this is a 3-0, but with the way 100 Thieves has kind of came out in this game, you look at the score now of Someday 1-0 and 6, it doesn't look like he was a difference maker, but to me, he did so much to control the overall pace of this game.
First dunk comes in, flash ult out of Hansama, and here comes the re-engage. Flash the shotgun, Core JJ. They're gonna find the rest, tidal wave lands, Core's gonna fall, and guess what? His lane mate as well. The engage looks so good. Santoros ult back to his base. Culling will maybe knock down the Freljord God. Is it gonna be enough? Nah, he's gonna walk away just barely.
I'm surprised they didn't just stay in the base. It was a tank Rise that was fending them off, but there's also a Hextech Drake that's up. There's Baron coming soon. They do not want to throw this one away.
They're not going to take any risks. They get a pick, though. Getting the flash off Hans and getting the kill, plus both flashes off Core JJ. There's no shot that they can survive in the next team fight, knowing that you have flashes available on your entire team. So 100 Thieves, playing it safe, playing it steady, gonna knock down another inhibitor here, and then likely just back off to pick up Baron, to pick up a potential soul point here as well.
Yep.
TL may actually get the Dragon because 100 Thieves decided to go mid for the inhib first, and they're gonna go out towards the Baron. So it will be a trade. So it gives a very small kind of potential out for TL at least. You're kind of praying that, hey, maybe if we can hold on, we can get soul. But I think 100 Thieves, if they play this well, should be able to close with 2 inhibitors down and Baron buff. It's looking really good.
Yeah, I actually really hate this call by 100 Thieves. Like, they're still, in 98% of cases, they're winning this game, but in the 2%, they've just created it by giving a soul win condition for Team Liquid. There's no reason they couldn't have just warded towards the Baron area, moved down towards Drake, picked up that, and then delayed another 45 seconds. But right now, they're trying to capitalize on the fact that 2 inhibs are down. They can siege the third, maybe get a cycle going that way. Just an interesting choice. It's a very confident choice, but I think a little reckless.
Well, they're gonna try not gonna find the knockup out of Someday. There's a double shot into the shockwave. That was beautiful by Closer, and it's gonna mean everything. The dunk comes in late. They find number 4, and they found their 98th percentile. Everyone's gonna be gone. Bjergsen left alone in the base. They could pad the KDAs, they can go for the turrets, they can do whatever they want. But a 30-minute victory is coming through. 100 Thieves fight back in this series. We're going to game 4. Then will we find a last kill? They go to walk up, they force the Zonias, the Nexus falls. And 100 Thieves breathe new life into the series.
That is gonna feel so good after back-to-back tough games here. 100 Thieves throw out all their prep, go blue side, draft away the Jarvan, go towards this very different style of composition from what we saw in game 1 and 2, and made it look really good. And now it's up to TL to go back to the drawing board. I think we're gonna see them back with Core JJ unengaged.
Yep.
I think we're gonna see the Graves no more in this series, and TL as well. Gonna have to make those adjustments.
And I also want to say the way that they ended that game was pure confidence, right? They didn't care that they were setting up for a possible soul by Team Liquid. They wanted the Baron because they knew that they were going to be able to win that game. So to be 0-2 down and not have that level of hesitancy from a mindset perspective, I think is very promising for 100 Thieves.
That's cool to see. I'm counting up the stats now. FBI was 12-1-6. Last time we played Lucian, add 408 to that one. Pretty good. You know, that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
It's addition. Y'all can do it on Notepad at home or in your heads here. I'm not going to bother. It's not worth it. The number's high. It's over 20.
Yeah, and even though I think Someday was like a huge carry for them in that game, the fact that there was not a mid gap and Abadagir was a very effective Orianna is huge for 100 Thieves that he's kind of back in it now.
Yeah, just kind of playing stock center team fighters and following up off a Closer who looked really good on the Jarvan. Him actually being able to get in seemed so valuable there. So 100 Thieves finally add Team Liquid their first loss here in this matchup. So to break down how they got it done, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Freak. Raz, do you feel that?
What
do you feel that?
What are you feeling?
Like that? Feel that?
A little bit.
Feels like we got a series.
We got a series
on the hands.
Yeah,
right?
it's on the hands.
Series on our hands.
Oh, okay.
Here we go, 100 Thieves. I know that was awful. 100 Thieves, though, put one on the board to extend the series. They do it from the blue side and switching things up a little bit from what we have known of these teams. And the first pick, Jarvan. Olive, the first pick, Jarvan for Closer. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I'll take it. A sip of Closer.
I mean, he was a monster this game. Every single engage was amazing. Mechanically not perfect, but mechanically very excellent. Getting a lot of insane plays, especially even when the game's already won.
Right.
The EQ flash into Orianna Ball, one-shotting both carries, like, even when it's unnecessary, he's looking really good.
Yeah. Utterly disgusting performance by him. And again, so important that he put this up in that match or series point, Emily, because of the, kind of push and pull we had set up between him and Santorin.
Yeah, and I want to talk about bot lane because Olive actually called this, right? With the Lucian Nami 100 Thieves going to it. It's something we saw them play at the World Championship. It's something we saw them play previously that we brought up. And I actually did like the Soraka response, which for the people watching at home, Dash actually called off camera as draft was going through. But the Lucian Nami also, I think they piloted that so well in team fights. And I know Azael touched upon this. I actually want to talk to Olive about this since this was something you not only talked about in the green room today, but also previously when we had you on the desk. In terms of ease of execution, what do you think of these compositions?
Well, I think there are parts on both sides that are hard to execute. I'm not sure how the Soraka really affects the bot lane because it looked like the Soraka Zeri was like strong early, which is not what I would anticipate. But when you're playing like Ryze into any control mage and anything into Ornn, there's definitely that impending doom of, okay, we have to win this game because if it goes to 40 minutes, they're gonna have a lot of free stats and Ryze as the tank build is really gonna fall off. But I think Lucian Nami kind of lowers that a bit, but it really depends on compositions. And in my opinion, like the TL comp the 100 Thieves comp with Ornn and Orianna, and Lucian Nami into what TL drafted scales pretty fine. Like, it's not like you're going to eventually be useless like it could in a different game.
And that's where I think Team Liquid, you can see them just kind of talking over the draft at least, because that's going to be the direction 100 Thieves tend to go. They'll tend to go towards Ornn, Orianna, if possible, and try and scale for team fights. And I think Team Liquid could have played through side lanes, but I think if you have a Zeri, Soraka, you definitely want to be able to play through team fights, and it just wasn't really working well for them. Another touch on the draft, too, is that there are so many mid lane bans. Justife, LeBlanc, Ari. It really feels like it's going into the bag for a lot of these mid laners champion pools.
Well, let me add one more piece to the drafting conversation as we watch some of the highlights play out, and that is, back up to the top lane. We had the Graves come out from Bwipo, and Emily, I know we also had the hover of the Aatrox, and there are going to be some questions about whether or not a pick like that would have helped TL a bit more in this game here specifically.
Oh yeah, I know, so we talked about the damage. Also, Olive brought up, again, off camera about how Aatrox going into, especially the Lucian Nami just does not feel good at all. Here on the screen, you see closer stats. I did want to bring up the fact that
that he's a monster?
Yeah, we talked about how good he is. In order for 100 Thieves to win, I think this is what they need. Like, yes, TL made mistakes, but closer also has to get really involved in all of these skirmishes and team fights.
See, that concerns me. When you say we need this out of closer, and it's a 4-0-13 performance that it took. I mean, again, understanding they had won this game at a certain point, and that's what some of that flair you're talking about. Olive came in. Oh, this is the play right here. Let's take a look.
He finds the angle here.
Boom. Into the Ori ulti. No chance to flash. I mean, so perfectly executed. I will say, though, in the top lane, Someday has been outperforming Bwipo.
Yes.
He picked the Ornn, and Bwipo had the counter pick. In the first game, he picked Aatrox. Bwipo did very well on that. But this game on the Graves made it look like not a counter pick.
Yeah, second game in the, of course, it was the Tryndamere game, the loss for 100 Thieves, where Someday was actually performing quite well in that one. And then now this game, where a pretty poor fight there from Bwipo when he was definitely not wanting to fight in terms of the item discrepancy. Someday is starting to run him over, at least as the series is scaling on. So I'm really interested in seeing the side selection from TL. I'm expecting red side. I know we're going to be talking about that soon enough.
Well, that's what you're expecting.
Yes.
I think that's what many people would expect. So surprise, surprise, they're actually hopping over to blue.
Oh,
wow.
Which we've been talking a little bit, Olive, off camera about like the thought process in choosing, choosing sides and like where momentum can swing in a series and how you should react as a team. Where both teams clearly favored red coming in. TL has now taken that loss with 100 Thieves on blue, and they go, oh, okay. They clearly think they can't let 100 Thieves have blue again.
Yeah, and I think something you mentioned about Jarvan specifically, about like they just go on blue side to first pick Jarvan, and I was kind of like, nah, they're not going to do that. They're still going to pick red. They chose blue side,
chose
so I would not be surprised if they go into this game, and if Jarvan is left up, first pick Jarvan.
Right, but I followed that up, that same hypothetical with, okay, so now let's assume that TL picks blue. Do you first 3 ban Jarvan by 100 Thieves? Like, it feels like it's become such an integral pick, but it also feels weird to be banning Jarvan.
I mean, Jarvan excels in not only in team fights, but also just in affecting your lanes, like mid to early, right? And he doesn't fall off in the same way that you would say like a Volibear does. The super interesting thing about us going to blue side also stacks on something that Olive brought up earlier with how the mid lane bans have gone in this game as well. Because typically when red side is at its strongest, it's when you don't feel like you absolutely must ban stuff that's going to get first picked on blue that you don't feel is like counterable, right? And throughout the meta, it's kind of felt that way, but now that we're getting into individual series, it's super interesting to see blue suddenly rise significantly in priority once red side feels like there are must bans.
Yeah, I would say one thing to make note of, there are too many things right now for them to ban. I think if you're banning J4, then you're letting one of the picks that Team Liquid will want, be it Ahri, which they've already been first picking, you can do TF, but like they're comfortable, it looks like, first picking mid, or even Viego. Santorin's had a really damn good Viego during this split, so I think that's nothing concerning. I think also looking at top lane, I was wondering, okay, maybe top lane counter pick is what you want. Probably just default to going towards tanks. Like Whipple has some great tank top lane picks. If we see an Ornn again being picked a little earlier, maybe Team Liquid respond with a Scion, is what I'm expecting. So we might just see straight up team fight v team fight.
Ornn v Scion. Let's go.
Let's
NA is back.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's reduce our Graves Rengar player to Scion. Oh my goodness, I know he plays it all. Predictions. As we've kind of done throughout the postseason here, we've been giving people opportunities to see the light, if you will. And so we have thrown up into the telestrator everybody's
I'll be the first one
faces,
to move up.
the teams and possible score lines. So Raz, you had originally, just for everybody at home, you had originally said 100 Thieves 3-1, correct?
Yeah, unfortunately
Obviously,
for
that's
YouTube
not
users.
possible. So that was your old prediction, 3-1 with 100. Are you sticking with 100 Thieves to begin with?
Are you gonna stick with
3-1? Circle the team you're gonna go for.
Okay, in good conscience, I am flopping. Look, I have historically been a flip-flopper.
Get this man some flip-flops. He's wearing the wrong shoes.
Yep. I'm gonna kick these shoes off.
Kick them off.
It's gone.
Oh my God. Oh damn. Oh no.
Okay.
All right, don't
maybe not do that.
Cameras over there.
Don't do that.
He definitely just broke part of the set. Absolutely murdered part of the set. Okay. All right, give me that pen. I'm nervous. You holding stuff.
All right,
you
you
up
are.
next. Go. Quick. With speed. Circle your winner.
If you're flip-flopping, kick your heels off.
Oh no! Disaster.
Where is
this
the...
whole
There you
thing
go.
is
You
falling
got this.
apart. Okay,
There we
and
go.
then do they end it here
My
3-1?
old prediction was 3-2 TL. And I'm actually going to stick with that.
3-2, so 100 Thieves is going to snag this game. Olive, get over there. Go join her.
All right.
Circle your winning team.
I'm still going with TL.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was also 3-2.
Okay.
But you keeping it?
No, I'm actually not. I think it's going to be 3-1. I think
and
TL...
you know what? I'm right there with you, Olive, so do the same thing for me. I was 3-2 originally. I'm sticking with Team Liquid, but I think we are about to see the series end here in 3-1 fashion as they flip to the blue side.
I wish I had more faith.
I wish you had more faith, too. You had to join us and make that graphic look a lot less interesting.
Maybe it's bad omen. Breaking part of the set for that one, I don't know.
Oh, disaster here. All right, well, if you're looking for an extra way to celebrate the LCS Finals with us in Houston, MasterCard has got you covered. MasterCard is offering priceless experience packages featuring weekend tickets, exclusive event merch, and behind-the-scenes tours of the production. That'd be pretty dope. You can come meet us. If you're a resident of the U.S., head over to priceless.com to check out those priceless experiences. Quantities are limited, though, so make sure you get in there nice and quick. The battle for a...
Close up on Raz's
Cover that up. You gotta pay extra for that.
All right, okay, there we go.
Okay, the battle for
Behind the
a
paywall.
guaranteed spot in next week's grand final continues in Game 4 right after this. Some OnlyFans
I wonder how they went over there.
Jay's dying. I'm fine. I'm joining. Keep back. I'm coming back. Finally. Look. Nice!
Gonna try not gonna find the knockup out of someday. There's a double shot to the shockwave. That was beautiful by Closer, and it's gonna mean everything. The dunk comes in late. They find number 4, and they found their 98th percentile. Everyone's gonna be gone. Bjergsen left alone in the base. They could pad the KDAs, they can go for the turrets, they can do whatever they want. But a 30-minute victory is coming through. 100 Thieves fight back in this series. We're going to game 4.
Team Liquid in the best of 5 is a lot more adaptive compared to Cloud9 that we just played. I think if I start roaming, Core will definitely match me way more, and also there will be a lot more spicy fights in the top side or in the mid lane. That's what happened last time when I played them, and I think it's just gonna be in the end about who is just mechanically playing better in those situations.
Well, welcome back. I gotta say, the mechanics pretty damn solid from top half from 100 Thieves last game. Not to give shade to anyone else, but like Closer and Someday were completely gapping the opposition.
They really were. I mean, I think I also am seeing a shift here. Team Liquid picking blue side in this game, even though both of these teams have predominantly won on red side for most of the season. And I think it's a response to how well that Jarvan first pick ended up working out for them. I think TL is going to want to take it first.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the obvious one, unless the pick and ban changes, right? Like, do people actually ban it out? Are you going to ban it out on red side? Are you going to be willing to drop something that they have already been using? You know, 100 Thieves has been banning just the picks that have been beating them, so I imagine they're going to say the same. Yeah. But for TL, I honestly think TL on blue side, you should just go full late and just pick for scaling. And it is a swap up already, so Zeri is going to get banned out. So it does mean either the TF would be up or the LeBlanc would still be up. So one of those will be available. They're trying to get a trade. They're trying to get a trade. They're saying you can't have both. You could probably have TF or Jarvan. That is going to be my guess of the ones that are left up. And LeBlanc, I think, will be the third ban. But will be interesting to see if that is the case, if I have the right read.
And this is something that I think Reaper actually does more than other coaches, is he will change bans after wins. There is obviously a side select change as well, but literally their whole pattern has been what beats us, we ban. So you change naturally off of any loss. But then even after a win, they'll be making tweaks just to keep the other team on their toes.
They're talking about it last seconds here.
What if there's even a Jarvan angle if they're that worried about the first pick? As strange as it would be. I mean, Jarvan has won every game.
Okay,
TF will be the ban.
Okay.
But I think Jarvan first pick with LeBlanc open is worse because LeBlanc is so elusive.
It just, will Abadaga play the LeBlanc? You know, I'm just not sure that that's...
I think he just first pick LeBlanc again.
Yeah.
Which is different because you were talking about, in between the break, we were discussing like what should Team Liquid do.
Ahri?
Oh yeah, Ahri, that was permaban pretty much the whole series as well.
Well, yeah.
So that makes sense.
Last game, it had been open, but obviously they didn't want to go towards it. It was kind of getting banned out sometimes. I think game 1 it did get banned out for sure.
It was banned. It's been banned actually.
It was in the second round?
Game 2 that it was open.
Okay, game 2.
And Abadaga didn't. Yeah. No, sorry, it was banned in every game. I'm trolling. It was banned every game this series.
Okay.
Yep, going to be left available, and it is grabbed here by Team Liquid. Jarvan going to be the trade back, and of course, Thieves know that, right? They know it was taken. They trade mid laners back. 14 career games played for Abadaga on LeBlanc. 50% win rate, which is below his career average. Not a huge statistical sample, but just for what it's worth, that's what's going on with him. And of course, the Jarvan, who is undefeated in this series, gets locked in for closing.
I wonder if he just goes Volibear again, right? To try to scrap 2v2 mid. Ahri has also been, I think, probably Bjergsen's most impressive champion over the last couple weeks. He started to bring it out. He started to have these carry performances on it. Viego instead the pick. Santorin going to what Closer had been bringing out in the first couple of games. So very interesting. It's kind of total shift here away.
Yeah.
100 Thieves isn't just like full late game on their side. Of course, they could do like a third pick, you know, and go more for scaling. They have been wanting to secure that for FBI, so I wouldn't be shocked to see 100 Thieves third pick Aphelios or something like that again. But, you know, TL, we have to see what is their read. Do they want to try to go, you know, more towards scaling? Lucian
wow.
So this could be top. This could also be bot because Whipple is willing to play it. I'm going to be honest, I haven't really liked TL with the double marksman comps. I don't think that they're that good at closing out the games. They're often good at creating advantages, but it'll be interesting to see where they want to take us, because now on 100 Thieves side, you kind of have to wonder, it's like, all right, well, should we be banning out bot laners? Should we ban out like Nami as a pairing? You know, where do you want to focus? Aphelios feels like the obvious ones because they just put so much priority on FBI getting a scaling team fighter.
All right, well, team fight's going to look good. Obviously, LeBlanc a bit more early game skewed, Jarvan the same, but even if you are late game, Jarvan's flag still going to give some attack speed, which, you know, FBI's happy to get, of course. We'll see where it goes. 18 career games for Hans Sama on Lucian, which honestly for a pro AD carry feels a little bit low. He's been meta for so long, or, you know, in so many of these seasons, but a whip, of course, 2 Lucian games already this season. 0 for Hans Sama here, so we'll see what happens.
100 Thieves not really falling for that Lucian. They're saying it's going to be top lane.
Do you ban Nami though, right? Like, are you worried about that? Because that's the pairing. If it's going bot, it's going to be with a Nami. So it's interesting. And to TL ban Ornn, because if you're going to play this top, do you want to play Lucian into the Ornn and just into a scaling pick that has really good gank assist to actually kill you post level 6? So it's such an interesting pick ban now, because normally you would be saying, all right, well, you're going to ban engage supports here. But I don't know if that's going to be the case for both sides.
Yeah. Also interesting, they're leaving up Jinx, for example, as, you know, the, like, premier AD carry, basically. You get the Nami ban going through in case it is that one, but it's like, yeah, Zaya's your easy answer. You're trying to get away from a Jarvan gank or LeBlanc gank. You immune the EQ knockup, or you immune the sigils coming down. Yeah, and actually, I think if you go untargetable, you don't even get the terrain either from the ult, so Zaya has so many tools of getting away from a Jarvan that, they do flex the top to play that, but otherwise, like, but no one else matters that much for us.
So it's Lucian top. If you're banning Malphite, they're concerned about that. But I still think they can go Ornn. So maybe Whippo's read is, I can slam Ornn, whether or not that comes down. I mean, you should get push, you should get a lane advantage, but again, post 6 with Spellbook, you swap over Ignite, you have kill threat on Marksman. And with Jarvan coming up there, it's going to be so threatening. So I just like 100 Thieves draft way more. Unless there's some sort of big pivot here that I'm not expecting for TL, I feel like TL are drafting themselves in the exact same situation that they were in game 3.
So I'm going to do a charitable thought on TL, which is they're baiting the Ornn pick here by banning Malphite. Like, oh no, we got to get rid of your tanks, grab one early.
Lucian bot with who, right? Like that's kind of my problem is like you try to go Lucian Karma or something, but all of the good bot lanes, I think it's going to be Ezreal Karma, and I think they're going to do basically like the same thing that they did last time, where they have no engage. and they have to stomp early, or you just auto lose.
Oh, actually,
Braum doesn't really change that, to be honest, because again, it's not engaged. It's like more of a late game thing. Though,
it's better against Ornn in team
karma.
fights if that's what they end up going for. But then the question will remain of whether or not they're actually stronger in 5v5, even with the Braum.
I mean, they can't start fights, right? So you have to win early. Is basically how I look at this. If you're playing Lucian top and you're playing no engage, you must win early. Braum does shut down the Ornn ulti, as you say. Thresh Aphelios, this is like throwback. This is like first weeks of spring where people were going Aphelios Thresh or Aphelios Jinx Thresh every single game pretty much. I really like the 100 Thieves draft. We'll see if it does get locked in, but I think the pick makes a lot of sense.
Oh, interesting.
For
On to
Khan,
Khan.
okay.
So I will say anyone who's pokier tends to look good in a Braum because his engage is so poor. It's like flash 2 or nothing.
Yeah.
That anyone who has some range and some decent, Thresh has some, to be fair. You can kind of like abuse a little bit because Braum can't really fight back easily. And yeah, he's there for the Ornn counter. I would say team fight for team fight. Ornn's still going to take longer than Braum will. So yeah, feels good for 100 Thieves.
And they have so much engage. Like you can nullify the Ornn ulti, but Rakan's going in. J4 is going in. There is a lot of that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that could swing this over for TL is how good is Bjergsen's Ahri.
Yeah.
Because it has been banned the whole series. We've seen so many Ahri pop-off performances around the world in playoffs. The champ is super strong. TL also played a really good game around mid lane. They have the ability to get top prio. I think Ahri kind of has to take over this game to give them a big lead. Otherwise, I do think the 100 Thieves scaling and engage options will just be too much.
Yeah, I mean, TL can absolutely run over early game and stomp this game out, but that's going to be what it requires here.
All right, TL, do they end it 3-1 or does the reverse sweep continue? Let's see it. Team Liquid vs 100 Thieves, game 4. It is on Bjergsen here for Team Liquid in Game 4. The man's got trophies, the man's got MVPs. He's first All-Pro this season while coaching last year. He's already back on top, and it looks like it's on him to close out this series in Game 4 because team fights are going to be rough without him.
Yeah, it's been really interesting following Bjergsen's path this split. When he came into lock-in tournament, he also talked about having COVID. He was also rusty from not playing pro for a while and ended up just kind of playing these scaling matchups, and it almost looked like he was getting carried. And then even though he was first team All-Pro, a lot of people were saying like, he's just on a winning team. Did he really deserve it? Is he just carried by his teammates? I think this series for glimpses though, we're starting to see him get back in form. More of those old school performances from 2016, 2017. He's been a part of the LCS for just so damn long. And I mean, this would be a game where he tries to really say that he's back.
And he's had so many of those over the years where, you know, you're looking at a draft or you're looking at a game state and you're saying, well, Bjergsen has to do it. And he has done it time and time and time again. You know, so many of the banners hanging in the LCS studio are courtesy of Bjergsen.
Yeah.
There we go. Award drops. A little bit of something going on, but now, yeah, TL going to go ahead and take a red buff steal and closer. He realizes, oh, shoot, okay, I'm going to be walking down to my first camp now. He will be set pretty far behind. Whippo, of course, a great early game champion on Lucian. As Smite comes in and Santorin gets a red steal.
And this is just smart. Set up the split map. You have to play somewhat towards the Lucian. Lucian is not a champion that you want to just sit back and go even against. So being able to push J4 to the bottom side of the map where you have Ezreal Braum, not someone you really want to gank. That lane is very tough to kill for J4. Protect the Lucian, set it up, really nicely done.
But he should be able to cross map because you're going to have pressure on the Aphelios Rakan, so he may get equal camps depending on how mid lane looks.
But again, then he's not on top side. It's more about protecting the Lucian, I think, than taking more camps away. I don't think that he's expecting to be able to defend his bottom side. I think that he's just trying to defend the Lucian, allow Whippo to push, because Whippo has to play aggressive in this 1v1 to create an edge.
Yeah, it's... the CS is not updating in the bottom right now, but it is 12-4 in the top lane, so definitely denying a lot of CS off of Someday. And this is the type of style that TL tried to play back in week 6. They basically took a whole week and said, we're just going to try and practice snowballing around topside. I feel like part of their practice during these 2 weeks between the last matchup they had was trying to snowball mid lane, which they were able to do with Bjergsen's the block game. So the totality of the practice and the things that you've learned throughout the split can be used during best of 5 series like this. And it'll be interesting to see if this particular one pays off, because the top lane Snowball hadn't looked that good.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point, and it is. Oh, nice charm. He's gonna pull in tower range.
Oh, that's a turret shot. Did 150 damage or so from the first shot there. Looks pretty nice.
If that second one went off there, he might have actually been able to kill him off. That was pretty close, but yeah, I mean, TL has been very flexible, and they have been trying out a lot of different stuff here. You know, throughout the regular season, Bwipo, you were talking about it, Freak, with his 19-odd, 18-odd, unique picks. Santorin, though, going over towards mid.
Will they get a charm flash?
Covering here.
Just gets out in time, but yeah, with W down, theoretically you'd have that play, but it's not going to come through. Going to take the top scuttle instead. Midlander's just trading blows back and forth. Now Abadaga has a chance to keep the wave in front of his tower. How's he going to play it out? Looks like he's going to just go ahead and mostly last hit under turret itself. And Bjergsen is coming in to grab an early blue.
3.5 minute blue buff for Bjergsen.
Okay.
Give the experience to your jungler, I hope.
Yeah. Would be nice to get 6 on Viego. It's actually pretty valuable.
He's actually going to cancel the recall, so he's just going to go back mid. He has one minion dematerializer left, so he's actually staying for the cannon wave because he can insta-kill the cannon and get a shove here, so he gets an even better recall. Abadaga is not playing TP, so he had to reset. Will lose a couple of minions there, but won't be too bad for Abadaga because it's a cannon wave pushing in, so they can tank up like 8 tower shots, I believe it is.
Nice knock up there. They should know that Viego's around, though. He gets the knock up and a damage, and Sunday is a flash away from dead. Q's come across. They knock him down. Well played.
That was such a bait by TL. Bwipo had Viego behind him, so he's, I'm a little bit too close to the pillar here. You might want to knock me up. Someday liked his odds there, but getting that first blood when you're already down farm is so big. This is exactly what TL needed to do.
But I think he should have known, because I think Santorin hit a Scryer's, but it's why the ward was killed. I don't think there's any other way for that ward to die except Santorin hitting a Scryer, so we should have known Viego was topside.
Yeah.
He took a fight and got punished.
It's a top lane bet. Santorin had shown mid. He'd stuck around for a long time. It is actually a huge overstay what Santorin just did, how late he took his first recall, but it absolutely pays off. It's a lost bet by Someday, and it's exactly the type of start you want if you're TL and trying to play through the solution. Look at what he's able to do. He started call. He now has his Noon Quiver. Didn't even have to burn flash to get that kill.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I think he may have had that knowledge. We're not far enough back in the replay to actually see what all his vision was. But of course, at this point, he does see Santorin coming in, not able to flash the W. I think that would have been his only hope to actually surviving, is if he could have flashed that stun there from the Viego. But a really nice setup from TL. They get the kill. First buy is huge for Bwipo, but he's got to keep the pressure on because you need to continually extend the advantage. You need to be able to threaten farming plates against this Ornn because you've got to play from ahead. Because if it just starts to go to parity and Ornn gets up to a Frozen Heart, gets up to that Mythic, you're just chilling and farming, and you just wait for your jungler to come up and ult the Lucian every single time.
Yeah, it's once again triple AD, right? Ahri does not want to punch through front line. Like, she's going to go... I mean, Ahri's not going to
go ever across CDR boots. Like, she's not gonna be that one-shot threat or even the sustained damage threat to the Ornn.
Yep, and you can see there's the Frozen Heart components, right? It's like, yep, great. I have an attack speed slow against 3 auto attackers. That seems good. I'm stacking armor against triple AD. That seems good. Let's get it. And that's going to look pretty good. So as long as, you're not running over the game, which is, as you've both been talking about, the early game definitely matters for this top side. Closer, though, able to, with his bot lane pressure, this Rakan is good into Braum because he can't stop any of your poke, anything else. They get control. 625 on the first Drake. Looks good.
Oh, that's
Ignite.
He's got flash, and he flashes the knockup. Really, really well played. Coling does not hit a ton. Goes back in for a bit more damage. Just a bit of poke. And someday it will get worn down a little bit, but blocks a lot.
But this does mean, now again, he didn't expend the Ignite, so it means that there's an opportunity to try to go for a kill as soon as your ulti is back up, but Santorin is wrapped around.
New cloth armor.
Great, and Bjergsen's moving.
A lot of damage is going to be enough, though, and they see, actually, I don't know if he got the damage.
Healthy, though.
Yeah, he's actually 70%, so the wave's going to go down. Not going to be a problem. Gets a plate for it, and decides ultimately Sunday's got too much.
It is just so hard to do damage to a Warden's male Ornn.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we saw there. That was a full combo from Bwipo. He used his ultimate, he expended his flash, and with a couple refillable potion charges, some days at 80% under his turret, actually means that Santorin has to just path up there for a waste of about 20 seconds, and not much happens.
And in about a minute here, when somebody has his ulti back up, if Closer can get up there, I think that's pretty much a guaranteed kill on Bwipo. He's flashless. You'll have ult and ignite if you can hold on to those. That is something you really want to punish. You want to put down this Lucian, especially now that he's expended his teleport. That would be a very valuable kill for 100 Thieves if they can get up there and get it.
Well, just pushed down yet again. Going to be at about 77 CS with, to 68, really. It's a good wave and a half lead here. So Really well done, 100 Thieves, definitely winning in the bottom lane with the better scaling pick overall. You can see Bwipo, yes, he's the richest man because of the first blood, but FBI's right behind him.
And in terms of mid lane, it's nothing really to write home about. It's not been any type of early huge advantage for Bjergsen. In fact, I think Abadage has kind of had the upper hand. He had mid prio while 100 Thieves took that Drake. Only now, with Bjergsen sticking around, having expended his teleport, are they trying to make this move for Rift Herald.
And the bot lane is here from 100 Thieves, so we'll see if they want to try to contest. I think they may be just too late to actually stop this. I think it's gone.
Yeah, I think so.
They did try to
better smite, it's his every time it's his, and he gets it smite, and he gets to pick the team fight now. Here we go, Santorin drop low, judges him toward the wall with the flash, but they got the chase down, and Ignite kills him, and there's no way out, there is no flash, there is no life, Bwipo will fall, and 100 Thieves take that battle. Incredibly well done.
That was a really good call out, Freak. The upgraded smite was there for closer, it was not for Santorin. So that's the 900 versus the 450.
It's free.
You win that every time, as you said. He goes in, he gets it. They get Herald, they get 2 kills. Bwipo just died. Now that you can farm the plates from this Lucian who has no TP, they could even potentially get a full tower topside if they wanted to actually commit to Herald. But don't think they're going to drop it just yet. But that is such a big deal for 100 Thieves. They pull the gold right back to even, and they're going to go ahead once they drop the Herald. So TL in bad positioning already here.
And Hans
game number
is
4.
kind of on his own.
Flash exhaust, Herald summon, they're going to go for the cooldown just in case. They're going to burst him, there's the knockup, there's the kill, as it is going to be a trade though. One too many turret shots, who he burns every cooldown, still dies, but they get a lot of turret damage for it.
Well, Operation Smash the early game has been a failure for Team Liquid. Definitely looking like 100 Thieves has surpassed that early game. Again, they have some days Ornn in such a powerful position, able to stack armor early against an AD heavy team.
50,
after that turret gold, that's all you need.
Yeah, like if you're even close to even, you're winning this matchup, right? You are just have so much more baseline value, and this is why I've kind of had these concerns, with some of these drafts from TL where they like to go for this 5th marksman. I think it really kind of derails what their composition does. But Closer goes in, has the 900 smite. On the other side, TL are trying to go for a fight, but again, where's your engage, right? You don't have anything. The only chance is Viego going in, Braum going in. So Viego goes in with the ulti, but they just kite back and they burst him down. They don't have the CC to lock anyone down on 100 Thieves' side. So 100 Thieves are dictating when and where you're going to fight.
And it's also really slim margins there, right? It's the one smite charge that makes the difference. The fact that Hans Sama was about 10 seconds slow made 100 Thieves confident enough to at least engage in the area so that they could fight.
It's so interesting because we talked about that earlier delayed recall to actually make that gank happen on Sunday, and I wonder if that is the difference maker. The fact that he is actually out on the map a little bit too long, if his smite charges stacked up, and as a result is down on that upgraded smite. I wouldn't be surprised if that really was that difference maker, and sometimes these little things can mean a lot.
It also could come down to rune choice as well. We know both players have an inspiration. Right, they're both an inspiration somewhere, so if only one of them took the smite charge, or the summoner spell haste, that's obviously relevant. I want to point out the first strike on the Jarvan, by the way, which is pretty neat. But overall, Camp's just going down, and we sit on a 500 gold lead with First Dragon, with Herald already crashed, 400 Thieves.
Viego does have it, so he has the
they both have Cosmic Insight.
So it really is just that delayed recall, I think, up on top side to make that gank happen. So hadn't cycled through the smites as quickly. They are pushing back here, of course, though, getting some tower damage down. On the bot side, though, FBI is also doing the same. Down to 2 plates remaining down there.
Have come through, and now we get to look at the next attempt, because mid lane has been crushed, and if Thieves can walk down to that dragon, no problem. FBI gonna just absolutely destroy this turret. This one's gonna die. That'll be second turret of the game, almost certainly, as well as a just boatload of plates. 5 in top, 5 in bot. Thank you very much, 100 Thieves.
And 2 dragons.
Yeah.
Like this one is looking so good for 100 Thieves. You have scaling advantage, you have objective advantage, you have everything going your way here. And if TL drops this game, you talk about the mental edge, you talk about momentum in a series, it is so far in 100 Thieves' favor.
Adaptation, momentum, experience, all these things come in. After the first 2 games, it looked so heavily in the favor of Team Liquid. You think about the way Game 1 was in the series. 22-minute Team Liquid victory. 0 plates taken by 100 Thieves the entire time. In Game 2, TL had this 8,000 gold lead in the mid-game before really a blip, which was a throw where they were immediately able to come back. But Game 3 and Game 4, 100 Thieves has taken this Ornn in the top lane, this Jarvan in the jungle, having this very strong front-to-back identity, but then also being able to win the early game. That's the remarkable thing about these 2 games, where they just haven't given Team Liquid the opportunity to snowball. And again, a lot could still happen in this game. It's a 200 gold, 2-dragon lead.
Nope, Jack, game 5.
But the 2-2 is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
And when you think in composition, that's the thing that makes you nervous, right? Because we came into this saying that they have to create an early advantage. TL not out of it by any means in this game. But, you know, if you could choose a game state, you'd much rather be on that other side. Bwipo now, potentially here in trouble.
Yeah, really low in mana. Here's the burst, and he's going to take the kill. A quick slow from Ornn for the assist credit, and just gets deleted. Bwipo, I mean, last game looked pretty bad on the Graves. Picked up the Marksman, still looking pretty bad here. This is a rough look now. Getting slimmer and slimmer as the time goes on. CoreJJ going to flash a safety. Get a bit of poke, doesn't matter.
They're just losing control of their jungle, right? They don't have much, you know, kind of defensive vision. A lot of it is getting swept out. Pink wards are being put in their jungle. They take down this bottom tower, and no real answer on the other side of the map here as they kind of roam down to try to answer the play. Bjergsen is here. Everyone is down to that bot side. They've got to keep the Lucian pressing, but you know, his time in the game, winning in that side lane is kind of already over.
Yeah, and you know how in between games we see all these like snacks that all the teams have, and like what did Abbedagge eat in between like game 2 and these last 2? Because he was awful in game 1 and 2, and he's been quite good in these games 3 and 4. I mean, Bjergsen power picked the Ahri, perma-banned this entire series, but he's matching it with LeBlanc. He is even, if not slightly ahead for most of the laning phase, and now is sitting at 2-0 against a ton of squishy targets. So the game is his for the taking.
And it feels like the Jarvan is just, you know, going to continue rising in priority because Closer's having another strong game on it. You know, been very, very effective every time this has come out, whether it was 4TL or 400 Thieves.
And now we look at the chance at a mid lane play. Core and Bwipo going to be spotted by the sweeper over the wall, so they know what's going on here. Ward's going to go down, put new ones in, and oh, they're going to go for the play right now. CoreJJ, flashless, could be an easy kill, puts the ulti up, puts the shield up, and be careful who he could burn down. Ahri's going to find one, and overstep by 100 Thieves support, and maybe another. Closer versus stopwatch, pretty crucial there. Takes someone to heal now, and the re-engage looks good. Big damage on Ezreal, but will stay alive. Low health bars, but no more kills just by the slimmest of margins. Just the 1 for 0. Make it back. Abbedagge says, I'll get one for ya.
All that just for a 1-for-1. It looked like so many things missed or went wrong for 100 Thieves, but TL just gets that 1 kill for Bjergsen's Ahri, but it's now a 3-0 Luden's completed LeBlanc they're up against.
And they might be able to get the Herald here, so pretty nice for TL. 100 Thieves really diving deep for CoreJJ there. It's a Braum, you know, the tankiest member, the hardest one to take out. And he was trying to dive through Lucian's culling. Bwipo just absolutely ripped up Huhi. You know, they get that first kill off the back with Bjergsen being able to clean that up. They are able to grab a Herald for themselves, so a nice little win for TL, pulling this game back somewhat.
We'll try to work their way back into this one. 1,000 though the gold difference, still 2 dunks to nothing. Watch that again, and yeah, Huhi stays in a bit too long.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an overforce here. Closer flashes, does just get CoreJJ, who's going to take a while to kill. Braum with the shield up is just a very tanky person, gets his Guardian, and yeah, you can see who he just gets completely burned down. But let's watch what happens after this, because there are some opportunities. They missed a lot of damage on a Closer after that charm, and he barely gets away.
Yeah, I think they were really nervous about overextending, you know, through Someday. You know, Someday getting a multi-man knockup, and FBI kind of guarding there. You know, playing bodyguard in that corridor can be tough. But Abbedagge going over the wall, getting the kill. He's got the Ludens, he's got the tier 2 boots. You know, him and Bjergsen are pretty much at parity, you know, despite the extra kills and farm going Abbedagge's way. And a lot of pressure, I think, on Bjergsen's shoulders now to try to make plays happen because they don't have engage. They need to find some sort of an X factor here, but it's very tough to get anything done in sides when you have no vision and you look at the map, it is so dark. You know, there's just not really anywhere you can safely push, so they're kind of forced to just group up to avoid the hard engage that their opponents have.
Yeah, how are they supposed to get in for this dragon? They need Hans Sama to land so many Ezreal Qs, or they need to get just a blind charm on a squishy. Yes, they have the Herald to maybe get them pushed, but as we mentioned before, like actually engaging the fight so difficult.
Look at Abbedagge's positioning. If Bwipo walks in there, he could get roasted.
Yeah, this is such a power spike for LeBlanc right now. Luden, Sorks, and level 11.
Spots it out, knows what's going on, gets out, nice blue trinket, but that does mean Vision goes to TL. They, in fact, got that push because of Herald.
But if they start this, they need a plan to peel off if 100 Thieves decides to go for this fight.
Closer walks up, CoreJJ tags him, Bjergsen waiting around, pretty far away. He's playing mid lane first. He's actually going to shove that in and give him a way out. They're going to back up and say, okay, you've come down, you got through the choke. But they won't stay for the turret. They're going to stay around for the team fight. Is it going to be enough? They don't want to give away Dragon number 3. 1K gold difference, decent damage out of Abba. Back out again. Will it flip for the Dragon? Getting down to 1,300. Smite comes in, 30 health I saw, but Closer claims it in the end.
I mean, even getting the Smite flip is actually a win for Team Liquid, but since they don't get it, it ends up being all for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they take down mid-tier 1. That's something, but it is Soul Point here very early into the game. 23 minutes Soul on the table, 400 Thieves. It's getting tougher and tougher here for TL, but they just don't have the ability to start the fight. So it requires, not only that a massive amount of poke, but almost a misstep. Because even though Someday was chunked down to like 40%, what are you going to do about it, right? You can't just run at him with your marksman and try to run through Rakan and everyone. And he's still going to have that ultimate available. So it's very difficult to even have the follow-up. So it feels like you need to deny vision. You need to have Bjergsen playing from Fog, try to catch someone checking. But they have multiple tanks to be the ones that are kind of leading the way here.
Abadaga gets to play pretty aggressively. He's got no wards in that western jungle. To be fair, neither does TL, but he's got reinforcements nearby enough. And even though that doesn't spot anyone, I don't think Close is going to be much danger. Can always EQ out. There's no follow-through. Yeah, I mean, whew, we padded the stats. Best thing Core's done in the last 2 minutes.
I was wondering where you're going to go.
Not all game. He's gotten some good engagements.
Be careful with this one.
Just the last 2 minutes. That's fine.
So it is still only 19 minutes into this game. It feels much later because 100 Thieves was able to start the dragon stacking very early, but we don't even have ornaments yet. So really, I think the next 5 minutes is where Team Liquid still has a chance to win this game. Since we saw they did get a lot of chunk down onto Someday, they do still have damage if they're able to get a good calling out. When the Manamune transforms for Hansama, I think that's going to be a significant enough power spike that they can look for something. If they get a big team fight win and turn it into Baron, that's their window into still winning this game.
And they can find that, but it requires 100 Thieves to be the ones engaging into them and them to be kiting back and focusing down the people that engage, right? You do have a ton of DPS here. If Ornn overextends or J4 overextends and you have both your marksmen hitting them and they get charmed and they get burst down and you get the Viego soul for the reset, that fight can go your way. But if 100 Thieves makes you come to them, it's so tough to really get much done because Lucian then can pretty much only play with culling and it becomes down to Ezreal to really get the poke. You cannot walk up and just start auto-attacking these guys unless they have already spent their spells to engage into you.
We'll look for the next play, though, because right now it's Abadaga going to the top side, and, getting those individual picks would help get TL some gold back, get them, maybe the ability to put the wards down and find the next one afterwards, because, hey, then the next charm comes from Fog of War, and, the setup's going to be too hard, but right now they're not finding any plays just yet.
I like the BT here, second from FBI. I think he's realizing poke is really the only threat. And with the BT, even if you get tagged a couple times there, you're not going to be in much threat as long as you have access to a minion wave. And it's going to make the 100-0 that much harder as well.
And also just kind of zooming out a bit as we wait for this last dragon or this Cloud Soul possibly to be set up, the rivalry is strong with Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, right? The last time they played in the winners bracket final, actually, people remember the 3-0 final by 100 Thieves at the end of 2021, but the winners bracket final match went to 5. So there's a lot of competition between these two guys. FBI tries to go for a play.
And it's going to be the ulti on top as well, but not enough to kill. No one else quite in range for the rest of it. Hansama just burns the Arcane Shift out.
And even last year, when they were going into that summer finals, there was so much talk, from the 100 Thieves camp of thinking back and wanting revenge for the first time they made finals. When they first came in the league after franchising, they made finals and they immediately got stomped by TL. And they had been wanting their revenge for years to be able to get it. It just feels like such a budding rivalry.
Really good damage. 100 health left in flashes in case Whipple's going to be in range for something. So just running away, but TL is on the way up. He's going to be enough. Hansama now finally burns the flash get away. Ult's not going to land. How about Abadaga? Can he stay safe? Because Santorin's here. Jumps to juke one, but the flash follows in. That's what he needed. And now they can use LeBlanc against him. The dunk is big damage. Whippo kills him. 2-0, and TL gets signs of life.
That's the spike they were waiting for, but it all started with Bjergsen actually making a huge play onto Abadaga, and I don't even know if 100 Thieves is going to be in position to contest this or his bot lane.
They're maximizing gold. They're maximizing gold income, saying Baron is yours, probably Dragon's yours as well. We'll get as much as we can. Respect the call to get what you can on the weak side of the map. TL will always get more for the 2 kills, the Baron and the reset, but at least 100 Thieves get something.
I mean, TL's gonna rush back to base and then try and go out for that dragon because Cloud Soul is up as they run out. But watch this one more time. Just perfect placement, leading with the Everfrost and then getting all of his damage through.
Yep, being able to connect with the Everfrost there, guaranteeing the charm, and then dashing back out to not get collapsed on by Closer. They're buying themselves time. Hansama also avoiding the engage on the bottom of your screen there. He survives. Viego just catches up, gets that kill, and as soon as he has the soul, there's no way out of this. Everyone is collapsing. They're able to get down and even prevent soul from being grabbed. What a turn there.
Yeah.
Off the initial play from Bjergsen, TL. Signs of life here in game number 4.
And I actually do really like 100 Thieves' choices after the disaster that was top lane. Instead of trying to 3v5 contest the Baron, possibly give away FBIs and some days bounties, they maximize gold, as Freak said. But then even for this Cloud Soul, it's 23 minutes into the game. Why fight a team that just got Baron where they can just give it and still scale for later? They're going to wait for their Ornn items to come in. They'll probably wait for FBI to get either a GA or Infinity Edge and just kind of withstand the mistake they just made.
Yeah, I agree completely. You take tier 2 mid, you just negate loss and just prepare for the later stages because their scaling is still fully in effect. Yes, this gives TL a shot, but they're still in a pretty good position. Close are going to have to be careful here, though. And we'll see if TL can find some way to force. 100 Thieves just have to wave clear, respect the potential damage that can come out, but there's not really much engaged still from the TL side, so they have to be methodical. They have to get answers elsewhere and then group up, push in, knock down towers.
It's almost this weird thing. They need to play disrespectfully enough to make 100 Thieves want to fight them.
Yeah.
And they did get a good chunk of damage down before they were able to get that turret, but it's just the 2,000 gold lead. I think they need to be able to get more. Maybe the outer turret in the top lane as well to make this Baron really worth it.
You see what comes through. Abadaga able to pretty much safely clear this one. They know everyone was seeing bot side not too long ago, so that one's a pretty safe clear. But yeah, we've got 50 seconds left on the Red Bull Baron power play, and TL, how much more can they get? Because it will time out well before the 5th Dragon of the game, and that means they've got to fight just with the gold lead, not with the Baron buff, when they want to stop the Cloud Soul.
And a lot of items coming through, on both sides here. The completions are coming through, some pretty important ones. GA now done for Santorin, that is big. The Zonias has been finished up for Closer. And FBI does have a stopwatch, but is really going to want to try to complete his IE prior to this next fight. If he can get the IE, that is so big, but he's still pretty far away here. Going to need another 1,000 gold at least to complete that item.
I actually think FBI might go GA third. I've seen him, of all the Aphelios I've seen, he delays IE more than almost anyone else. Sometimes he'll even do Lord Dominic's GA and then IE is his very last item. And in this particular game, because the opponent team is actually so squishy, he's just saying, I cannot die. I have tanks all around me. I have a mobile mid laner. If I die, the fight is over. So I think he's just going to go GA.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, I can definitely see the thought process, of, hey, the only way they could kill me, the only way we could lose is if they insta-kill me and they can't kill me again, right?
Yep.
Basically, if you think it would have to take everything for them to get you one time, GA can make a lot of sense, but scrapping here over the Raptors, just trying to fight for vision. Again, as you said, Jat, TL are kind of trying to push forward to bait 100 Thieves into them and then try to win to the fight, as they're kiting back. Because they can't really get those picks.
The 100 Thieves are playing pretty far back, right? They don't fight for Raptors. They didn't have to, that's fine, but you can see
they just want to go for Soul.
Abadaga is like, okay, top's in the turret. Okay, it's on the turret. Okay, I'll go for the wave now. Okay, we're not going to get it. Okay, I'll get the wave. And they are playing very much on the back foot, and yeah, they do scale. And in fact, they can give the next Dragon on a half and, just wait for more items to come through. And I think that's defensible as an option. And I'm curious, how they really feel about this one. Like, do they really AFK, wait, maybe play against Baron 2 because the setup might come through, or will they just scrap for this?
I think at a certain point you're being too cautious, if you're not willing to fight, because I do think that their comp is built for 5v5. If your item completions come through, I think they should be down to scrap at this next fight, try to play for Soul, because you're giving opportunities for plays from the other side. TL are the ones, I think, who are kind of pressing.
Spot on award.
I do think the mindset is something that's difficult to change, though. So 100 Thieves was winning so hard earlier on in this game, got caught out, gave up Baron. And then the call was, okay, let's just play conservatively. But in order to win this game, they do need to have a good trigger pull. They need to flip into an aggressive mindset. It is actually IE instead of Guardian Angel for FBI. But with how passive they have been playing to not lose the game, they need to make that mindset switch to get back into an aggressive mode and have someday lead with ultimate, have Huhi looking for flanks. If they don't do that, I think they could actually let Team Liquid back into the game. And since it's an elimination game for the series, it would be the end of the series.
You're definitely make you hesitant.
chooses not to play for the top lane turret. He could have stayed there and attacked it and played for TP. Instead, he's playing for the early flank. 20 seconds till the dragon comes up. Again, could have played for the turret if he wanted to. Wants to play to be there in time for the fight instead. Knows Dragon Soul is important.
Such a good spot.
Here's our first Ornn upgrade to a teammate. Should be going to FBI. Almost certainly could be Abba. But regardless, there's last TP, and Whippo has come in with his last upgrade. He's on 3 items now, too.
And I mean, at this point, at TL, you're buying pots. You're doing everything you can to be as strong as you can for this fight, because this fight is very likely.
They're going to have to give up the soul. There's like...
They just see no way in.
Yeah, and against Ornn, Rakan, and they were thinking they were just going to get ace there.
Yeah, I mean, FBI just got his Ornn upgrade and complete his IE. Like, that's about as big of a power spike as you can get. So they will trade it for a little bit of gold, but Soul now over on the other side. That just makes who he's engages that much more deadly, because Rakan with the Cloud Soul, you engage so fast. It is very, very difficult. You know, the 10% flat move speed is good for everyone, but the active on ulti is unreal for Rakan.
Taking a risk there. Abadaga over the wall. Says, yep, no problem. We'll get rid of your wards and start taking the map back over. So the rotations back and forth, obviously a lot faster. The mobility in team fights pretty great as well.
They have double smite. They can actually just start Baron and force TL to come to them and look for the turn, because they have spellbooked over to smite here from Someday. I think they have a good start. Yeah, just get on it, make them come to you. You have the tools to turn for an engage. That's exactly what they should look for. And if TL are slow, you just secure it.
Good poke! 200 health left.
He's
and that's big. Huhi, does he want the engage? But I think you'd see the Ornn Horn first. Now that's Core's E down though, so now he can't stop the Ornn engage, and that means they gotta pull all the way out. Well done, 100 Thieves. They stacked up in time to play for Dragon. They stacked up and dared the engage. Great poke by the mid laner. And this means we are careening toward game 5.
There's just no way in for TL in that positioning. You have to be first to an objective as this composition to really be able to contest it. They try to walk through, and Abadaga just says no.
It is a really interesting scoreboard to look at, though.
Yeah, 5-5.
5-5. Gold lead on the blue side, but
Doesn't
Soul
matter.
and Baron for 100 Thieves. It just doesn't feel like it matters. The window for Team Liquid has still got to be Hans Sama, though. He's got a 450 gold bounty. He's actually sitting on 2,500 inventory gold, so he's going to be a 4th item complete, which would put him slightly ahead of the curve of other players in this game. He would just have to have some type of ridiculously strong fight where he doesn't get hit by anything for them to have a chance.
It's just so hard, because I'm trying to think about it. It's like, how do you win the team fight, right? And it's him hitting the carries, but how do you hit the carries without getting CC'd by Jarvan and Ornn and Rakan?
You hit 35 Qs on Ornn first.
And then he's at 90%, and you have to hit the rest.
Yeah, he's on the way to Randuin's now. I wouldn't even hit a Warmog, just make sure he's always full health for these. But regardless, doesn't really matter. He's doing pretty well for himself. Actually, I guess Thornmail builds around that now, so it might just be an upgraded Thornmail. Either way, yeah, gonna be on 4 big tank items, all of them giving armor. It's gonna feel really nice. And now we see what's next for 100 Thieves. They shove in mid and now push down to the bottom side. Bot tier 2, the arguably easiest one to grab. There's no wave for top lane. He wants to be on the chance at an engage.
And you can see TL knows it might just be one more fight, right? Stopwatch on Whippo, stopwatch and a potion in inventory here for Santorin. They know how important these next minutes are, trying to slow down this push, trying to find some sort of a way in. It's got to be a charm or something, but 100 Thieves just checking all the boxes, pushing them back with the Ornn ulti. The tower is gone. That means an Inhib is gone.
Yep. Her shield was down. They put the damage in Abadaga. Nice spit there. True shot. Not bad. Hits 4. Big poke, but is there going to be a real team fight there? It's the engage in for Someday. Isn't enough, though. They're going to walk back. Health bar's low. Teal don't have a backline anymore. Who he going to stopwatch get out? There's the flash engage, and here comes the slaughter. I can hear the sound of Team Liquid falling, and 100 Thieves triumphant here in Game 4. The sound of silver scrapes on the horizon as Core JJ watches the shambles of his teammates, the corpses on the floor, and 100 Thieves take what is not given. They take Game 3, they take Game 4, they take us to Game 5, and they're gonna take down the base. We're gonna see it fall. Get ready, because Game 5 is coming.
Momentum now strongly in the favor of 100 Thieves. Back-to-back wins with the back against the wall. And now it's all going to come down to that final game.
2 really dominant wins. It's 2 dominant wins that kick it off for TL. Now 2 dominant wins, 400 Thieves. But I have got to say, man, TL have got to get away from these no-engage comps. They just don't work for them. It didn't work for them in the regular season. It's not working for them here. And now it is that series point. You have just dropped your 2-0 lead. Back-to-back games going towards these double marksman comps with no engage. it's too hard to execute. 100 Thieves are not making the mistakes that were required. Somebody has been way too solid in top lane to really justify the picks, I think.
Yeah, and we were talking before the series happened about how many sweeps we've actually been seeing and how that was due to teams not necessarily making adjustments or adapting. 100 Thieves made great adjustments after losing 2 games in a row. And now TL are the team that needs to make big adjustments to avoid the reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see if they find the engage. I think the Jarvan in the hands of Close. I think the champ is 4-0 in the series, by the way. Like, he has just done so much. The early games have worked out. There's been an angle to find that gank, and it's turned the games over.
And I don't think it's that complex what TL have to do. I think TL can literally just draft the way that 100 Thieves are drafting and go to 5v5.
Yeah.
How good was Hans Sama in the first 2 games when you gave him team fights on even keel, right?
Yeah.
And to me, it's like, that is such an obvious answer that you have this guy that was being a monster in 5v5, match them, try to 5v5 against them, and make 100 Thieves be better than you at that, right? 100 Thieves is obviously an incredible team fight team, but the scale has been tipped very heavily in their favor with the compositions last 2 games.
Exactly, because Team Liquid is also an incredible team fight team. It's how they won the majority of their games in the regular season. I think sometimes you can be too creative or too into trying to counter your opponent that you end up countering yourself. And there's a little bit of that I think that happened to both teams this series. I think it happened to 100 Thieves in the first 2, and it's happened to Team Liquid in 3 and 4. So, like, when all things considered, it's about team fighting.
Right.
So we might see a big 5v5 brawl in Game 5.
We've got Orianna Azir coming in Game 5, and I want to say this for my piece, like, it doesn't have to be Core JJ. I think he's great at Leon, he's great at Nautilus. I think that's a totally way to do it. But also, when you're fist picking Graves and like leaving Lucian in top lane for 5, that needs to not be Braum or Soraka. Like, that needs to be Malphite or Gragas up there. Braum Lucian's a good lane. Just like put him down there, grab the Malphite, grab the Gragas. You can let Whippo do it, that's fine. But yeah, do you want to see someone with the ability to start the fights? We'll see if it comes through. And we're going to head back down to the stage and break down that game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. We've taken the desk out to the stage as we gain a 5th game.
Let's go!
In this series.
Are you not entertained?
Mildly entertained.
I think they're entertained.
Yeah,
I like that.
Only get better here in game number 5. So we go to a 5th game.
Yeah.
And I have to once again start in the draft, Olive, because you and I, we flipped our predictions. We were Team Liquid 3-2s. We said they're going to lock it up here as they jump to the blue side. What the heck happened? Because that draft pissed me the heck off.
That draft is it working? That draft is something that I think a lot of pros will like, but
well, you're breaking up in my ears. Oh. I want to make sure. Oh, you can go. Yeah, maybe just grab her mic.
Oh, we're sharing
Thank
mics
you.
now?
That draft
beautiful.
is something that a lot of pros would like because both top and bot lanes are very, have a lot of prio from TL. And the mid jungle is with Ahri, you would expect if they're first picking it, they think it's the best. So in scrims, that draft will win almost every game because you just snowball relatively cleanly and just end the game. But on stage, people will play a lot smarter and not die to a lot more obvious timers. I think the game is really decided by that 8-minute Herald fight. But in the draft, I think what 100 Thieves did was actually very smart in letting TL first pick Ahri to get the LeBlanc Jarvan.
Yeah, agreed. I just wish they first picked Jarvan. Just let the Ahri go then. Play the LeBlanc, let Bjergsen play the LeBlanc side of that matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to piggyback off of that a little bit because the Jarvan pick is super important as this series has evolved. And then additionally, when we saw TL doing super, super well with the Ahri roaming to side lanes, especially to top, it was through having pressure mid, right? And that they didn't have that because of what 100 Thieves were able to counter.
Yeah, in general, we came into this that last game saying that 100 Thieves will pick to scale. They will go for control mid option and an Orin in the top lane. So the fact that Team Liquid felt like this was going to be the game to go for a 3-pick Lucian and try and flex it, sure, but it felt like a not a real flex, like a fake flex that they're just going to throw it up top lane. So that was going to happen, but man, this game was just hilarious.
I'm realizing now we asked for a bunch of assets.
Yeah,
and we can't see them.
B-roll and some graphics, and we can't see them ourselves
That's
right
fine.
now. So I can hear that they're playing or
I can
something's
imagine it.
happening.
Exactly.
Walk me through the imaginary B-roll that's happening
my
right
God,
now.
I can't do
Tell
that.
me what you see on the screen, Raz.
I will refuse to do that. But for me, the biggest issue that it felt like it was difficult for Team Liquid to deal with, even after the first Baron that they were able to get, was just really dealing with walking into 100 Thieves vision, range that they had with Aphelios. They really couldn't get past him. Like, that was a big issue for them. So that's a tough one. I think they'll go into the next game. There we go.
Our saviors, thank you so much.
Let's go.
Hey, yeah, big round of applause.
Shout out to our
Production team.
production
God's work
staff.
right now.
Let's go.
God's work.
They make us look good. We sit up here and flounder, and then they do a bunch of work to make us look better.
Exactly.
I want to spend the majority of our time, though, focused on a game number 5. We can still give some thoughts here on what broke down in game number 4, but as we look forward, because 2-2, let's not forget the stakes of this best of 5, which is booking your ticket straight in to the finals in Houston. And so those stakes, that pressure continues, to rise as you move further and further into this series. It's now Team Liquid that is hurting for momentum, Raz. And casters were talking about that. The inordinate number of reverse sweeps that we seem to get in League of Legends, because it does feel like when momentum swings, it swings hard.
And it's on the players that are in front of you. Closer, Santorin, right now, top 3 junglers in this region. And it's up to them to be able to break this one open. I think Closer has been playing this series phenomenally. And I think if you want to see Team Liquid kind of bump what's currently happening in this series, put your man down bot lane, Core JJ, on an engage option. Work with Santorin a lot more frequently, because that's how they were winning their games earlier on in this series. Was that they would try and collapse through mid. If 100 Thieves were forcing fights earlier on, they would just have numbers, and Core JJ would be there on time.
Yeah, and before we even get to draft, I'm curious which side they take, because they took blue side last game, clearly thinking that they want blue side.
There's your answer.
They chose red side, so they go back to what they thought originally, and I'm curious to see if Jarvan becomes like a ban, because I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves is going to first pick it.
Yeah, I mean, so we were talking about if you don't feel like there's anything you absolutely have to ban on red side, then blue side becomes a lot more valuable. That draft was a lot more open in terms of picks that hadn't been left open previously, right? So obviously the Jarvan got through, but then we also saw the LeBlanc Ahri, and that again changes the fabric of what they want. So now counter picks become a lot more valuable.
I just want to throw one little tiny thing in there on the Jarvan pick,
tiny thing, okay.
How poetic it would be that if the series that determines our first finalist comes down to the pick that River was absolutely decimating people on
He was right all
from
along.
the beginning, from lock-in.
There we go.
This pick has been OP the whole time, apparently.
Look, especially in this series where 100 Thieves is such a dominant team. I guess both of them are great team fighting teams.
They're pretty decent
They're
teams.
pretty damn good teams around team fighting. And so when it comes to these picks, they're getting a lot off of it. And I feel like, at least when it comes to counter picks in their solo lanes, that's not what this series is about. So for the first time, I feel like it's not teams moving to red side in a best of 5. They're moving to blue side so they can get their hand on either the J4 pick or the blind mid laners that have been working so well for them. It's a really weird series. I want to see what they end up doing when they get into it.
I want to say something quickly. I'm curious if Jarvan gets banned, if people are going to proud LeBlanc, because if we're talking recency bias, LeBlanc looked very good in the last 2 games as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that is then okay, do you want something else to facilitate the LeBlanc super early? I think Volibear falls off in comparison to something like a Jarvan, as we talked about. So if both of these teams are just going to go for late game scaling, you still want something in the early game to be able to mitigate that and create pressure.
Look, Dash.
Yes?
I know I held firm on my faith with 100 Thieves, all right, in the predictions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's how I recall.
That's how I remember it.
So I got to ask people right now in the fans.
Oh, please do.
100 Thieves fans, what are you guys thinking? Do we got 100 Thieves Shen here?
I see some signage.
We're seeing the believers. We're seeing the believers.
Hey, look, right now, if we were back at the telestrator, I might flip my prediction back over to 100.
Yeah?
Because I do. Right now, it look like they have Team Liquid's numbers. It looks like Reaper has figured it out.
But I got to ask now, do we have any people that are still faithful to Team Liquid?
The faith is strong.
Yeah, much like my faith in 100.
I don't even know. Where do you stand on all this now, Raz?
I'm confused. He's an enigma.
I am too. I just want to know. I need you to lay it down.
If I am laying it down, I will. God, I'll go with 100. I'll do 100. I'll do 100. Why not? Why the hell not? Huh?
Hey,
you know I'm
I'm right.
Every true flip has to flop
to
back.
flop back.
Right?
True.
So there it is. The real
Hey, I kicked
flip-flop
my
here.
foot, kicked my shoe out there. I could kick my shoe with the fans right now.
Oh, Lordy.
I would
Please
not
don't do
suggest
that.
that.
He really did break a lot of stuff back there earlier when he did that. So I'm going to save somebody's life out here in the crowd by getting us out of here. We're going to a break. When we come back, we are diving into Game 5 between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. It's some silver scrapes and a shot at the Houston Finals. We'll catch you back in just a bit.
Can he stay safe? As Torrance here jumps to juke one, but the flash follows in. That's what he needed. And now they can use LeBlanc against him. The dunk is big damage. Whippo kills him. 2-0, and TL gets signs of life. They're going to walk back. Health bar's low. TL don't have a backline anymore. Who he going to stop? Punch, get out. There's the flash engage. And here comes the slaughter. I can hear the sound of Team Liquid falling, and 100 Thieves triumphant here in Game 4.
Well, playing against Under Thieves, I think they won against us last final. It's time to revenge, even though we won against them last time.
Well, we'll see if they get their revenge. I gotta personally thank Whippo for bringing us all the way to Game 5 here, because I have not liked the marksman tops. I asked him to make it an interesting series, and I am so glad he delivered.
And to talk about what Core J said, there are different types of revenge, right? Like, they beat you 3-round finals. You may have beat them during regular season. That doesn't count. Heck, like, it might not even count to beat them in winner's final. Like, it's going to help make sure they don't win again, but they still need to win a best-of-5 after this. But what a series we've had so far with the back and forth, 2-0 to 2-2.
And to me, it just feels like it's all about the draft at this point, right? Like, I felt that 100 Thieves has made really strong adaptations. TL has been unable to do so. Their first loss, they go red side. Then they're saying, okay, no, this isn't the play. We've got to go back to blue. So I'm expecting different bans because they're back on red again. I don't think that they're going to let J4 through. I think they're going to ban Jarvan.
Yeah, and I was talking with Freak off camera about what you're going to say in between a series, like as a coach during these games. And especially when you get into game 5, fatigue is a fairly big factor. You can't talk too much about what has happened in previous games, but you need to try and get the pulse on the series. You generally know how both teams are playing on the day. Not a huge amount is going to change in that last thing. But the last thing I'll say is if you have that thing in your deep pocket, it can be very beneficial. We were on the losing side of this when Cloud9 lane swapped in game 5 of a final. So if there is a sick level 1 or a champion you haven't thought of yet, and you don't necessarily think the pace of the series is something you can easily counter, that will be a time to pull out that curveball.
Well, we'll see if it's going to happen here. So far, the marksman top curveball has not worked. Would be happy to see engaged, focused fighters with tanks. Yeah, TF is up, a pretty big one here. Zeri, of course, has reasonably been high priority as well, and Hansama has looked good on it. The Jarvan, all eyes on this champion right now.
I think they got to ban it. I mean, it's won every game in this series. Closer looked amazing on it, in both of his games. I think for sure 100 Thieves would first pick it. Yeah, it just makes sense. It's like going back to red side game 5 and not banning Jarvan, I think would have been absolutely trolling. So now we have to find out, are they willing to actually first pick TF? It feels like the obvious choice because Bjergsen's going to take it if you don't. So they go it, and now does Bjergsen just do the Silas answer, kind of the standard play, or does he have something else? Because you have to know that this was coming. Everything feels like it's kind of going to chalk so far. And will TL, be able to kind of have their answer to it? And maybe will they draft more for 5v5 and just try to match the strength that 100 Thieves has shown us?
I think that would be what they'd want to do. So I want them to take a Felios at some point in this too, but instead they go with Xayah. It could still be a Zyricon setup for strong team fighting.
What's interesting is, of course, this allows you to play a safe bot laner who can always immune the
It's
TF
good against
gold card.
Yeah.
The level 6 gank from TF at 615 or whatever, like you won't be 6 for that one, but the second one will come through, and the cooldowns are pretty close together. So yeah, even though Zeri is up, even though Aphelios is up, Ashe is up, there's a lot of premier AD carries out there. It's actually Hansama wanting the Xayah for the bot lane pick. Volibear, I think maybe the premier early game jungler left after release in a Jarvan ban. Trundle is an option, I suppose.
Yeah, Trundle is definitely an option. Doing it this early, I feel like feels a bit harder.
Yeah.
If you're expecting a blind Ornn, though, it could have been like a nice kind of denial pick in that, because it can be incredibly strong into it. Zeri feels like probably not the pick for 100 Thieves just based on the way they're playing, but maybe they want to play a bit of a different style here now that they have TF, not go full team fight. I'm kind of expecting to just be Aphelios, to be honest, but Zeri is going to fit better with a dive comp. So I think since the TF comes in, it's more about diving the backline, killing them off. Zeri can kind of follow up on that much better than an Aphelios. So I'm expecting more of like kind of a mid-gamey aggressive look from 100 Thieves based off their first two. And TL still have, I think, a lot of options about where they want to take their comp.
Ooh, is it going to be a Rel here as well? That'd be interesting. Rel can sometimes signal Nocturne, actually, as a follow-through later on. And so I'm curious. Okay, now it just goes to the Viego. Pretty standard option down here. Obviously, a pretty reasonable fighter.
And I think we just see a matched mid lane here, unless they really wanted to just pick Ornn, right? Like, just get Ornn off the table. But I would imagine that they would match mid lane here. Silas would be the most likely, but here's what we'll find out if they do something different. They're team fighting. They're going late game.
This is what I expect. This just feels like such an obvious answer because it is TL's strength and has been for so many years, is the 5v5. 100 Thieves, of course, monsters in the 5v5 as well. But TL, when you're already looking at the first three, they're more set up for that, where 100 Thieves more need to play through sides, create early action with the TF. I just hope both teams have fun, too. That's a quality sign.
That doesn't happen in game 5s, though.
No,
like, I'm sorry to say.
But you can hope it, even though it's absolutely not going to happen.
Stress that in your mind instead of that one. So again, they're going to put in the Renata Glask ban. Have seen that one banned, not picked so far in the series, but certainly respected. We're caught off the table here as well as, the obvious synergy with Xayah. And we'll see, because there is not yet the hard engage, right? We haven't seen it, so model's already gone. Leona, likely possibility. TL get first dibs, and I would expect them to go support on 4.
They should take Ornn on 4.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually really like Ornn, to be honest. I do think it makes them like very passive early, with that comp, is like maybe there's nowhere for Volley to go. But they're leaving Leona up. I expect 100 Thieves to ban Leona. Otherwise, I think TL will just grab it on 4 for sure. Because I do think that they need engage. They have really been struggling to find that.
Nope, Gangplank. They said, we're grabbing Ornn on 4-5, by the way.
Yeah,
You're saving your top lane counterpick for last. It's not going to be Gangplank.
It's very interesting. You know, it's like seeing that, it just leads you to believe it's going to be Ornn, right? Like, do you not want to take that away from yourself?
I will say TF Ornn is not great as a combo because TF wants volatile lanes,
like Camille or something
and
aggressive.
Ornn creates low volatility lanes.
The only thing I would be thinking is you do Ornn because you want to play to our bot side, right? And you go for an aggressive support pick, and you try to slam through bot, you know, utilize that to stack dragons, you know, play towards a 4-core on bot side, and just say, all right, Ornn, you're AFK top. And I think that's what they're going to actually do. There's also still the chance of, if you go something that is susceptible, like if they go Graves or something here again, you just kill it with the Ornn plus TF, right? So what is the actual pick?
I like it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Much better.
Yep, there you go.
Is that Impact?
Team Liquid and Shen, name a more iconic duo, and I'm not sure I can find one.
And it pairs very well with the Alistar. You dive in, you ult aggressively on this. You can also respond very well to TF. Another thing I personally like a lot about Shen is if TF comes to your lane, you can actually block the gold card with your W. So you have a lot of positive interactions there to help stay alive.
Yep.
I do think it's a strong pick. I do think, you know, early stages, you can lose out potentially against the Ornn, but as the game starts to go on, you can get pushed, especially if you want to build for it. You can be a side lane threat, you can go towards Titanic and things like that, and even match the TF. So I think it's a smart pick, and it's a lot. It is going to be a lot about 5v5. I think end of the day, it's like, yeah, you have some kind of splash of side lane play here with TF and maybe the Shen potentially matching on sides, but it's going to be about 5v5.
If Shen lands his early taunts and he can get the Q to pass through Ornn, he destroys him early game. I saw this matchup 50 times with Impact when he played Shen as like a pocket pick into Ornn. It's very effective when played well.
Game 5, let's go! Who will be our first team in the LCS Grand Finals? One of these teams wins it here today and books that trip and waits on Sunday for who is worthy to fight them. 100 Thieves, 2 in a row. Team Liquid let it slip, but they've gone back to what has worked for them. Strong team fighting, a tanky man in the top lane from Bwipo.
And they also are letting Bwipo be Bwipo. That's something, they're with him to the end is what it definitely feels like here. So yes, they have gone with more scaling. You see that in more of the Corki and the Xayah picks, but with how good some days Ornn was the last 2 games, how he 3-0'd C9 with Ornn, the logical pick would have been Ornn. You just take Ornn. You're up against a TF, it's also gonna be stronger team fighting late game, but they say, nope, we've counterpicked it with Aatrox, we've counterpicked it with Graves. Now it's time to throw out yet another counterpick and really kind of betting the series on it, because I think it would have been very easy to take Ornn on 4 and then give CoreJJ a support counterpick. But instead, they blind CoreJJ support, give Huhi bot lane counterpick, which is what 100 Thieves wants, and they give 100 Thieves the Ornn.
I really like the Shen, because I do think one of the nice things about this that Ornn doesn't bring for you is that you can answer TF in the side lane later, right? Like, you can be the person to match. And that's something that's a lot more difficult for Ornn to do, because you only have the teleport. Shen has the double globals to actually match. So, you know, if that is the plan, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you look about this game, you know, at some point, assuming things go relatively even in the early stages, it's going to be a 1-4 split for both teams, right? And the 4-man squad for TL, I think, is really, really powerful. I think it's actually much more powerful in that 4v4 than potentially what 100 Thieves have. So a Shen, I think, pretty smart answer here.
A little pull of CoreJJ to get a slightly better trade up against Huhi, but the bot lane push does belong to 100 Thieves. Unlikely Alistar can sneak in those 2 kills to get the level, but not sure just yet. Until Hansama gets his next level, he's not going to get anything going on either. Can't get the root. So, yep. Lane belongs to 100 Thieves. FBI pretends he wards up there, but says, you're not going to go for me.
It is also worth noting that it's going to be lethality from Hans, almost guaranteed when you see Airy. You know, it is going to be that route. So the heavy lifting on this Ornn is going to have to be done very likely by Bjergsen. He's going to have to be the one. But quick level 2. Gonna be feeling really good about that. You just have to avoid the brittle procs. That's like the key thing on the Shen side of this matchup is, either W the brittle auto or just be able to back off from it, because that's how the Ornn can kind of whittle you down. But if you're able to avoid that, if you're able to get the pull-throughs, as you say,
dodge.
Really nicely timed.
Yep. You hit W, okay, I'll hit W a second later, and hey, that one's still going my way.
And if you have really good reactions like Bwipo does and you're playing on low ping, you can literally just do it reactively on the auto animation, because there is kind of that wind up on the brittle smack that makes it a little bit more obvious. It's the clap. The auto is different, so it is one of those things that's pretty big about Shen. All Shen players, a lot of these matchups that you're going to run into.
Nice knock up. Not in tower range, but still gets good damage, of course. As long as the brittle is on, an auto or a spell that does CC will do the % health damage, so gets a good trade out of it. And he's like, I dare you to try this. Yep, hits him back, takes a turret shot for it. That is a bait, and someday wins that mind game.
And still, early shove does give the CS advantage to the Shen. He's going to have to recall on this one and possibly have to burn the TP early, but you can see exactly how that early lane plays out. On one side, you're watching the brittle from the Ornn. On the other side, you're watching the sword from Shen, and there they're going to FBI.
Oh, FBI's just going to die. He stays in the lane. Core doesn't even need to flash, just finds his target, and now Bwipo takes in the fight. The dodge zone means no damage.
Yeah, no, somebody actually missed the W there.
Yeah.
It went the wrong way. If he had connected with that, I think you can actually follow and you kill him with a grasp auto, potentially with the brittle there, or at least force his flash. But yeah, I think, we didn't get the full layout of what happened bot. My assumption is he thought Core JJ based and was matching roam timers from Huhi. And if you think it's just an isolated 1v1 and both supports have left the lane, then all of a sudden, the surprise, he pops out of the brush, you get that kill. Was a very nice thing. I mean, Core is famous for his roams top and really known to love that first base, 5 boots, go top. And we'll see if he does that now on the delayed base.
And let's think back to game 1 of this series, when Huhi died at level 1, Hans Sama got the first blood in that bottom lane, and TL just kind of won the game off of it. They used that bot power to get first dragon. They then had first move towards Rift Herald. They got the Rift Herald. They broke the first turret, and they never let 100 Thieves back in the game. Getting FBI's flash and getting the first blood onto Xayah could be a huge move for TL in this series.
Bjergsen wants to get his recall off. He is out of mana entirely. Abbedagge gonna just, shove the wave down as fast as possible. Gets the extra damage to the caster, so you can kill them a little bit faster next time he gets item on the board. Bjergsen will just take the wave under his turret here, so it's gonna be Abbedagge getting his first look if he wants it. Off he goes.
It's not a cannon wave, so it's not a big deal. You can just farm it up base. He'll probably have to match GP, but not too much of an issue there. A farm pretty heavily, though, in Bwipo's advantage. Has been doing a really good job, avoiding all those brittle procs, playing it out really well.
And back in the lane, So it does burn the TP for hard tempo. Of course, it is a cannon wave here. He would have dropped maybe 1, maybe 2 CS on the way out, but by doing this, he is out of materializers, so he doesn't kill the cannon fast. Bjergsen's gonna end up burning the TP anyway.
And not a big deal for Bjergsen, really just trying to hold farm. The bot lane kill will not be snowballed into first dragon, partially I think because Abbedagge's TF is just pushing in Bjergsen's Corki, so first dragon, always a good thing for 100 Thieves to pull.
Yep. And Bwipo is now 6, so both TPs are down on top side. So, as long as you are not going to get interrupted by the Ornn, there is that possibility of joining cross map. And even if it gets interrupted, you still get that shield. So 100 Thieves are going to have to play it pretty safe on the bottom side. Really pay respect to what the Shen can do unless someday has the ability to lock him down.
Blocks the auto.
Every
See,
time.
you mentioned, waiting for it, and this time he did, and blocks that one out. Santorin gonna spot, control ward in the brush. Okay, that's mine. Doesn't know for sure if the jungler was there. I don't think he actually checked that brush with it, but not likely to be the case. It's gonna be the recall coming out now from Closer. FBI dashes back in a lane, taking pretty fast resets. A little bit of poke, doesn't really matter too much. Looks like top scuttle may be controlled. With Ornn down there, it's a possibility.
And you can see this is the second time we've seen Huhi roaming over towards mid, helping to fix that wave. They're trying to make sure that Bjergsen doesn't get into any sort of a position where it's going to be awkward for Abbedagge. They want to unlock him on the map. And you can see him cheating out towards topside. Could try to look for some sort of an aggressive play potentially. But for now, just covering this topside scuttle take. But anytime TF goes out of vision post 6, you've got to pay that respect. So Shen is going to have to play a little bit more defensively now, in that 1v1. And especially if you use your W to actually avoid a brittle proc, and TF is missing, well, all of a sudden, you don't have any answer for the gold card.
Follow through.
It does seem like the volatility in the top lane has definitely not been that high, though.
No.
Since the last time Bwipo has gone to base, just slowly accruing that CS advantage. And that's generally advantage TL, because if he's sitting there at full energy with a pushed wave, it's very easy for him to counter a TF gank into another lane.
Yeah, you're pretty much forced to attack the Shen, but that's difficult. You know, if he's not trading aggressively, if he's full health, if he has the parry zone available, it makes it tough because you do kind of have to either overwhelm a lane completely where you think you can win even if the Shen does show up with that ultimate, or you have to attack the global. Merc Treads, I think, going to be incredibly high value on both sides. There's a lot of CC, you know, from both teams, a lot of point-and-click CC as well. So, you know, that CC reduction is going to be important. Like Legend Tenacity, Merc Treads, Unflinching, all going to have really high value in this game.
And of course, 100 Thieves are only 2 AD, and even at that, like, you know, Zeri does, it's about a third magic. Like, it's still largely physical, of course. You know, don't want to, she's not like an almost AP champ by any means, but
TF builds that rapid fire cannon. You got a little bit of AP.
Yeah, great, sure, the auto attack.
Interesting, like the damage splits, because sometimes it differs a little bit in pro based on how things are played out. But last time I looked, it was like, you know, 37, 38%. So it was a significant amount of magic damage, but, you know, not enough that you're going to care to itemize against that, of course.
Of course. Either way, of course, Viego can be part of that one, but yeah, certainly meaningful to block magic damage primarily, I feel like. Or at least, I mean, at least, you know, the Merc Treads being very valuable because, you know, you're not super in need of steel caps.
I will say this bottom lane is going very, very well for Team Liquid, especially if they get this third plate, which they do with all the gold going to Hansama. He's now 800 gold up on FBI. And when you think about the way 100 Thieves kind of played the whole year, they had that very, very slow start. And I think part of that was because they were playing all these different styles and we're kind of not finding ways to close games. The way they win most of the time is with FBI getting strong. He's going hard.
Ult for the slow, and Bjerg's going to be here in range as well, but no stuns up means he gets out. Abadaga counts the cooldowns. No, he's got it, and able to take the recall.
Well played to escape there from Abadaga, but really at the end of the day, you traded flash for flash and ult for ult, which is so in the favor of Santorin. Because now TF doesn't have any pressure on the map because you're down ulti, you have no TP, you don't have to worry about this guy at all. You can go back to playing aggressive.
And think about how the game is isolated now. So the Xayah has just finished Eclipse, so Mythic advantage onto the Zeri. You have Shen, who's able to perma-push the Ornn and can be even more aggressive now that TF ult is down. And with no flash in mid lane, Bjergsen's also free to push. So the game is just in a static state where TL can outfarm all three lanes and possibly set up to get this Mountain Drake.
I will say there was the neutral objectives have gone 100 Thieves' way. They even got bottom scuttle in there, but the first dragon and the Herald currently being held by closer, so they can see some gold go back. Yeah, none of these turrets are low, right? It's 5 full plates. It's maybe one auto attack has landed on that bottom turret, but you know, some gold come back. Maybe you get lane pressure. Maybe even cross map if it's TL who goes to the dragon.
Yeah, and the teleport timer for Someday is going to sync up just right with that dragon spawn. It's got about 20 seconds left before it's there. However, he did just walk back to lane, so he's not going to want to teleport down right away. I think the Shen ult option to be able to also teleport back into top lane more really benefits TL in this scenario.
Better damage. Dodge Zone comes in after the Brittle, actually, and Someday ultimately going to just fight for the wave right now. Of course, reasonably similar items, maybe a bit better on Sunday's side, but they're going to keep trading back. Dodge Zone is down, gets the knockup, pretty good. Now gets taunted for the grasp, and yeah, Whipple's feeling pretty comfortable in this one. Gets the health bar down pretty low. And finally, Herald will be summoned for the mid lane. And this will give mid pressure first, but I believe Bjergsen's pulling in a package. Burns it here. Ult to get the safety, not bad, but Close is still forced to run away. Has to flash to stay alive. Stun's gonna land, and that could be enough. Will be Whipple going down. It's gonna be a knockup. It's gonna be a lot of CC. Will there be a chain kill coming across? Zeri's looking to find some damage. Abadaga just barely walking away, but he's gotta get the pullback. No, the cooldowns are missing, but Hansama lands a snipe. FBI wants more. He wants to find Core JJ, but he can't get the shots in just yet. He finally gets the Chain Lightning. Gets the bounces, needs to cut it away, should be holding his E, should be able to dodge any hard CC. Whippo doesn't have flash to make it scary, and ultimately will not find that taunt.
What a ridiculously close fight. Off the back of it, there's a lot more health left in the tank for 100 Thieves. They could go towards this dragon. It should be theirs.
Yeah.
So it is the one kill for TL. But end of the day, I think it kind of works out in 100 Thieves' favor here ever so slightly. Bubba might have gone down, but you know he had the parry zone to actually block the Leona Q, so that couldn't follow up after the Zenith play, and that allowed him to get to safety.
I think it just makes the game all the more tense because 100 Thieves now has the second Drake, but they lost the gold trade. They're going to lose it even more in the fact that Bwipo could just return a top lane, even held his TP to go back. But watching this one more time, like TL was very willing to defend this mid turret because they were at a strong point knowing they had the Shen ult. Maybe blow everything a little early, right? That Shen ult was more for mobility and actually puts Bwipo in harm's way. And then you just see all the health bars go extremely low. For a second, I thought no one was going to die.
Yeah, I mean, they got choked down very low. FBI doing a good job, though, fighting from the side here, you know, poking people out, whittling down those health bars. Abadaga gets taken down by that Q from Hans, and weren't for that slow from Santorin, maybe FBI could have gotten a little bit more damage down, but very close game here, all things said.
And I'm not sure if I favor 1200 gold or if I favor having 2 dragons that gives you outs, right? If you can have another fight like that where it's close but you're up in health, nice job, gets his E backwards in time. It was a long-range taunt, so pretty reliable there. No turret shots.
Bwipo has been very protective of his teleport there. He could have just teleported back, saved a plate in half, but instead is holding it possibly for 14 minutes to make a play around Xayah.
Exactly. He wants to make the cross-map play. I mean, this is the big advantage of Shen, is that you have the double global, right? So if you match TP with your ulti and then just TP back to lane, then you don't have that cross-map pressure. Just by holding on to that TP, it is going to put a lot more pressure on 100 Thieves. You know, it's going to keep them nervous. And as you said, it's going to be unleashed here in about 30 seconds. So if you can find a deep board, if you can find some sort of flank, you can maybe get a lot more out of that. Because at the end of the day, the gold between the Ornn and the Shen is not going to be what decides this game, right? Yeah. You know, you give over 160 gold to the Ornn, who cares? But if you can give that up and potentially get a kill or a double kill for one of your carries, utilizing your TP towards bot, that could win you the game.
I'm gonna find himself a knockup. Can go for a bit more of a play here, but yeah, ultimately these people are trading blows back and forth. Now, with Sunfire you just done, his damage does actually spike right here, so fights look a little bit better.
It's just hard to actually ever threaten the 100 to 0, right? Like, you die so slowly that generally all that happens in this matchup, unless you're massively ahead, is that you get someone chunked down and then they leave, right? You know, it's never like, he killed me from 80 to 0.
Yeah.
It's he slowly whittled you down and then you're like, the next round of spells might be in trouble. I'm going to leave. I'm going to give up some farm. But they are trading heavily to try to create those small edges.
And I think the most important gold in this game, when you're talking about it not being decided on the Ornn or the Shen, it's the Corki and the Xayah, and probably Zeri. Like, Zeri's the one who can carry the game for 100 Thieves. I think Abadaga, while he can be effective, hasn't made huge map plays yet. It's really about whether FBI can dart around these fights, or if Bjergsen and Hans Sama can just shred through frontline.
And it's worth noting, you know, I was talking about, okay, Bjergsen has to kill frontline. He's not going the Luden's build. He's one of the only guys this year that I've seen actually go for the on-hit build. Even a while ago, when everyone was doing Ludens, he still did a shield bow on-hit crit build. And that's what they're looking for here. Bwipo's gonna have to time that W well.
It's a knock-up there, 3v1 top side. He's got no way out. The dodge zone comes in. He finds a taunt in turret range. Summoner Heal keeps him alive, and they find the one for nothing.
It looked like he actually could have killed him, thought it was going to fall down, and then the Summoner Heal from Abadaga kept him alive.
Yeah.
I think he had the trade kill there if he goes for it.
That was so close. He played it really well in the 1v3, almost got it. But I just didn't have track of the heal, I think, on Abadaga. As you say, maybe could have gotten one last auto in. But down on bot side, they trade for this. They get the tier 2 solo gold onto Bjergsen. That is more valuable than what 100 Thieves got on the top side with split gold and that one kill.
They did get to summon the Herald and at least knock down mid-turret, so, you know, Closer able to just put that one in. So if you just look at the objectives going, okay, it was 2 towers to 1 and everything else, but yeah, I mean, good by Bjergsen, right? That it's a high-value tower. It's an 800 gold tower. Top and bot tier 2 are worth more than others, so yeah, the man is rich. He's on the way to Manamune, on the way to likely Shield Bow. I haven't seen anything but Shield Bow, but you got him got nerfed, so who knows?
And look at his CS. 192 at 16 minutes, as well as getting all of that solo turret gold. He is accelerated. We have to watch this one more time, though. So does time his W fairly well after the CC, and we'll check to see if he could have gotten the last auto.
I think he didn't have his W when this first happened, otherwise he would have used it on the gold card. Yeah. They have the knockup, they have all the CC, and then they think they have the kill. Now the W comes up, I think, off cooldown and survives at the very end, gets a taunt.
2.
He has over 100 health. I don't think the last auto would have killed him, but it would have been really close. It's hard to know.
I think it was empowered from the Q. I think it would have gotten him.
Yeah, he might have. It's very, very close there. But either way, I think he just didn't calculate for the heal from Abadaga, the public heal, you know, making the difference there.
Yeah. The CC chain was good, right? The knockup landed from Sunday crashing into the tower, and if you don't put dodge zone up for the knockup, it was chain stun until you saw him cast it. Like, even if it was up, if he didn't, you know, put dodge up for the charge, it was nothing to do. So well done there, 1 for nothing. 800 gold difference, 600 gold difference.
This is huge, though.
The play there. Stun's gonna land. Hansama gonna cleanse it away. Bjergsen gonna package for safety, pushing Huhi back and putting a lot of damage down there as well. Santorin now kind of stuck in the front line. Takes a bit of poke. TF gets a lot of vision. Abadaga yet to get across the map. Now gonna look for a flank angle.
Yeah, TL really need this dragon, otherwise the soul's way too fast. They're in position, but they need to be able to ward off 100 Thieves' approach.
They have so much poke, it's really hard for 100 Thieves to approach.
It's tough right now. We're gonna see a little bit come out of the Zeri for FBI. He's still holding on to his ultimate, but there aren't a lot of engaged tools left, so when do they get in? Because Corki can, of course, spam rockets. Core JJ with the wings does not have his own ulti. He's squishy.
Who he gonna hex flash
Closer wants to
over?
steal.
900. Whipple pushes them out. That's really well done. Zeri comes in, knock up there as well. One dragon picked up. Will there be an engage? Who he's gonna lose his life by trying to start the fight. He gets killed. He gets shut down, and that is nothing doing for 100 Thieves.
You get a really good preview of how this game might be playing out. You saw how much poke TL had to keep 100 Thieves away from that game, and also how they're able to disengage the initial assault before that dragon was even started. Gold going into all the right places for TL and stopping that dragon soul from stacking up puts them in a strong position.
Yeah, it's a really big deal. It's just so tough. You know, if TL gets inside Drac, if they're on Dragon first, to actually walk through Corky Poke and the Xayah feathers, because this lethality Xayah, you get high CDR, you're constantly throwing out your Qs, you're leaving those feathers on the ground, and if you overextend into them, you're gonna get just absolutely torn up. So they have to be on point with that engage, but when TL is able to disengage the initial part of that fight, there's not a lot of ways in for them.
Ooh, onto the Zeal next. Probably rapid fire cannon here for the Corki. So Bjergsen, yep, still going towards an auto attack build. Help them get through the Ornn a bit faster and get through the Leona. Kill frontline. And so far, so good. Obviously has incredible farm. Now up 213 at 1845.
And the 2 TL carries are very close to actually completing their tier stack here.
Yeah.
You know, that is going to be a big power spike, you know, for the Xayah, for the Corki. Corki almost guaranteed. It's rapid fire into IE fourth, you know, pretty much. Should be, you know, full lethality for Hans. You know, maybe going into a Last Whisper next. This role does, I think, it makes a lot of sense when you are going to be hitting, you know, Ornn, Viego already have some armor. There's going to be Azonias coming through for Abbedagga. There's already Tabbies on Huhi. The armor pen, I think, is a strong third buy.
And looking a little bit more at the gold distribution, like, yes, Bjergsen is 1,400 gold ahead of Twisted Fate, and Hans Sama is 1,000 gold ahead of FBI.
Oh, flash taunt as well, but Flo's able to get back with his own flash, saving his ultimate, actually, in case he needs the damage for a re-engage. Not going to happen, though. So flash for flash, both junglers lose that button.
Another close fight, but what I was going to say is Closer actually needs to be the one that pulls out some big plays. He's been fairly silent when you compare it to the Closer Viego of the 2021 playoff series. And, like, it's so difficult, but if he can find a way to combo up with TF or be in the flank when Ornn comes in, like, he's the one that needs to get the fatal damage onto Xayah or Corki.
And so much of it is getting that first kill for Viego. When you think back to finals, you know, in summer, it was all about these skirmishes in River where they get that one kill, he'd take over the fight with multiple spells. They're diving.
Pull, they want him. Will they have it is the question. Viego is dead. Shotgun down instantly. They're going to get out, but Corjay has no ulti. Knockup means one hit will kill. The flash chase down. He doesn't have the damage. Has to jump right back out. And they find the taunt. They find the CC. There's 2 kills. Looking for a third. The turret has been turned off. 100 Thieves been pushed away, but there's not enough dive. They'll get Santorin back. 2 for 1, Team Liquid.
Such a big fight. Team Liquid, even though they lost Santorin, are still able to break that turret. A huge win for them in this game.
Yeah, that is massive. Someday going deep to try to finish off Core JJ. Even spends the flash after the ulti. Dies for it. That is really punishing. FBI, I think, has been positioning well in these fights and getting out a lot of damage, but he's just tickling them. It's taking him so long to actually get through all of what TL has here. So they're posturing aggressively. They know the wraparound is about to come in. Flash combo, taunt to follow it up, Volibear Q to follow that up. No chance to move whatsoever. Fire Merc Shreds.
Taunt stun root. Someday thinking he had the fatal damage right here. Does not. And then the follow through from Whippo. If TL was going to do this fight again, they would have actually stopped right there. But they think they can get more. Turn off the turret temporarily, but then gold card stun gives one back for 100 Thieves.
Flash Auto would have killed. I believe the second ult will still reapply Brittle, so you get that one with the chase down. Whippo's pretty happy for how that one went. Obviously, Core JJ living. But a close one here. But gold is ballooning. Team Liquid, you can see 2,800 is their gold, and that's against a TF who prints money out of his passive. So in earned gold, it's actually more like 3K and change.
Yeah, and it's ballooning in the right places for Team Liquid. 10,000 gold for Bjergsen before 22 minutes. About to hit 10,000 gold on Hans Sama. Crazy, you see the guy with 4 kills, but he actually has less gold than the mid laner who's gotten so much solo turret gold.
This is just insane, too. He's 40 CS past 10 CS per minute.
Yeah.
He has been farming like 12 CS per minute plus the whole game. It is actually ridiculous. You're not missing any farm, and you're getting jungle camps or stealing away jungle camps or taking stack waves. But he has absolutely been maximizing, and he's going to have his rapid fire for sure on that base, and he's got package. So 3 items, package. There's no shot you can really fight this, I think, as 100 Thieves. I think this is so dangerous to fight a 3-item Corki with package at this point in the game.
Well, you gotta get ulti to safety. Package doesn't find the crowd control, but they might get the rest anyway. Guardian Angel popped. Is the re-engage good? CoreJJ has the ulti on. He's low.
They got
Over
stuns.
the wall, is it gonna be enough? Gets a knock-up on a 3. The chase down, the double knock-up looking for the Volibear ulting away. Corky is down, and now Whippo could be next. He's slow. They get the chase. They're gonna get 2, and it's just too much. You don't want to fight a 3-item Corky, but he delivers himself on a silver platter. Like the quality of that play.
Man, they were going in to try to kill off closer. Abadaga was so huge, plus the GA. Abadaga ults into the Raptors pit and over the wall finds the rapid fire gold card and then the Everfrost to follow it up. All the CC comes through. 100 Thieves turn that around off the back of the GA from closer. They want Baron.
They're going to be going straight for Baron, so we might not be able to go through this replay if they decide to turn for this. Good chunk by Hansama.
No way, it's too late.
I mean, Whippo's down. Bjergsen has no TP, no package. They could at least maybe get a 4v5.
They want at least TP, I think, from Whippo. If they commit to this,
Kuhi
this
has
is so
flash.
risky.
I think Kuhi's trying to catch a squishy coming to check in.
They know Volibear, ulti list, might have flash.
They want the TP,
they get the
that's
TP.
That I think is really smart. If you're not just going to commit to it, you get the TP off of Whippo there, because Whippo just used Shen ult. So now he actually has no ability to play side lane, so he's down on those globals right now. And he is going for the Titanic, which I really like as a build. If you want to play sides, it also really does ramp up your damage. If you get the pull through Q on a fight, the Titanic damage is really threatening on carries on 2 items. So going to be able to get that out. 100 Thieves now, they're sitting at soul point. They are really closing in the gold. And in this kind of a composition where it is, you know, a lot of team fighters, a lot of front to back, Ocean Soul is enormous. We can watch this one more time.
Yeah, so originally Team Liquid is feeling extremely strong because they will win a well set up 5v5, but they don't get the cleanest initiation. They burn everything onto a Guardian Angel, and then watch the CC lock on Bjergsen. Gold card, Everfrost into Ornn Brittle application, airborne into yet another knockup. Bjergsen really could not move. By the way, gold card comes in once again. Double gold card in the whole CC lock. And this is one sneaky thing about Twisted Fate. A lot of people will think that Twisted Fate, if he doesn't snowball side lanes, you can't win the game with him.
The pick is huge.
He has so much team fight power when used correctly. And Abadaga was able to apply the CC onto the main carry of TL twice to get the shutdown and win the fight.
And so much of it was the clever angle he approached from, right? If you're trying to walk past the Alistar and the Volibear and the Shen, it's never going to happen. But finding that ult to find the angle over the wall there, catching Bjergsen was great. Someday had the perfect follow-up. And Someday is going Warmogs. I love Warmog's second on tanks. I think it's super underrated. When you're against a poke-heavy team like Corky, you're now immune to their damage. You just walk in, you tank it up. If you have to answer sides, you just spend your health to protect the tower from the Shen, and then you're back to full health on every single wave.
I also got to say, what a perfect game 5. Like, both teams have made adaptations.
So close.
This is probably the closest game we've had of the series. It was looking like it was going to be one-sided for TL until that mid lane fight gets turned around by the juking of Closer and the follow-up of Abadaga's TF. And now it's Soul Point is super scary for 100 Thieves to acquire. But TL also still an extremely strong team fight, and they got a 3-item Bjergsen. IE is going to be next. The scaling and the kind of the ticking time bomb is still there. It's going to be a hell of a finish.
I'm gonna grab Scuttle. It's gonna be 100 Thieves still with mostly map control. 2 minutes till Dragon, so that's gonna be a while away. We know Baron is on the table though.
I knew he was kind of talking about it in his interview, you know, saying he thinks it's going to come down, you know, to the mechanics, to the execution in these fights, in these skirmishes. And in this 5th game, it doesn't feel like there's a major compositional advantage for either side. It feels like they both have the ways to win. It's going to come down to the execution. And that's really the way it should be, you know, in an upper bracket final like this. 2 of the best teams in the league going head-to-head, trying to guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals.
So crazy. 2 splits in a row going to game 5 in upper bracket finals. Also, 2 splits in a row where their academy teams meet in Proving Grounds finals, swapping results there. And it's turned into quite a rivalry.
I'm gonna say, you know, 100 Thieves really does deserve credit, you know, for being able to kind of break into this upper echelon of teams, you know, the old guard teams that have perennially been making finals. You know, they have proven that it was not a fluke. You know, they made it to finals. They won finals last time. Here they are again. You know, through a lot of the season, you know, we weren't looking at them as a title contender because they hadn't been playing up to the level that they showed us in summer, but they stepped up massively in the later weeks of the regular season. They're showing again that they are not to be messed with here. 5 games against TL. They 3-0'd C9.
I mean,
they're here to play.
Get your team who can do both, right? Hoodie org and finals org, right? Like they're winning on the rift, off the rift. Like the whole thing's working well for them. It's nothing but kudos here. The defending LCS champions and 100 Thieves have come alive at the right time. The end of the split looked good. Playoffs have been pretty solid so far. 3-0 against Cloud9. Looking okay here in Game 5 on Soul Point, but we can look back on Team Liquid. They're the ones with setup first. They're the ones with mid push.
100 Thieves are trying to threaten a trade, right? You know, they're saying, okay, we have Soul Point. You must go to Dragon. If you overcommit to Dragon, we will start Baron. But the answer to this is always, to me, send one person into solo Dragon and the 4 respond, and you try to poke them off. But 100 Thieves are just starting it up.
And it's on Vision, so they know Shen could always just solo Dragon and then but they're going to pull the fight right now. And they don't know that ward is there. They never swept it. They don't know what's going on. Huhi is going to be in fog. That's useful. Half health now on the Baron. What's the engage look like? Finding a first gold card. Decent poke on a Santorin, but now he's between that cooldown. Close are going to push back now, actually.
That's all they needed.
Yeah, they lost even more health on this.
Yeah, and now it goes a little bit bad for 100 Thieves because now the inside track, Bjergsen's just going to go straight over to Dragon. He's going to solo that up. So they're going to do what I was talking about, have 4-man guard this, but they're trying to force their hand. They want Bjergsen to TP. They say, you're not here. We're going to finish this.
He will burn it. The TP's going to come in right afterwards. That's Dragon. That's no soul right now for 100 Thieves. Will there be the team fight, though? TFO comes in. They spot everyone. TP burned. Will there be a team fight, though? When's it going to happen? FBI playing to the edges, playing to the front line. Feathers get pulled back. That's one major cooldown missing. They don't take the fight just yet. Recalls are coming through Abadaga. He's on Vision. He's got to be careful. The whole team's the brush, though. They're all in the brush, though. And here comes the engage. CoreJJ finds several. Naga comes in, though, from the Orin as well. The Horn comes across onto 3. They're going for more. Who he wants on Sama. And they've knocked down Core. 100 Thieves 1 for 0. Someday finds a second. They got 3. They're getting 4. 100 Thieves come alive. And Bjergsen's left alone. Bjergsen's left to die. 100 Thieves crush Team Liquid.
They're pinging mid right now instead of going for Baron. They might think they can end.
They're going to try to win the series right here, right now. We'll see if they have the time to do it or if they're just going to try to get an inhib and go back to Baron. The timer's 30 seconds on Hans, 35 on Bjergsen. It's a long time. They're positioning forward.
They're saying inhibitors at least. They've got a cannon. They've got a double wave otherwise. They're getting at least this turret, at least the inhibitor. Now the first respawns are coming in right now. 15 on the Shen, 15
They're positioning forward. They're
on
going
the
to go to
Zaya.
the end. Look at Someday. He's walking forward
20
here.
seconds on Bjergsen still. They got a long time.
And they're going in. Here we go. Turret number 1 in under a lot of fire. This respawn still are not yet in. Hansama
up in 2.
4 seconds away. This is the fight right now. Turrets are all dropping. 4v5. It's going to be enough. 4v5 is it is the question. Zonya's popped. Zeri's down. FBI drops. CoreJJ the same though. And now they've got a pet Alistair. And guess what? That's going to be a lot of damage. He loses the GA. And they're going to defend. Abadaga doesn't have a good way out. He's got flash just barely. Gets away from the Shen. But how about this Bjergsen chase? How about TP coming in from Blippo? Shuts down Huhi. And he wants to chase down to the TF now as well.
And they're going to lose so much more than these kills. They're going to lose the Baron themselves. And now 100 Thieves trying to go for that. He's going back to the base.
Go back.
Oh, the TF will descend onto the Nexus. The recalls are coming in. Will it be in time? Abadaga realizes he may not have it. He's got to run away, but doesn't stop the Baron. Zaya's on one side. Corky is on the other. And because does he have a way out?
Somebody's going to defend him. He's defending the exit here. It is still going to be a TL Baron. That was a gutsy call. Man, if he had Lichbane.
Oh, he would die.
What
Fuck.
an insane sequence of events. How close can this series get?
Oh my God, what a game 5! This is incredible. 100 Thieves pushing TL to the limit there. The last second respawns, barely allowing them to defend. Oh my God, man, that's crazy.
So let's take stock.
Yes.
First off, 100 Thieves positions in Baron.
First off.
Right, positions the Baron to stop the Ocean Soul. Team Liquid blocks that, but then they chase to try and kind of win the game there, but they get 5 for 0'd in a team fight. 100 Thieves makes that gut call of do they have enough time or don't they? They don't quite have enough time. Would have to watch that fight again to see if they miss CC'd or miss cooldowns or if they could have bursted. But do not kill the Nexus, and really everything ends up backfiring for them with that call because they could have taken full control of the game, gotten Baron slow pushed. Instead, Baron goes to Team Liquid.
Here's
but
the
they
thing,
do get
though.
the Nexus.
It's an open Nexus, right? Like, if I'm TF, forget the needlessly large rod. Buy a Lichbane and threaten the back. He doesn't need it. He can ult, right? Like, his ult is almost up here.
Baron recalls definitely make it harder to backdoor.
For sure. Not right now, but I'm just talking about throughout the rest of the game. like TL basically always has to have someone at their base, right? Like if an inhibitor is down, he can end the game with the Lich Bane on an ult in. So that is definitely very scary now for TL, and they're going to be somewhat pinned into their base because of it.
The big thing is the 30-second window between Baron buff ending and inhibitor respawning.
Yeah.
Soloing inhib plus Nexus, not really realistic. You can TP to one of the top or bottom lane towers. Otherwise, there's no TP targets in the base unless you get lucky with minion spawns. So that little window right there is I'm not gonna be like, we go in and you got a hard recall to make it happen.
And you've basically got to make the judgment now. If you're on 100 Thieves, you have to say, all right, guys, do we win 5v5? If you think you win 5v5, you don't need to risk it on that type of a play. If you believe you no longer win 5v5, then that's the kind of play you set up for. You no longer are looking to actually win the team fights. You're giving up dragons, and you're trying to play for a backdoor. And that's a tough call to make.
Yeah, I mean, let's place our bets. I don't think 100 Thieves wins 5v5s. They can, but I think if you're thinking about front to back, they don't, only because of the 4-item Corki and the 4-item Xayah. However, we did also just see them win a 5v5. If the fight gets spread out enough and they can get closer into the access points to get Bjergsen or Hans Sama, they do. But I think that situation happens more if they continue to stretch Team Liquid, right? Like make Team Liquid move around and really defend that mid lane while trying to pressure other points to spread them out. Then maybe 100 Thieves wins the fight.
I mean, it's
package right now.
It's so interesting, right? You know, again, they're still at Soul Point, right? So Corki is here. Oh, they're separated.
100 Thieves might get picked off heavily right now.
Watch TF, watch
Stone
TF. He's
Blade
gonna look.
popped. TF walking up towards mid, and again, we've got about a minute on the inhibitor respawn.
He's
still going Nexus. Reveals them all. They gotta stop the ports. They gotta stop the ports. He's onto the base. Is it enough? When does the recall come in? Bjergsen has package. He's trying to get back in game 5 of the winter bracket finals. 100 Thieves go for broke, and they're gonna break the Nexus. They break their ankles, and they're headed to the final.
A reverse sweep for 100 Thieves on the back door from Abadaga. They make the judgment call. We do not win 5v5, but you don't need to when the Nexus is open. Abadaga was topside that whole time, never intended to fight it at the Dragon. Gets the ulti into the base, finishes off the Nexus. What a comeback from 100 Thieves. If you watch those first 2 games, you would not believe how this series ended.
Game 1 was over in under 23 minutes. 22 and change, Nexus fell. Game 2, there was one stumble, but it was a 30-minute stop. And then from there on out, 100 Thieves had their own stomps, they had their comebacks. True grit in the end. They are your first LCS finalists here in spring.
Never give up, right? Down 2-0. I mean, Abadaga, 259 CS at the end of that game. Bjergsen, 374. But who killed the Nexus?
Yep.
That's the important question. Who is able
Who got that 50 gold
to pull out that last hit on the Nexus? It's gotta feel good for 100 Thieves. Do you think back to last year? They were the ones that actually lost this game before getting revenge for the lower bracket. This time, they're the ones gonna be awaiting the victor of that loser's bracket final in the finals.
It's just such an exciting finish. And for TL, you've got to be kicking yourself. You know, should they not have left Bjergsen in base with package, wait for the inhib respawn? TL just didn't have the read that they were going to be going for the back door. Their read was they're going to 5v5, they're going to team fight it, and he spent his teleport to go to the fight with the package. You could just walk out of base, you know, with that package available, potentially TP back to defend, or stay in base until you see TF, then join the fight with TP. But, you know, 100 Thieves made the game plan, executed in those final moments, and these types of situations are so hard because you get so little practice. Like, tell me how many games you played out like this. It's 0, right? It's like...
Personally, about 5, actually.
You know, in scrims, right? Where it's like the exact situations, the exact comps where you have to really decide, you know, because TL is basically trying to think out the same thing that 100 Thieves is. They're trying to say, all right, does 100 Thieves think they win 5v5? Well, they just beat us in that one fight, so they probably do. So I think Bjergsen felt safe to actually go to his team, but...
Yeah, when they look back at this, they're easily going to say, Bjergsen can never leave the base. Right? They're just like, he has to sit there until the inhibitor responds.
TP and
because
wait.
what happened is they saw the Twisted Fate in top lane, pushed in, but he's TF man. Like 10 seconds later, he's in the Nexus. So it was definitely a good call by 100 Thieves, and I think a poor call by TL at the very end. But that doesn't mean the series wasn't any less close.
I mean, the timers were so interesting because they, you know, Dragon was spawning and it was going to be Soul, right? If you say, okay, we give up the map, we give you Soul.
That's bad too.
I know, right? So like, okay, that's an option, and you give up Soul for free, and that's the thing. The other side of it is Baron overlapped with Soul by like 30 seconds. So you're like, well, we can contest Soul
and we get a 4-second Baron recall. So like, as long as we see it coming, theoretically, we hopefully should be able to get someone back. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
We didn't see like backwards package into recall to contest. Like, maybe there were micro things that could have gone on, but I understand the play of like, well, we actually get good recalls here. We can go for this line. Obviously, again, didn't work out. Hey, well done. But that was what it looked like there. Amazing match all the same. The new gods of North America earned their place again in the grand final, and it's now time to hear from the Thieves themselves. So, rejoining Closer and Abadaga with Latagris in our Verizon postgame interview.
Decided.
What's up, everybody? Oh my gosh. It is so hard not to have such energy after the way this entire series went. So here, I've got to start actually from the end. I've got Abadaga, I've got Closer. So going with you, just walk me through. How did that all go down?
The end, we were like, let's make the map open, wide open, so that we can get either soul or we pressure the back door. And then like, the situation started, and I thought it didn't look that good because I was far out of range. But then I was like, wait, there are 5 at Drake. They went there with Corki. Shen already ulted and can't like base anymore and match me. So I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, it made zero sense to me. And the moment I ulted in and started hitting, I knew it's won because they had no options anymore.
It felt like you were ready to keep hitting too, the way that you got up out of your seat afterwards, yeah?
Yeah.
Throw some punches?
For sure.
I mean, Closer, what did you think? Even going into this, he was talking about how it's going to come down to execution and team fights, and that last game was so tight all the way through.
I mean, to be honest, game 1 and 2, I don't know what we were doing, to be honest. Like, we just didn't play like human. To be honest, like when we went back, I just said, like, guys, we are not even playing the game. If we play, like, let's just play the game. So I think we started playing the game and we won 3-0.
My bad.
In my opinion.
So then, Abadaga, was it Closer's words that reinvigorated you going into game 3, or was there something else?
I was just like, after game 2, I was going to the bathroom. I was like, oh fuck, man. But I really don't want to lose. And I know I like kind of played fucking shit like the first 2 games. So I was like, I got to make up for it, and I don't want to leave the boys behind. So I gave it my best and tried to let them carry me. And then I played pretty well as well myself, which I'm proud of, that I was able to come back from the early rough ones.
Yeah, great decision making. Great job holding it down.
Yeah.
I know in this budding rivalry between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid, one of the focal points is Closer and Santorin going at it. You brought the Viego out there. Was there any special feeling when facing off against him with that pick that you both have popped off on so many times?
Like, to be honest, game 1 and 2, I played Viego and I was like, guys, like, we are not playing the game and I'm not even getting to fight. So I'm like, just take me off this champion. And then I picked Jarvan, and then we won the game, and then they banned Jarvan. But we started playing the game good. So I'm like, give me Viego. And we did pretty well.
Made some changes through.
Yeah.
Overall, the win here, would you have preferred to be a clean 3-0, or did you like that it was a little bit of action all the way through?
I mean, I can't imagine a more satisfying scenario than this. Like, inting your ass off the first 2 games and then coming back with a 3-0 like that to like stomp the team that thought they are the best in the league.
Yeah. We have one more series.
So
let's be humble.
Well, that's...
But we will make them humble in the end.
Is that you saying you think Team Liquid will be opposite of you in the championship finals? Or do you think somebody else?
I mean, last year when we played, they sent us to the gulag, the lower bracket. And like, we were strong enough to come back and win it all. Let's see what they're going to do this time. But if they come back, it's not going to be like this. We are not starting 2-0 again.
A reversal of the fate from the last time you all played each other in playoffs. But you are the reigning champions. This time, though, it means you have earned a spot directly in the championship finals at the NRG Stadium. Very different from this vibe. So what are your thoughts on that, starting with you, Abadaga?
I'm very excited to play in front of the huge crowd and the stadium. It's going to be very exciting. I think whoever we will face, we're going to be humble and we respect our opponents and we're going to have a good match.
Respectfully destroy them.
Is saying humble 3 times really being humble? I don't know.
We disrespect them respectfully.
I like that. And Closer, from you, last thoughts on going to the stage, Energy Stadium, fans out here multi-times over that will be before you in that setting.
I mean, it's going to be crazy. Like, it's it's just gonna be insane. I'm out of words. The energy is gonna be really different, and being able to lift the trophy in front of tens of thousands of people is gonna be crazy.
What about you? Any last thoughts to the fans in Houston that are waiting to see you for the crazy times that are ahead?
I feel like the series showed me some weaknesses that I have. I'm gonna work hard to perform better on that series. Yeah, I have no other words.
We dig it here at the LCS. Abadaga, closer, thank you so much for the interview.
See you guys there.
Congratulations again on the victory. We all enjoyed it tenfold, that is for sure.
Thieves. Bye.
More for us to cover, though, on this matchup. So let's head on over to the Bud Light breakdown.
Thank you very much, Tigers.
Oh my god.
That was great.
And welcome to the Bud Light breakdown. In my opinion, over my 9-year history in the LCS, that is one of the best Game 5s we have ever seen in an LCS playoff. For 100 Thieves, just to bring the whole series to that point to begin with, but then to win in the fashion that they did, I'm so glad we got a little bit of insight into what the communication was down the line there, the home stretch, in terms of making the back door happen. But
the fact that they made it happen. There are so many other teams that would not make that play, right? Like that would make that. It's a very risky call to make, and it's so good. Like, I'm just so happy that they were that proactive in a position where, like, honestly, with this draft, I thought they were gonna hard lose.
They had to buy so much time by the end, right? Because it was the first rush to the Nexus that they ended up like dying on, but they had an open Nexus and they were aiming for it. They were consistently pinging it from that point. But TF was top lane, and then he made that trek over, so it was such a long trek. Let's go straight from this portion of the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, all of us watched Champion Select come through, and for the most part said, all right, this is a Team Liquid victory, as long as nothing goes horribly wrong. Then they start the game off in the way in which they do, which gives them a nice, secure lead within the game, and it feels like, okay, they've rebounded from that lack of momentum after losing 2 straight, and they're going to close it out. But 100 Thieves had something else to say.
Yeah, I want to call out Someday here, because one major thing that was buying them time in these team fights, in my opinion, is that Ornn. Like, he actually does a deceptively large amount of damage, and his target selection was great.
Now, Olive, when we're looking at this, again, in the position that we're at right now, this is obviously one of those big turning points where the fight goes relatively bad for Team Liquid as Bjergsen tries to salvage anything here on the way out and gets picked. But did you, like, when you looked at these team compositions and we look at these late game situations, like, you similarly don't see an opening like 100 Thieves does, right? In that they made the conscious choice to say, hey, we have to go into that kind of 4-1 situation to look for our win condition.
Well, the 2 big fights that went really poorly for TL were TL like over-indexing on like their engage. The first one was Bjergsen packaging in and not using his Valkyrie to get away immediately. And that ended up him getting just chain CC to death. And then in the top lane fight, I think they thought Abadaga was alone. So like they all like super jump onto him. So Zeri just gets to get 1 million stacks for free. And I think 100 Thieves was like, they recognized that they shouldn't win team fights. So even though they had won their previous 2 team fights, they don't like go, okay, we can still win team fights. They try to look for the backdoor still. I think it's really smart. I think what Abadaga said in the interview was really enlightening, where he kind of just looked at what TL was doing, and when he saw all 5 people at Dragon, he kind of almost second-guessed himself, like, are they really all there? Like, do they really not think of this?
Right.
And like, he should just go into the base, and when that happens, it looks really dumb, but it's really hard to make that call in the moment because you have to respect your opponent.
Absolutely.
So something you said off camera was like, I don't understand why people don't just pink ward their base. As a player, why don't people pink ward their base?
Well, I think most people just don't think about it. You're not in that situation very often, but I always do it. Whenever
well, explain why, too, for people at home who might be like, why the heck would I place a ward in my own base?
So the reasoning is, if you're playing against a TF or something with a global that can jump into your base, TP can't be canceled by damage. So
only by CC.
Yeah, so if you find like any area in a bush that you can just TP out of, even though you have Baron recall, that can get canceled by anyone, but you can just TP back and match it in a sense. TL didn't do that. They didn't have any worries about not doing it. Bjergsen even TP'd in. Not that he could have TP'd out because I think they were chasing him.
Right.
But I think, like, to me, that's always something that I'm thinking about. when I'm against like a TF.
Yeah. But I think that's interesting, right? Because we have the benefit of being off the stage, watching the game with no pressure, right? And so it's very intriguing to me that one of the two teams here thought essentially of that win con, and it seems the other did not think about that final piece, that final step they might be able to take to subvert it. As you mentioned, he TP'd into the fight. It's not like the TP was going to be relevant in saving the base anyway. So it's a conversation, we're arguing peanuts there.
Yeah.
But it is a very interesting kind of anecdote to explain, again, the level of pressure that all 10 players are feeling up there.
The only thing I can think of that they didn't think it was possible was Whippo pushed the TF really far down to their own side of the map. And my only guess, the only thing that makes sense to me is they just assumed he was too far. Like he just couldn't go to the Nexus, and they just miscalculated.
Exactly. Just buying a lot of time in that fight while Twisted Fate made that trek. And just a reminder, like you talked about the pressure of being in that situation. Being in that situation, losing 2 games in a row, you feel like you should be winning team fights, but you just lost the last few because of individual errors. Like, there's a lot to think about in that moment. So for Team Liquid, they're for sure kicking themselves, and maybe a little tilted after like the last few games, the 2 games to get them in this position. So it's a tough one for them. I know they still are in that loser bracket run. So
yeah, it's gonna sting for sure. Of course, having been in a winning position, literally staring down the barrel of a sweep. They almost took the whole series in 3-0 fashion to then get it run back. I love that you bring up the lower bracket run they might have to go on. We'll dive into it a little bit more in a bit, but we heard Closer already mention in the interview that last time around it was them who got knocked down in the lower bracket and had to come back to get their championship over TL, saying it won't go that way this time around if TL manages to make it back to the grand final.
The reasoning being is that, no, they'll be able to play the game.
Exactly. Just play the game. Guys, we're not playing the game.
They forgot.
We just got to play the game.
Just got to play the game.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. They found
Amazing.
they found the team.
Amazing.
They found the Smash setup. You called out Someday in that team fight there in game number 5, but we have to talk about Someday across the entire series because he is the one who picks up the top honors in Player of the Series.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was kind of a microcosm of Someday all year, right? Even when the rest of the team is kind of not finding their footing, he is such a constant presence up there. And he, like the caster said it, like he got the better of Whippo today by a significant margin.
Raz, I'm looking at that central column right there.
Yeah.
8.5% damage share, minus 26 CSD. And yet he still gets player of the game. And I think that is indicative of his ability as a player to fill so many different roles. Again, we talk about the versatility of Whippo, as a top laner. I think you could say a similar thing about Someday, even if it comes in different forms. And for him to be able to absorb certain kinds of pressure and to be abused in certain situations, but still find a way to be useful in the mid to late game, it just continually fascinates me.
It's an incredible sense of resiliency that he has as a player when he's put in really tough positions. He had that last year. The thing that we respect him a lot more for is the fact that now he is flexible. That he's not doing this out of necessity. He's doing this, he's not doing this because of like, oh, this is all I can do. In the losing game that they had, he was incredible on his Tryndamere, right? And so it feels like 100 Thieves is so strong right now, not just because they have one of the best bot lanes in this league, one of the best junglers in this league, but now you look at the top laner, a lot of people are going to make this case, the best performing top laner in this league right now. Because regular season award and all that, with how Summit's been dominating, Summit's been a player that we're going to be talking about very soon.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow for damn sure. But Someday has been low-key, grinding, rising up throughout the regular season to hit that all-pro, second team all-pro, and is performing in playoffs.
Yeah, Abadaga as well, stepping up behind them as well in the postseason. I'm going to get the bracket up on your screens, but I'm going to turn to Olive to ask this. How do you reflect on, again, the remaining teams? 100 Thieves, TL. TL still in it, even though they fell down here. Let's talk about these two teams first as TL drops to the lower bracket. You come off of this series in TL's position. What are you identifying as the growth points, if anything, that this team needs to work on between now and next week to make sure they win that first best of 5 to re-challenge 100 Thieves?
Well, I think if I was in TL's shoes, I would really feel like I threw this series.
Yeah.
Because we had a very strong first 2 games. I think the third game was pretty well played by 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
But I think the fourth and fifth games you can really point to as question marks because they were in a very winning position in that game 5. They should not really be losing any team fights at that point, and they lost 2 in a row. And I think in the game 4, they were trying something in the draft, potentially something they've tried a lot in scrims and had a lot of success with. It didn't work, which happens, but it's something that you have to look back and go, okay, is this something we're going to do next time? Because they probably felt they could because they were winning, but now it's going to be a point to look at.
That's got to be so hard to practice something X number of times, right, in scrims. To bring it out on a stage once, right, it doesn't go well, and you have to make a determination off of a single stage performance about whether or not you're willing to try it again. How do you have any anecdotal evidence of like, oh, there was this one time I played this champion, it did not go well, and we either decided never again, or we were like, yeah, let's try that one more time?
I have an excellent example, actually.
Okay.
Last year, I played Tahm Kench mid, and I remember,
Yes!
I remember very clearly, I kept telling Anero, like, we need to play Tahm Kench mid, I swear it's broken. And the first game we played it, at 15 minutes, we're down like 5K. I'm like, oh, we're never playing this again. But we actually came back in that game, in the scrim, and won in like 20 minutes. And like, it was because of the Tahm Kench. And I was like, guys, I knew it was broken. So we played it like a few more times. And I'm sure if we didn't do well in that game, like we wouldn't have thought it was good.
Right.
And then we only ended up stopped playing it once I lost in LCS.
Oh my
so
goodness.
There it is.
Love that one. Couldn't have asked for a better example than that.
Yeah. We all remember the TK mid.
That was a fun.
That's brilliant. All right, so real quickly before we go, of course, we're back again tomorrow for another series, Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses, to see who gets to move on to face TL in that lower bracket final. This is an elimination match. Only one goes to Houston. Only one keeps their hopes of hoisting the trophy alive. I'm coming right back to you because we won't have you here tomorrow. So Cloud9, EG, where are you on this matchup?
It's definitely hard for me to put, especially now that 100 Thieves won. If TL had 3-0'd, I would have been a lot more EG favored, but I do think EG will still take it. I think it will be close, though, because I think C9 looked a lot different against us, because we're really good, so C9 has to win, because we're the second best team.
Of course. Wait, so Cloud9 then is going to win?
Yeah.
Of course.
But I think, to be honest, I think EG will still take it. I think C9 did look a lot better. I think they played a lot better against us than they did against 100 Thieves. And I think they specifically figured out how to deal with like the Jace Gnar bans. It didn't work when we tried it against them. It worked when 100 Thieves did. So I think EG will probably have their own strategy, but I think there's not like a clear path like, oh, you just do this and you just win. So
yeah, I think the key to that series, I know a lot of people are going to be looking at Summit. For me, it's going to be Berserker. Because Berserker bot lane in that series in which they lost was still performing well and had moments that made you remember, oh, like he's really damn good, especially on that Zeri. So if C9 are going to be playing at least the first 10 minutes of the game reserved, so we don't get the Summit incident again, that's where I believe Evil Geniuses will be hurting the most.
Okay, and Emily, final thoughts on that series tomorrow?
I'll save it for tomorrow.
Oh, there you go. Hey.
You gotta tune in.
That's a teaser if I've ever heard one.
Maybe I should have.
Emily's pretty smart. So you want to hear smart things, go back tomorrow and listen to her say smart things. Ablal, thank you so much for joining us, man. It's always a pleasure. I'm glad that the teams are able to deliver 5 full games for you as well.
Thank you for having me. It was a blast.
Always a pleasure here. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. But actually, I'd rather see you, though, out there playing.
Thank you.
I will make that deal instead.
Yeah, that's better.
All right.
That sounds like a better deal.
Sounds good. For those of you, or for the rest of you, that's going to be it for us today. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
I don't have a pen to throw.
Oh!
Whoa!
That was close.
That was close.
Your first try.
This is going to be a banger, a barn burner, a slobber knocker. Quick, what you got?
A real humdinger. Or slaughter. Like one,
Yes.
one of them. Like it could be any of the above.
You're just like, dunk comes through for who he is going to try. FBI still firing, but down goes 1, down goes 2, down goes 3, and 4, and 5. Everyone's gone. A quadra kill for Hansama. And now Aatrox may be left out to dry. Whippo, will he fall? 2 picked up. 100 Thieves. And it's going to be Hansama running away. But the chase is in for the Vex. Babadaga, he's getting kited. Oh, Hansama.
Yeah, I'm going Vex. They're all dead, we end.
Quadra kill.
Yeah. Penta!
No flash, nice.
Is that a pincer? Good fight setup, guys.
Another quadra? Hans, you gotta get better kills, man.
Oh, guys.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Here we go. Game 3, is it enough? 100 Thieves and TL. Make or break.
No, Jay is dying.
I'm fine. I'm joining. Keep back. I'm coming back.
Early.
Look!
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to find the knockup out of someday. There's a double shot into the shockwave. That was beautiful by Closer. And it's going to mean everything. The dunk comes in late. They find number 4.
Get this man some flip-flops. He's wearing the wrong shoes.
Yep. I'm gonna kick these shoes off.
Kick them off.
It's gone.
Oh, God.
Oh,
wow.
damn. Oh! They're gonna walk back. Health bar's low. Teal don't have a backline anymore. Who he gonna stop? Punch, get out. There's the flash engage. And here comes the slaughter. I can hear the sound of Team Liquid falling, and 100 Thieves triumphant here in Game 4. The Horn comes across onto 3. They're going for more. Who he wants on Sama. And they've knocked down Core. 100 Thieves 1 for 0. Someday finds the second. They got 3. They're getting 4. 100 Thieves come alive. And Bjergsen's left alone. Bjergsen's left to die. 100 Thieves crush Team Liquid. They gotta stop the ports. He's onto the base. Is it enough? When does the recall come in? Bjergsen has package. He's trying to get back in Game 5 of the winter bracket finals. 100 Thieves go for broke, and they're gonna break the Nexus. They break their ankles, and they're headed to the final.